A heavy breathing echoes in the darkness. The sound comes from Manhwa, who is lying on a thin mattress in a sparsely furnished room. He sits up, gasping for air, sweat beading on his forehead. Young Swan's face is etched with exhaustion as he reflects on the recurring nightmare. He thinks to himself that it is the same dream. He wonders why he keeps having it. The dream feels so vivid, as if he has gone through it himself. He also recalls. Young Swan wonders who the woman is that always appears in his dreams. He walks through a forest. Young Swan wishes someone would tell him why. He continues his trek through the woods. Young Swan wonders if he keeps doing this when he has never learned it before. The figure launched himself forward, his body a blur of motion as he struck out. The force of the blow sent his target flying. Instead of this outcome, another path was chosen. Instead, the figure launched himself into the air, his movements precise and controlled. He unleashed a devastating attack. As he fell, the figure thought it would have been nice to know who his parents were. Tears welled in his eyes. The title card read, Invincible. October 1974, Busan. The sign read Club Washington. The sign above the door read Washington in Korean. Inside, a mop swept across the patterned floor. Behind the bar, Wapyeong meticulously cleaned glasses. The camera panned across the tables and chairs. Wapyeong continued his work, mopping the floor. Wapyeong finished cleaning up behind the bar. With his tasks completed, he received a good work from an unseen person. It was clear that Wapyeong was working as a waiter at the Washington Club. Elsewhere, Seek was studying, but he found the material confusing and wondered if he should just memorize everything. Manager Lee Jungwon approached Seek, asking if he was studying again and commenting on how diligent he was. Lee Jungwon smiled, his expression suggesting a mix of amusement and approval. Seek noticed that Lee Jungwon had bought a new suit, commenting on how dashing and expensive it looked. Lee Jungwon agreed that the clothes made him look legit. He then suggested that Seek should get one too, since he was now in charge of the boys, promising to get permission from the higher-ups to wear it. Seek thought to himself that if he started to splurge, he would never earn enough money to buy a house, deciding that he should have a house before getting married. Lee Jungwon dismissed this as nonsense, reminding him that he was only 20 and still far off from marriage. Lee Jungwon smiled, thinking about getting a house and having a family being his ultimate goal. Lee Jungwon continued, saying that having a family was tormenting, but lonely if you didn't have one. He added that they pestered you for money and threw tantrums, but it was nice when you got sick. Lee Jungwon explained that they would change your wet towels and even order hot congee for you, which was most lovely. He concluded that even those who hate kids pamper their own blood, just like what his grandma says. Lee Jungwon then told Seek that when he got married, he would give him the best suit in town, promising that he wouldn't repeat the offer twice. Lee Jungwon reiterated his promise to give Seek the best suit in town when he got married. Lee Jungwon then revealed that he had heard that Seek beat up some of his subordinates, calling them a bunch of sleazeballs for telling. Jungwon listened as Seek remarked that the loafers deserve their fate for spreading rumors after being beaten by a waiter. Seek added that there must be a reason behind it. Seek continued, stating that they always got on his nerves whenever he walked past them. He admitted he couldn't hold on any longer, so he had to fight. Meanwhile, Jungwon questioned whether a 1 versus 3 situation could even be considered a fight. He then pointed out that Seek had single-handedly beaten up those bastards. Seek, considering that they were Jungwon's people and had their pride, stated that he didn't hit their faces. He then realized that meant they snitched. Jungwon watched as Seek questioned why they didn't bring their mothers, calling them cowards. Jungwon found Seek more amusing the more he saw him. It was something Jungwon had seen when they fought the Janabi gang. Seek delivered a swift kick to one of his opponents. The fight continued, with Seek taking on multiple opponents at once. He moved with precision and force, striking his enemies with calculated blows. The force of Seek's attacks sent his opponents reeling. Another opponent fell under the barrage of Seek's relentless assault. Seek stood over his defeated foes, a testament to his fighting prowess. The memory faded back to the present, where Jungwon asked if Seek was okay. Seek stood calmly, seemingly unfazed by the recent conversation and the flashback to his fight. The man sitting is told that the impression he gives has not changed since the last time they met. It's noted that if a normal person beats someone with a stick, they might be scared or feel exhilarated and swing violently. He is told to quit his job, but it's observed that he was very calm and had a clear distinction on which parts he should strike or avoid. He is then offered a job and told to come work for the man. The man refuses, stating that he doesn't want to. He adds that his pastor will be angry if he sees it from heaven. Peace recalls that his father told him repeatedly that there's a reason why he named him Peace. The man in the suit asks if George has stopped by recently. He is told that the new boss is quite narrow-minded, so it's going to take some time to talk him into it. The man in the suit asks what he should do and if he should ask George to come see him when he visits. The man in the suit thinks that the other man is a jackass and wonders what the hell he is scheming and if he's off to buy a car. The man in the suit is seen walking away from Peace. Elsewhere, a man asks where someone has been. The man is told that he is here early. The man says that he has brought a worker and the debt money. The worker is shown. The man is asked if she's going to work here and why he brought her here instead of taking her to the office, as he was supposed to. The man is told that she has been attending Sangup High School, and when the boss heard it, she was asked to be sent here. He is told that she's going. She looks distraught, the man in the brown suit thought, as he overheard the conversation. He had told his subordinate that they couldn't accept female workers, and yet the situation seemed to be worsening. Sking, the man in the brown suit, told the other to take Dong Dong to a room and let her rest. The man in the brown suit wondered if she knew that working here was a one-way ticket to hell. He was then addressed as Sir. The man in the red vest asked what was going to happen to her. The man in the brown suit questioned what was wrong, as he believed the other already knew the answer. Seek didn't know what was happening, but suddenly his heart felt like it was ripping apart. He wondered what was going to happen to the woman, and if she was going to end up like the barmaids there. Why was this happening to him? Seek wondered. The man in the brown suit told Seek to calm down and relax, as he didn't know what was wrong. The man in the brown suit thought that this would only end in two ways. Either she works here as a barmaid and gets sold off to the American soldiers, or if that doesn't work out, when she turns into an adult. Seek knew. Seek knew that girl. He exclaimed her name. She is definitely Dong Dong. Seek called out to her. She lived with her single mother, and she took out a loan without thinking twice to pay for her mother's hospital bills. Now that her mother has passed, she can't pay off the debt. Seek asked if she had saved up at least 100,000 won, as that's about how much she owes. He then asked why she didn't take the money and beg the boss. The man in the red vest stated that he had US dollars, about 500, and asked if that would be enough. He continued, saying that this girl felt like destiny and asked if the other man wanted to save her before things went down, understanding his intentions. The man calculated that 500 US dollars roughly summed up to 200,000 won, but questioned if the boss was going to miss out on a $3,000 worth girl. The man in the suit told Seek to listen to him, suggesting they say they had known each other since childhood. He added that Seek had liked her forever, asking if he understood that things would sail smoother this way, wondering if it could work with the boss greed. The man in the red vest stated that Seek's big brother might be hard on the edges, but he took care of his people. He added that without Seek, Washington wouldn't have seen its days, and that he was also the boss people, telling him to go and tell her about there. The scene shifts to a view of a crucifix and a Buddha statue. The view focuses on a glass of water on a table. The perspective widens, showing Dong Dong sitting at a table in a room. The view zooms in on Dong Dong, who is sitting with her head down. A close-up of Dong Dong's face shows her expression. The man in the red vest asks Dong Dong what her name is. The man in the red vest asks if her name is Li Dong Dong. Dong Dong remains silent. The man in the red vest wonders if she doesn't remember anything, considering that it's possible. The man recalls that it was after the president used a stick to hit his head. A hand slams down on a table. Meanwhile, Im Wapiyoung urged Dong Dong to drink up and come to her senses, warning that she was walking into the lion's den. He added that she would find a way if she became alert and got a grip. Dong Dong asked what he was going to do to her. Elsewhere, Suitman 1 recognized Dong Dong's voice, confirming it was indeed her. Someone questioned if things weren't going too far. A voice wondered if, were they going to reincarnate her? Shouldn't they have given her a better life? A statue of a deity stood in the background. The voice continued, questioning if she would end up at the bottom of life once again. A pair of clenched fists tightened, as someone declared they were fine if it happened to them. Im Wapiyoung stood by a curtain. A statue of a woman holding a child stood in the foreground as a voice questioned if Dong Dong had committed a lot of sins. A close-up of the statue of the woman holding a child. An eye stared intensely as a voice questioned why someone had to do this to her. The room was brightly lit. At a table, Dong Dong and Im Wapiyoung sat across from each other. Im Wapiyoung urged her to come to her senses. Dong Dong held a glass of water, looking concerned. She continued to hold the glass, her expression troubled. Wapiyoung watched her closely. He asked Dong Dong what her name was. She muttered the name, Li Junjin. Wapiyoung told her that they had known each other since childhood, and that she used to follow him around because she liked him. He explained that he was telling her this, so it would be easier for him to get her out of here, warning her not to be surprised at whatever he might say. Dong Dong asked if he was trying to help her. Wapiyoung stood silently. A sinister smile crept across his face. He reached across the table and placed his hand over hers. Wapiyoung grabbed Dong Dong's hand tightly. The sound of a heart pounding echoed loudly. Im Wapiyoung remarked that the hammering was loud and that he felt like he was going crazy, assuring Dong Dong that this was not a joke. He stated that there was no doubt that they had known each other in their past lives, that they definitely knew each other. Wapiyoung asked if there was any other way to explain the hammering in his chest, admitting that he might look like a wacko and that it might just be his imagination. He then stated that it was not the case, and that Dong Dong showing up in front of him was fate. He insisted that it was destiny. Dong Dong wondered what was wrong with her and what was happening. She questioned what was happening and who he was. Tears welled in her eyes. The scene shifted to a room with a crucifix on the wall. Rain streaked down the window beside the crucifix. A figure on a crucifix was shown, with the words "trust" and "follow him." The words "and follow him" were repeated over images of religious figures. Dong Dong was shown standing in the rain, as Wapyeong told her that he would get her out of here and protect her. Wapyeong reassured Dong Dong that no matter what happens, he would protect her, urging her to trust him. Wapyeong, holding the woman's hand, asked her to trust him and wait patiently. Elsewhere, a man barked orders, his voice sharp and commanding. The man's associate confirmed that Seek had been a great help to them. Another man noted that when it came to peace in Washington, even the Yankees would give a thumbs up. The man with the cigarette questioned who would face the Yankees if a translator wasn't around, adding that the man in question had good persistence, was very sensible, and spoke English. The man's gaze narrowed. Wapyeong's associate stated that if they helped him this time, he would definitely work hard. He added that if the woman he loved became a barmaid and got sold off to the Yankees, he wouldn't want to work there. The man demanded that they cut him some slack, arguing that for $500, he was way past getting their money's worth. The man continued, observing that she might look a little pale right now, but once she ate some more, her face would be plump. He also noted that she looked cold, but she was quite pretty if you shed light on her face. The man added that with a little makeup, she would look very pretty. He also mentioned that she used to go to a high school, musing that it would have been nice to use her as a secretary during the day and as a pillow at night. A man on the floor begged for help, promising to work hard and repay them for the rest of his life if they helped him just this once. The man with the cigarette scoffed, asking, so what? The dominant figure, seated and smoking, seemed unfazed by the previous conversation. Meanwhile, the supporting female expressed her frustration, stating that the glare she received was enough to ignite a man's heart. Elsewhere, the protagonist female apologized to Seek, admitting she wasn't sure what to do. She considered that if she rejected him, Seek would be in a tough spot, but she also felt that the situation didn't sit well with her. Seek was told to stand up. Seek apologized, saying he didn't think he could do it for her. He vowed not to sell her off to the Americans or send her to the red light district, giving her his word. The man in the suit told him not to worry. Another man begged him not to do this, at least for his sake, saying he was indebted to him because he saved his life. The man in the suit dismissed this as nonsense, telling him to repay his gratitude on his own. He questioned why it was his business and accused him of asking his boss for favors. The man begged him to weigh the circumstances, but the man in the suit was unmoved. The man wondered what he should do, realizing he had just yelled at Seek. The man's fist clenched. He trembled with anger. The businessman demanded to know if Seek had just glared at him. A figure, silhouetted in shadow, told him to shut his trap. The figure acknowledged that living a normal life wasn't easy, but accused the businessman of saying it in the shittiest way possible. The businessman, enraged, dared him to say that one more time, claiming he didn't hear what he said. The businessman grinned, his expression predatory. He questioned if his words had offended, taunting his captive about whether their ears were even open to hear him. Suddenly, the red-vested aggressor was struck from behind, sent sprawling. Seek, still on the ground, watched the scene unfold, barely comprehending what was happening. The businessman, enraged, demanded an apology. He accused Seek of choosing the wrong person to serve, his voice laced with fury. The red-vested aggressor declared that he had served the businessman for the past 8 years. He would not allow anyone to continue acting in such a way. The businessman, now restrained, was questioned by the red-vested aggressor, who reminded him that he was the one who saved his life. The red-vested aggressor grabbed the businessman's shoulder. He gripped the businessman's shoulder tightly. The red-vested aggressor stated that he understood where the businessman was coming from, but there was only one outcome. The businessman, unable to move, reminded the red-vested aggressor that he had saved his life, pleading with him not to resent him so much if he broke one of his shoulders. The red-vested aggressor declared that he would choose a clean vodka to disinfect it, and the businessman would be back in good shape in no time. The red-vested aggressor held a long needle. The needle was thrust downwards. The needle pierced the businessman's shoulder. The businessman's face contorted in pain. The needle was embedded in the businessman's shoulder. The businessman gasped as the needle pierced his shoulder. Meanwhile, the red-vested aggressor recalled the manager's earlier words. The manager had remarked that Seek had a gullible side. He added that when that prick apologized, he was already dead set on killing him. Seek declared that he would have been a thorn in the flesh. He wondered if the manager thought he would be left alone, stating that he had always watched from afar and knew him better. The manager stood, his expression hardening. Seek questioned if that was right, calling the manager a bastard. The manager scoffed, calling Seek a brat, and remarking that he was pretty sharp. The manager stated that they say Sealites are like onions, guessing that saying was right, and then asked who exactly Seek was. Seek responded that the manager had only become of age and questioned if he would even have an identity, adding that he was just a little brat acting cheeky. The manager asked for forgiveness, stating that he did have the choice to knock him unconscious, but that meant he wouldn't be able to see all of this unfold until he took out the nail, and then he wouldn't be able to stand up. The manager stated that Seek was just a young, lowly worker stuck in rock bottom who didn't know how to survive, adding that he just learned how to use his fists and now he was acting out of line, calling him just a brat. The manager held a knife, his expression menacing. Seek stared back. The manager remarked that Seek was so relaxed and that he was worried for a second that he'd acquired a gun from the Yankees. Seek smirked. Elsewhere, a group of men stood guard near a parked car. Inside, the suit man with the scar questioned how a lowly worker dared to act so presumptuous. The red vest aggressor, smirking, asked if that was what he used to stab people with. The suit man's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. He called the aggressor a scoundrel. The aggressor lunged forward, stabbing the suit man in the hand. The suit man's eyes widened in shock as the aggressor continued to drive the knife deeper. The suit man stared at his bloodied hand, sweat beading on his brow. Meanwhile, the dominant figure in the red vest recalled that the young man was far from normal, and that even though Jungwon may seem fine for the time being, he was a wild card. Back in the room, the suit man called the aggressor a weasel. The aggressor told him to think carefully, calling him a dirtbag, and asked how he should take care of him. The suit man wondered what kind of guy he was, so that he could get a standing ovation from the world. The aggressor continued to advance. He wondered why the aggressor worked as a waiter if he had such excellent combat prowess, noting that if they were at least 4 floors high. The red vest aggressor remarked that he could have hurled the suit man out the window and made it look like suicide, but lamented that they were on the 2nd floor. He continued, suggesting other methods of demise, such as strangulation with a belt or hanging by the doorknob, to appear as suicide. The aggressor stated that the suit man was about to die, so he would kindly let him make the choice. The suit man trembled. The suit man, enraged, called the aggressor a jackass and lunged forward with a knife. The knife descended. The aggressor blocked the attack. The aggressor kicked the suit man in the face. The suit man was sent crashing to the ground. The suit man cried out. The aggressor grabbed the suit man's hand. The aggressor impaled the suit man's hand with a nail. The suit man screamed in agony, begging to be let go and apologizing to Seek. The suit man continued to beg for his life, saying he guessed he was not in the right mind. The aggressor prepared to strike again. The red vest aggressor held the knife to the suit man's throat, the threat of death hanging heavy in the air. A sudden movement broke the tension. The aggressor, standing over the suit man, addressed the manager, asking if he understood the situation now. The suit man, in a desperate plea, was told that sparing him would only lead to more trouble and death for everyone involved. The aggressor gripped the knife tightly. He lunged forward, intent on ending the suit man's life. The suit man desperately tried to defend himself, but his efforts were futile. The aggressor struck with brutal force. The suit man cried out in agony. He was left gasping, unable to speak. The suit man's face contorted in pain. The aggressor warned him to remain silent. The suit man, gagged and bleeding, was reminded that his current predicament was a result of his own actions. The aggressor stated that if he were to let the suit man go, he would only send lackeys after him, so he would have to kill them all. The aggressor, contemplating his next move, suggested that the suit man offer some ideas on what he should do next. The suit man was told that he was utterly done for, and that his shoulder would never heal. The suit man was then asked if he thought he could survive. The suit man thought to himself that those hyena bastards would chew him up the moment they heard he had grown weak, and that he kept Jungwon by his side all this time. The suit man was then gagged with a roll of cloth. The red vest aggressor asked the suit man if he would do anything to earn his forgiveness. The suit man was told to live the rest of his life in peace and then hand his gang to the bachelor manager. The red vest aggressor stated that he knew who was the most loyal to the suit man, and that if he let someone else take over his position, he knew what would happen. The suit man was asked if that wasn't why he kept him close, and that he needed to be well off to have his head smashed in the streets. The suit man was told to have his head smashed in the streets. The suit man was called a disgraceful prick, and that it was over the moment he rejected the request from the man who would have had his back until he retired. He was told to save him, and that he would do everything. The red vest aggressor reminded the suit man that he had already told him to make the bachelor manager the new boss, and that he'd be able to live with fortune, or so he thought. The choice was up to the suit man to make the call. The red vest aggressor warned the suit man that he'd better not make this hard for him. The red vest aggressor stated that he couldn't have the suit man walk down the street without getting his head smashed. The suit man was then struck. The red vest aggressor walked away, leaving the suit man on the floor. The suit man lay on the floor, defeated. Above him, a hand reached down, offering assistance. The suit man grimaced in pain. The red vest aggressor apologized for hurting him, assuring him that the wound wasn't deep and would heal soon. The aggressor instructed the manager to apply pressure to the wound. He then told Seek that he should call the guys when he left, warning that if he didn't handle things quickly, someone else might take advantage of the situation. The manager, still on the ground, was told to stop the nonsense and get out of his sight. The manager groaned in pain. Seek turned away from the scene. Meanwhile, Dong watched the exchange with a concerned expression. She smiled softly. The handshake between Seek and Dong sealed their agreement. Seek exclaimed in realization. The suit man noticed something. Seek smiled, preparing to leave. He reflected on his years of service. Seek thought he deserved this for his severance pay. A voice questioned if someone thought so. A few months later, Wapiyoung and Dong knelt before a portrait, paying their respects. Wapiyoung stated to his mother-in-law that he was there to formally introduce himself. Wapiyoung admitted his incompetence, fearing Jianjin might face difficult times, but promised one thing. He then took Dong's hand. Wapiyoung vowed to cherish her forever for the rest of his life. The pair remained kneeling, holding hands. Wapiyoung gave his word that Dong would forever have his word. The restaurant bustled with activity, both inside and out. Inside the kitchen, the cooks worked diligently, preparing meals. Seek thought that Chinese cuisine was proving more challenging than he had anticipated, his eyes stinging from the effort. Meanwhile, another chef continued to cook. That chef believed that cooking was all about timing. Night fell on Hong Kong Banjium. Back in the kitchen, Seek continued to cook, still thinking that cooking was about timing. The bell above the door chimed as someone entered the restaurant. A woman announced her arrival, calling out, "Honey, I'm here." Seek called out Jianjin's name, wondering why she had come all the way there. Jianjin replied that she was hungry. Jianjin admitted that she was still not in charge of cooking, but she would eat anything Seek cooked, adding that their child also wanted to taste it. Seek asked Jianjin to wait a moment. Jianjin thanked Seek for the food. With a cheerful "whoa," Jianjin prepared to eat. Meanwhile, another customer asked Seek how the food tasted. Jianjin complimented Seek, saying he could already be the head chef. Seek told her to eat up. Seek smiled, promising to feed Jianjin delicious foods forever. Jianjin slurped up the noodles. She continued to slurp the noodles. 26 years later, Jianjin smiled as she ate. She wiped her mouth with a napkin. Seek remarked that even though she was grown up, she was still clumsy. He then asked what he could do, since it was so yummy. Jianjin asked her dad about sweet and sour pork, and Seek said it was coming right up. Jianjin thought that her dad was the best. October 22, 2000. The Choyong Eatery stood as a testament to traditional Chinese cuisine, its windows offering a glimpse into the bustling interior. Inside, Song Ahayan, the floor manager, took orders, directing staff with efficiency. She called out for a black bean set to be delivered to a table. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the chefs worked diligently, preparing the orders. A chef, presumably Ahayan, thought to himself that Ahayan was doing well, even though he had to make up a part-time position for her. The kitchen bustled with activity as the chefs prepared the dishes. Oh Hyungmin, a kitchen assistant at Choyong Eatery, thought it was a shame he was too shy. The chef considered Hyungmin a foolish bastard, thinking that if he didn't approach her, how was she going to know? He thought that, well, they would get together if it was meant to be. Looking at the kids made him think of Jianjin. The chef asked Ahayan to play some music, and she responded in the affirmative. The food sizzled as it was being cooked. The chef thought how heartless it was, wondering what the rush was. He thought he could have gone on the cruise trip he had been wanting to go to. The chef presented the dish, exclaiming yes. Ahayan delivered the dish to a customer. The chef laughed to himself. Seek reflected on the changing world, wondering if it was time for him to retire. He quickly dismissed the thought, deciding he was still at an age to be working. He then pondered if living a comfortable life was a type of luxury. Meanwhile, the customer from before called out to the chef, referring to him as Mr. Warabashi. The chef, now outside, questioned what the customer was doing there, adding that it was about time for him to dress his age. The customer retorted, asking what was wrong with his outfit and if he looked desperate. He stated that he had to look young in order to get married off. The chef remarked that all the girls would run away seeing him wear that. He also asked since when did he talk in Nip's tongue, referring to Japanese. The customer questioned if Warabashi was Japanese, suggesting he could have said chopsticks. The chef explained that he had been using the word since he was young, so it didn't cross his mind at all. He then asked if omashi and hakamashi weren't all Japanese. The customer responded that he was so smart and that he was sure he didn't even finish middle school. He then complimented his linguistic ability. The chef stated that Chinese was his expertise, adding that he also helped the Westerner kids order when they were there last time. He then said it was nothing and told the customer to stop calling him Warabashi. The chef then thought to himself that the customer hadn't played billiards before. The customer told the chef that he should have just called him chef, stating that it sounds cooler. He then asked why he didn't really know why he was calling him Warabashi, adding that he wasn't the one who saw it. The chef told the customer to stop spouting nonsense, and that if he was there to have a meal, to hurry and get in. As the customer entered the restaurant, he greeted the staff, calling them Ajusi. He then told the woman to stop calling him that, adding that if she kept calling him that, he would keep her. The chef, back in the kitchen, thought to himself to forget it and that the customer was going to die one day for being blunt. The customer then ordered fried rice, telling the boss to give black bean sauce for service and spicy seafood soup with lots of meat. The customer thought that the food was peculiar and that he wouldn't even bat an eye if these foods were at home. He added that he had no idea why the food there was so delicious and that he had to come right away. The customer kept saying that these greasy rice were not good for his health, yet he kept eating them over and over again. He thought that the dry and chewy rice was raging up a storm of flavor in his mouth, and wondered why the other fried rice was so sloppy. The blonde customer continued to eat the greasy rice, despite his earlier complaints. He muttered that the head chef would be angry if he kept this up, but he seemed determined to continue. One of the men standing behind him suggested that they all go out and have some fun together that night. The man in the suit, with a predatory grin, invited someone to join them for a good time that evening. He suggested that they come with him and get close to the waiters, implying they would look good together. The woman, seemingly uninterested, retorted that they should find somewhere else to make their money. Ignoring her rebuff, the man in the suit insisted that she had a nice face, one that could earn her at least 100 times more money in a month. He added that if she was lucky, she could even become a celebrity, which could set her up for life. From a distance, the blonde customer watched the exchange. He wondered if those men were room salon touts. The woman, however, insisted that the men were not bad people. The man in the suit continued his sales pitch, telling the woman that she would look good with the waiters. He asked her to come with him that night. The man in the suit continued, saying it was a shame she was wasting her beauty in a place like this. He guessed she had just started working there and didn't need such a shabby job. He then asked how much she earned in a month and offered her a job working for him, where she could have fun at the nightclub every day, go on monthly trips overseas, and still earn about $3,400. He then asked if he could check her palm lines to see if she was fated to join them. The blonde customer, sitting alone at his table, admitted to himself that he was a little scared. He thought to himself that he only came to the restaurant for a meal, and only if he didn't do something. Suddenly, the blonde customer stood up abruptly. The customer wondered who he was worrying about right now. The man in the suit was seen walking away. The blonde customer, still eating, thought to himself that was why he called their head chef Mr. Warabashi. The man in the suit stood alone, his expression unreadable. Below, a pair of chopsticks were jammed into the table. The man's face contorted in pain and fear. Inside the restaurant, the cooks continued their work, seemingly unfazed by the violence. The cooks stood shoulder to shoulder, their expressions grim. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a bright light emanating from their chest. Above, the man in the suit was sent flying through the air. He crashed through the ceiling, falling towards the floor below. His face was a mask of agony as he remembered something. His eyes widened in terror as the memory flooded back. The cook, standing calmly, declared that enough was enough. The cook approached the fallen man. He questioned if the food was not to the man's liking. The cook, brandishing chopsticks, threatened the man he held, demanding a better answer or he would break his fingers. Occasionally, he warned, those chopsticks might hit somewhere else. One of the men in suits insisted that the food was delicious and there was no problem with it at all. The cook questioned if that was so. He then stated that they should pay for their meal, right? He confirmed his own statement with a loud yes. The businessman reached inside his jacket, pulling out a card. The cook watched him. He presented the card. The card read, Yunma, Director Lee Young-won, the Yunma from Sinsa. The cook asked a high-end to help him find a similar name card from his name card holder, which was in the back. Meanwhile, the men who had been dining were concerned about trouble. They needed to make sure their store signs and glass windows didn't get smashed. The cook retrieved a card from the holder, referring to someone as boss. He thought to himself that he was right. The cook slammed the phone down after telling someone that they would be off now and would be back next time. The cook asked the gentleman to wait, saying it would only take a moment. The cook stared at the card, realizing that the man was a director. Picking up his phone, Imwapiyoung greeted the person on the other end. The person on the other end asked him to hold on a moment so he could ask for the names of the men in front of him. He noted that their name cards identified them as Jong Munsu, and he inquired if they were one of Wapiyung's employees. The caller expressed his displeasure, stating that they seemed to have taken a liking to his second daughter and were being a nuisance. The man on the phone expressed his disappointment that Wapiyung was still handling that side of the business. He warned him not to let those people near his store again, threatening to get mad if it happened again. The caller told Wapiyung to make sure they stopped by, lamenting that they didn't even have a chance to talk last time. He then asked what Wapiyung had said, and abruptly stated he would tell them, and hung up. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the cook was informed that his boss had ordered him to return immediately. The men stated they would be taking their leave, and the cook wished them a safe trip. The cook watched them leave. The cook then touched the wall, remarking that it was made from clay. He noted that anything could easily get stuck in there. The cook then grabbed a pair of chopsticks from the table. He thought about how people come and go, and it is hard to find someone to learn from. He recalled putting boots on the ground and sports shoes on a lean field, mastering words to find a master, but a myth is a myth. The cook reflected on his 30 years in the Shaolin Temple, 30 years in the Byomyosa Temple, and how he devoted himself to cooking for another 40 years in Jiryongsan Mountain. He remembered locking himself in the kitchen and drenching the chopstick with his tears. He believed his sky-high dedication had awakened the meaning of martial arts, and he regained his youth. He wondered if this was convincing enough. The cook then began rapidly stabbing the wall with the chopsticks. The cook, ready for the day, declared that the world's greatest master was off to work hard, and that Hyungmin would be serving some dish on the house. He then commanded someone to fire up the stove. Elsewhere, The morning light began to filter through the city. The light illuminated a living room. It continued to spread through the house, reaching the dining room. The hands on an alarm clock ticked towards 12:25. Wapiyoung sat up in bed, sighing. He looked to the side, a small smile gracing his lips. Wapiyoung continued to smile as he gazed at a photograph. In it, Dong Dong smiled back wearing a hat. He wondered what was so funny for her to smile like that. Still, he remained in bed. He then stretched, finally getting up. Wapiyoung looked off to the side, asking if something was right. In the photograph, Dong Dong reassured him that she was doing fine too, Cho-young. Wapiyoung thought to himself that she shouldn't worry about them. Outside, the sun continued to rise. The day begins with a series of stretches. He then transitions to push-ups, his movements precise and controlled. With a burst of energy, he rises from the floor. He walks towards the window, the morning light streaming in. Opening the window wide, he takes a deep breath of the fresh air. He gazes out at the horizon, lost in thought. Returning inside, he sits on the edge of his bed. A surge of power emanates from him. The energy intensifies, swirling around him. The power continues to build, reaching a crescendo. He focuses his energy, channeling it inward. Energy crackled in the air. Peace sat in a meditative pose, surrounded by swirling energy. His eyes remained closed, but a subtle shift occurred as he focused his energy. A surge of power emanated from Peace, a blinding light erupting around him. The light faded, revealing Peace's face, now etched with a grim determination. His eyes snapped open, blazing with intense focus. Suddenly, Peace's eyes widened as he seemed to realize something. Peace frowned, muttering that his attempt didn't work as he suspected. Peace stood and wondered if he should be regretful that there were things he couldn't accomplish at his age, or be grateful that there were still things he had to accomplish. Peace wondered what the rush was, as if he could put 5 streams to see technique in a good use anywhere else. Peace noticed the time. He wondered what time it was. Peace thought that the other person should at least mention the time, so he could prepare accordingly. On the table sat a plate of dark squares and 2 plates of what appeared to be breadsticks. Elsewhere, Wapiyoung was on the phone. Wapiyoung chuckled as he heard that the caller missed her old fella's kimbap, since her father was a Chinese cuisine chef. The traditional Chinese cuisine, Choyong Eatery, stood ready for customers. Inside the restaurant, a woman sat at the counter. She ate her meal. Wapiyoung thought that her eating habits were just like her mom's. He told her to slow down and asked if she wanted a glass of water, adding that she sure was eating well these days. The woman took a drink. She thought that he had to take over the reins and study Mandarin at the same time, which was hectic, and that the Lil Wimp was going to end up knocked over. Wapiyoung thought that Seo Kwan was good, but his stamina was lacking, which was why he chose to marry him, so he would be easy to order around. The woman asked how he viewed his husband, but Wapiyoung told her not to pretend that wasn't what she liked about him, Dad. She retorted that he was really chalking up a big appetite, and asked if there was any news, meaning if she was pregnant. The woman smiles, as she asks her father if he is eager to become an old Gramps. He responds, telling her that her age and looks are not right for that. He explains that he got super hungry rushing yesterday's work and skipped dinner, and she asks if he is sure it didn't happen without his knowledge. The man says he knows their plans, and asks how her health checkup went and if the report has come out. She says it came out 2 days ago, but those people are hilarious, as they extracted plenty of her blood and said it was an error, saying they accidentally swapped her data with someone else's or something. He asks if there were no screw-ups at all, and she confirms that it was funny. He expresses relief, saying that perhaps it pricked their guilty conscience, so they apologized and even compensated them with a 5-star hotel voucher. She explains that the hotel has branches in China, so she went ahead and booked the time and deposit, and everything worked out. She asks if Seo Kwan is okay with it, and he says that he gave the green light, adding that the punk might look weak, but he's rather strong-willed. The man notes that Seo Kwan is also at the age to be dispatched overseas, and that he will get promoted and return after 2 years. The woman says that she is migrating there because of him, right? The man responds that it's not like she can move there without a proper plan. He says that the problem lies on the others, and that they'll be fine once they accumulate another year of experience. He asks if she means a year per person, and if she wants him to kill them all, and he responds that if they put them in hellish training, it'll probably take no more than 6 months. She agrees, saying let's do it, and that they should get him all. The woman says that she also brought a few albums that he might like, including Tadada, about romance. She adds that he doesn't use it often, so she brought it with her, reminding him to make sure to use this whenever he leaves the house. The man thinks to himself that seeing as how she's doing such adorable things, she must be very worried that her old man might feel lonely. He thinks that her old man still has Hope Orphanage and tells her that she should brush up on her Mandarin if she has the time to do this, asking how her study is going. The woman exclaims that she spent 2 months learning in the academy, but that's all. The man asks what if she can't even buy a single thing in China, adding that there is that damned 4 tones. He says that there's no need to fret, and that mastering a foreign language is all about guts. He continues, saying that between the buyer and seller, who does she think will be more frustrated, and that she should go and face them head on, asking if she's there to buy things or sell them, and that she should buy, right? As the car pulled away, the driver reflected on the exchange. He knew that when someone was frustrated, they might ramble gibberish, but they would read you like a book. He reminded himself that he ought to improve when he made mistakes, so he should face it head on. From inside the car, the woman told him to get back safely. The car then drove off. Inside the car, the woman sat quietly. Elsewhere, Seek thought to himself that he was sure his mom would agree with him. He then thought that his mom was so mean. A memory surfaced. His mother's request to remember to spread her ashes. The memory continued, with his mother asking him to spread them along the coast of Tian County. The memory continued, with his mother saying that she wanted to fly freely like the seagulls, so that way, she could travel wherever she wanted. Seek recalled that his mother said that not because she wanted to fly idly like the seagulls, but she did not wish for his father to be tied down and live freely. Back then, Seek was too young. The scene shifted to Seek standing on a cliff, looking out at the horizon. He stood there, gazing at the sunset. He continued to stand there. Seek then collapsed his knees. He thought to himself, "You." The sky burned with the color of rage as a voice cried out, calling someone a pathetic jerk. It demanded to know if this suffering was what they wanted, if this was the culmination of a life lived upright. The figure, silhouetted against the fiery horizon, continued their anguished tirade. How were they supposed to live on? They accused the unseen tormentor of being a cruel bastard, questioning if their meeting and reincarnation were all part of some elaborate joke. The unseen figure was called a jackass as the person screamed the word Dad. Tears streamed down their face as they repeated the desperate cry, Dad. Below, another figure urged someone to stay put, warning them of the danger. The person being warned was told to stay where they were and questioned why they were trying to come up. A child embraced their father, telling him not to cry. The father denied crying. The father insisted that he wasn't crying, stating that his Cho-young was there. So why would he cry? The person reflected that they couldn't even grieve properly because of themselves. Though on the surface it seemed they were doing this for their dad. Even if they pushed him, it wouldn't mean it would come true. They were the one who was being too greedy. The person thought that they were not a filial daughter at all. The vehicle sped along the road. Far from the city, the car continued its journey. The car pressed on. The vehicle came to a halt. A man in the car thought to himself that he had found his treasure. The car idled outside the Hope Orphanage. The title card appeared, the unregistered. The credits for the 7th episode appeared. A young man asked if anyone could become one so easily. Someone said that you need to chop ingredients for a few years like Dong-soo. He hoped they would end up in other occupations. The man asked if they got it. He thought that they still have to earn a few pennies once they become adults and step foot into society, and that if Cho-young Eatery can become their comfort place, he guessed they'll have to reach that point first. A plate piled high with crispy pork sits ready to be eaten. Nearby, a child asks for spicy seafood noodles, while another exclaims how delicious the food looks. The table is filled with food. Hyung stands in the kitchen, ready to serve more crispy pork. Hyung says it is nice to see them. The president of the Hope Orphanage, Han Yong-woo, notes that Hyung is being too courteous. He adds that by next month, they will have accumulated enough funds to finally proceed with constructing the bathhouse. Han Yong-woo suggests that if they build it up to knee length, it would be convenient for the kids to wash up at once. He asks what Hyung thinks, noting that the children are getting along pretty well and that they're getting a bathhouse because of Soen. Han Yong-woo thinks to himself that he has no idea why Soen specifically caught his attention. A young girl eats while Han Yong-woo thinks about her background, wondering if there is an orphan without a painful upbringing. Han Yong-woo notes that among them, many kids were abused, but asks if they aren't doing well right now. Han Yong-woo is told that she will also mingle and play with the others, and that he shouldn't be too worried. He is told that if it bothers him, he can just raise her on his own. Han Yong-woo responds that he is not confident without his wife, and it might happen if he retires. Ha Young-min can hold up pretty well now, and if Dong-soo can follow in his footsteps, Han Yong-woo will think about it. He hopes so, and thinks it's about time for them to move, as there are more and more people interested in buying the land. Han Yong-woo is told that more and more are looking to drop out, so he is considering moving to a rural village. He is told that they better hurry. Han Yong-woo is told that a powerless man with treasure can be poisoned, and that the kids will be affected once the flies start investing. He says that he has recently started to look for a decent buyer and will negotiate for them to stay there until they find a good place. Han Yong-woo is told that is good thinking, and if there are any instances of flies lingering, to please contact him. Han Yong-woo understands, but says that will never happen. He is told that he knows he is not one to bluff, and that he has to get in touch with him. Okay? The man continued, wondering if any of the children at the orphanage were considering dropping out of school. He mused that simply living there might be enough reason for them to do so. He added that they might be acting oblivious, but living at the orphanage was reason enough for them to want to leave. The conversation shifted to the topic of the children getting singled out and bullied, with one person arguing that it wasn't their fault, but rather the fault of the elders. The speaker elaborated that the adults were to blame for treating the children differently based on their status. Meanwhile, another man stated that they should continue to watch over them, and if there was anyone who couldn't stand it or wanted to try out their line of work, they should be sent to him. He added that roughly 2 of them would be enough, which he considered good news. The man reiterated that the Hope Orphanage was the first priority, and he needed to make sure everything was ready. The date was October 30th, 2000. Elsewhere, a figure stood silhouetted against a large window, overlooking a city at night. The figure held an envelope, a sinister aura emanating from them. The envelope contained a letter, the text reading, "Foremost, we would like to thank you for your utmost cooperation. We are happy to inform you that all preparations are complete. We therefore invite you to visit our new land, filled with new light. We will inform you separately." The letter continued, "We will inform you of the time and venue, separately within 2 days." The letter was signed, "Sincerely, Guangmok." A closer view of the letter showed the full text and the signature of Guangmok. A lighter sparked to life. The figure held the letter to the flame, preparing to burn it. The letter burned, reduced to ashes. The date was August 11th, 2000. The clock on the wall read the time as it rang, and a sign read, "Welcome." Inside the restaurant, the kitchen staff continued their work. Meanwhile, one of the chefs wiped down the counter. Elsewhere, a flip phone displayed the name Princess on its screen as it began to ring. Answering the call, the chef greeted his father. He inquired about the preparations' progress and confirmed that he would be joining him the next morning, despite his work commitments. He ended the call, promising to talk more when they met. Elsewhere, at 9:30 p.m. on November 9th, a figure assured someone that he would make something for them. He urged them to eat slowly. The individual remarked that it had been a while since they had eaten black bean noodles, and they intended to eat to their heart's content. He considered that he could go there and make it for them, slowly. He recalled that it would take up to a year. He mused that perhaps this was his first time sending her off so far away. The man reflected that she didn't study abroad because of him, and he was going to eat his fill before he went. At 2:10 p.m. at Gimpo Airport, an announcement stated that the flight to Beijing would be departing shortly, and passengers should proceed to Gate AG to check in. A young woman waved goodbye, telling her father that she was going in now. He cautioned her to watch what food she ate and to always be careful around people. Elsewhere, the man in the suit smiled, wondering if someone was worried about him and how they felt about him joining them. He affirmed that he would, soon. At the gate, a woman waved goodbye, telling someone not to get sick. People continued to pass through the entry. The entrance remained busy with travelers. The man in the pinstripe suit stood in the airport, watching the departure gate. He thought to himself that sending her off didn't feel like sending her off to war, but it still felt unsettling. He hoped she would be able to protect herself. The scene shifted to nighttime in Beijing on November 9th, 2000. The door burst open. Dong Dong entered the hotel room, exclaiming that she was exhausted. A man followed behind her, carrying luggage. She then began speaking Mandarin, saying, "Good, good, fantastic." The man with her noted that she had already started using Mandarin. Elsewhere, a woman lay on a bed, telling the man next to her that she needed to start practicing. He suggested they practice something else. The woman stated that she was Yoon Seo-kwan, the one and only 5-star gigolo in Beijing. She thanked him for coming with her and told him she loved him. The man replied that it was cringe. He told her that he loved her too. Their hands intertwined. Back in the hotel room, the man commented that this also happens to premium hotels. He suggested they talk to the reception when they went down for dinner. For now, they embraced. Suddenly, they heard a noise. Dong Dong asked what that was. She wondered if they had left the windows open and why the luggage would drop. The man considered that even if they had left the windows open, maybe the wind knocked down the heavy luggage. The luggage fell again. The date was November 10th, 2000. In Beijing, at 12:55 p.m., the woman with long brown hair and her companion discussed their sightseeing plans. He suggested they visit the Forbidden City and the Great Wall of China. He held up a brochure for Beijing, and she conceded that the Great Wall would be their destination. Looking at a brochure, the woman considered their transportation options, noting that a taxi rental would cost about 400 yuan. She wondered if she should ask the front desk to call a taxi. Her companion reminded her that they were in the suburbs and that a world mystery was right in front of them, so it would be disappointing if they didn't visit. He mused on what Emperor Qin had been planning to carry out such a big construction, wondering if the recession had been that severe for the people. He then joked that they were going to have one hell of a hike. The woman stood up, declaring that they should get going if they had decided, as time was gold. Elsewhere, a man's eyes widened in shock. He realized he should have gone to the hospital before coming. Meanwhile, the man on the phone stated that they would be downstairs shortly, adding that it was a little uncomfortable to go to another country's hospital. Another man with glasses smiled, stating that they were in luck because the reception got them a tour guide, which was better than getting a taxi. He was asked why. He explained that their tour guide also drives a Mercedes-Benz, but his companion wondered if it would be pricey. The man responded that there wasn't much of a difference to a taxi, and they just needed to add an extra 100 yuan. The woman agreed that it wasn't an overkill and that they should go on a comfortable trip if it was just for an extra 100. The woman from the hotel walked with the tour guide and another man. The tour guide commented on the nice weather, suggesting it was perfect for a hike, but the woman seemed less enthusiastic. Meanwhile, Joe Gukbang waited in the car. Joe Gukbang introduced himself as their chauffeur for the day. The woman expressed surprise at the tour guide's fluency in Korean, and he revealed that his hometown was Heilongjiang. The tour guide confirmed that many ethnic Koreans lived in Heilongjiang. Joe Gukbang assured them that they would be in his care. The hotel worker asked them to wait a moment, impressed by the car. The tour guide thanked the hotel worker. The hotel worker was thanked again. Inside the car, one of the men remarked on the comfort, as expected of a Benz, while the other noted that the car hadn't even started moving yet. The woman thought that the interior was a little off, wondering if it should be a touring car. Joe Gukbang confirmed that they would be leaving now. The car then drove away. A bellhop stands outside, holding what appears to be a tip. The car idles, its brake lights glowing red. Inside the car, Dong Dong looks out the window. The title card appears, Invincible. The episode title card appears, Episode 8. Outside, a man with glasses remarks that buildings will fill the area soon. Inside the car, P states that it will happen because of the Olympics. The car continues down the road. Dong Dong tells the man with glasses that she thinks she needs to check the car, and he asks if something is the matter. The driver asks them to wait a moment. The driver wonders if the car is a Benz by its looks. The man with glasses tells Dong Dong that he is more worried that they might have to change their plans for today. The driver thinks he needs to give him a hand. The man with glasses tells the driver to look. Dong Dong thinks about the days ahead. The driver tells the man with glasses that they are here for quite a few days, and even if their plans are ruined, it could have been worse. As the woman watched from inside the car, another man exited the vehicle and walked away. Inside the car, the man with glasses sat across from her, seemingly relaxed. The man with glasses remarked that it was time to flex some muscles. Meanwhile, Dong Dong's eyes widened as she realized what was happening. Her expression shifted to one of terror. Suddenly, the man who had exited the car was struck by a vehicle. The man with glasses, now outside, looked back in confusion as the car sped away. The impact sent him sprawling. Inside the car, Dong Dong's eyes widened as she called out to the driver. She demanded that he stop the car. The driver ignored her pleas as he continued to accelerate, leaving the man with glasses behind. Dong Dong cried out in desperation. The man with glasses, now standing, watched the car speed away. He remained motionless as the car disappeared into the distance. The car crashed. Dong Dong screamed for the driver to stop the car. The driver ignored her pleas. He cursed under his breath, determined to continue. The driver pressed on, his focus solely on the road ahead. The car swerved violently. Dong Dong was thrown about in the back seat. The vehicle crashed. Dong Dong gasped for air, struggling to regain her composure amidst the wreckage. Elsewhere, the red vest aggressor, now bearing a fresh wound on his face, resolved to return to Seokwon, believing his target still lived. He knew he needed to aim for his chance. Despite his resolve, fear gnawed at him. Meanwhile, the man in the chef's uniform advised someone to stay focused and alert, even when cornered. The aggressor tried to keep calm, wondering why he was being kidnapped, and whether it was human trafficking or ransom, and how they knew him. Back in the car, the driver vowed to kill his target. He reached into a bag, rummaging for something. He realized he had used up all his coins when preparing to come here, so he would use something else instead. The businessman, teeth gritted, declares that he can aim at an angle if they are closer in distance. Meanwhile, a pair of hands, trembling slightly, grip a set of keys. A voice urges them to calm down and not be scared, stating that their force will be better with this weight. Elsewhere, a woman with dark hair, pulled back into a ponytail, looks up with a determined expression. Back with the keys, the person holding them pleads for help to get to safety. November 10th, 2000, Seoul, 12:55 p.m. Im Wapyeong announced he would go get some fresh air, excusing himself from the kitchen. He added that he would clean up the rest later. With a groan, Im Wapyeong stretched as he stepped outside. Meanwhile, a man on the street urged passersby to repent and turn to Jesus, trusting in their Father. The man continued to shout, telling them to turn to Jesus or burn in hell, as another man questioned how the love and forgiveness of God had become so narrow-minded. Im Wapyeong overheard someone saying that the man had turned away from his children, implying he had abandoned God's child, and that if it were true, he was not worthy to be trusted or followed. A woman remarked that the street preacher was passionate, but getting a little too loud, to which Im Wapyeong responded that it was hard to stand by his reverence. Im Wapyeong smiled slightly. He wondered if Madame believed in God, musing that his wife might fall for it. The woman stated that she believed in God, Buddha, and everyone that preaches good beliefs, or perhaps she believed in the sky. She added that depending on perspective, the name also differs, citing Im Wapyeong, Choyong's father, Peace Forest, boss of Choyong Eatery, Chinese cuisine chef, as an example. The woman wondered how many more names God would have if he were God, and if he wouldn't have different names across numerous countries and cultures, right? Im Wapyeong's eyes widened as he felt a sharp pain. The woman rushed to support Im Wapyeong, asking if he was feeling unwell. A man with slick back hair and a sinister smile dismisses the idea of indigestion, finding it nearly impossible. He elaborates, stating that his stomach is strong enough to digest steel due to his mastery of the 5 streams to sea technique. More than a stomach ache, he felt it was coming from the heart. Meanwhile, another man, looking up at the sky, hoped that nothing bad had happened. He insisted that he had led an honest life. The man continued to plead with the heavens, asking to be allowed to live peacefully, stating he would not resent even being thrown into the depths of hell. He continued his plea, asking the heavens to stop bothering him and to pay attention to those who had gone rogue in its name. A black car sped down a road. Inside the car, Suitman 1 smirked. In the rearview mirror, Suitman 1's eyes narrowed as he wondered what the end of hard work meant. The man in the back of the car sat quietly, thinking that it was difficult because her damned husband wouldn't leave her side. He resolved to finish things as soon as possible, no matter what happened if that punk was dead. Suitman 1 mused that the woman was rather expensive, wondering if he could embrace this expensive woman, but the head wouldn't allow it. Suitman 1 spoke into his phone, telling the person on the other end to open the door as he was there. The car approached a warehouse. The car stopped in front of the warehouse, and 3 figures stood waiting. Inside the warehouse, a man with a scar on his face stood with 2 others. The businessman exits the car, his men thanking him for his work. Inside the car, the woman remains. Meanwhile, the businessman instructs his men to finish up properly and suggests they go out for drinks. He then tells another to bring the woman in, calling her valuable. Elsewhere, Seek tells someone that he received a tip today, so he will do his best. He then greets someone, saying it is good to see them again. The car door opens. Suddenly, the car door is kicked open. Seek is struck. The force of the blow sends him flying through the air. The woman from the car runs away. Seek crashes to the ground. He coughs violently. His vision blurs as he struggles to breathe. The woman is struck by a blade. Seek is hit again. He lies on the ground, defeated. Seek lay defeated, and the woman stood over him, panting heavily. Meanwhile, the man in the suit spoke to her, calling her a bitch and stating that he was trying to hand her over quietly. He continued, stating that she was causing a scene. Suddenly, the woman's eye widened as she stared at a key. Suitman 1's face was shown, blood splattered on his face. More blood splattered across his face. He screamed in pain. Suitman 1 looked up, his face contorted in rage. The woman kicked him in the face. Her face was shown, her expression one of intense focus. The kick landed with brutal force. Suitman 1 fell to the ground. The woman screamed at him to die. She continued to breathe heavily. Suitman 1 lay on the ground, defeated. The young man, breathing heavily, stood among several men. Another man, holding a knife, approached him. The man with the knife lunged forward, but the young man dodged the attack. The young man's perspective shifted as he looked down at the fallen man. He reached into his jacket, pulling out a small knife. His eyes narrowed as he prepared to strike. He moved with incredible speed, closing the distance between himself and his target. The man cried out as he was struck. The young man's foot connected with another attacker. The force of the blow sent the attacker flying. Another man was struck, crying out in pain. The young man continued his assault, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. He glared down at one of his opponents, his expression filled with rage. He prepared to deliver another devastating blow. The young man launched himself forward, his movements a blur of speed and power. The blade pierces through flesh, eliciting a pained grunt. Staggering backward from the blow, the dominant figure in the red vest clutches at his leg, blood seeping through his fingers. Above, one of the subordinates shouts that he is crazy, warning that if he kills that bitch, they're all going to die. Meanwhile, another subordinate lies prone on the ground, as one of the men in suits demands if he wants him to stay put and do nothing. The man in the suit then wonders what they're talking about. Through gritted teeth, the dominant figure in the red vest declares that if he is dead, they're all going to die with him. One of the men wondered aloud if they were all going to die together. The aggressors believed that the woman wouldn't be able to fight like she did earlier. They decided to catch her for now. The men advanced on her. The woman dodged an attack. One of the men swung at her. One of the aggressors called her a crazy bitch, threatening to cut her down and shred every last one of them to pieces. The men continued their advance. One of the men wondered what the noise was. Suddenly, a car crashed through the wall. The men were sent flying. The driver called the woman a lunatic bitch. The car continued to accelerate. The men yelled for the car to stop. The car crashed into the men, and the driver cursed. The car sped away, leaving the bodies of the aggressors behind. The vehicle continued to accelerate. One of the men coughed, struggling to breathe. The car sped down the road. Inside the car, Dong Dong was determined. She thought to herself that she was coming to get Seo Kwon. Dong Dong realized that the route was almost a straight line, and she needed to turn right, then right again, then left. The car made a sharp turn. Dong Dong was focused on the road. Up ahead, a police car blocked the road. One of the officers wondered if this was okay. Dong Dong was in disbelief, realizing she had just killed a few people, but justified it as self-defense. She knew that if she wanted to find Seo Kwon, she needed to contact her dad. The police officer stood in the road, blocking the car's path. Dong Dong continued to drive towards the police. As the police approached, Dong Dong yelled for help, identifying herself as Korean. Dong Dong, desperate, reaches out, pleading for help. Nearby, a police officer subdues a suspect. The officer notices Dong Dong. Seeing the officer, Dong Dong cries out for a phone. She begs the officer to let her make a call, desperate to use their phone. The officer wonders if they should use English. Dong Dong continues to plead, telling them she's been kidnapped and will die if she can't get help. She repeats her need to use the officer's phone, her voice filled with urgency. The officer hands her the phone, and Dong Dong thanks them. She frantically dials a number, hoping someone will answer. Suddenly, she is struck violently. The phone slips from her grasp as she falls to the ground. Elsewhere, the police officer who Dong Dong asked for help is being berated by another man. He calls his subordinates pathetic for failing to catch one woman and mentions that she scratches Ben's. He orders them to cuff her at the back, saying that she whips up hidden weapons out of nowhere. The phone is shown to be dialing a number. The man continues to yell at the police officer, saying that because of her, 3 of his men are dead. He tells the officer to prepare themselves and that they will pay for this. The police officer, Su Bingbing, thought she should have sent backup, but she hadn't anticipated the situation escalating this far. She contacted Renming Hospital, questioning why they had to use a truck driver. She instructed the person on the other end to have him drag Dong Dong back before she caused any more trouble. Su Bingbing stood firm, listening intently. Su Bingbing identified herself over the phone, confirming that they had safely retrieved the item. She told the person on the other end to have a good rest, but then muttered to herself in frustration. The officer holding Dong Dong reported that they needed to deliver her in pristine condition. He lamented that they had lost some manpower and were already in a difficult situation. Su Bingbing knew she needed to file another report about this. She thought that the elder would probably pardon her since she had gained his trust. She reminded herself that she made direct contact with the elder, unlike others in the Longmen Center, and was sure he would forgive her. The date was December 11th, 2000, at 10 a.m. Meanwhile, in another location, a chef thought to himself that his task was harder than he had anticipated, as he was told to snap faster. The chef looked off to the side, a slight smile on his face. The chef was on the phone, and he was shocked by what he heard. He asked if they needed a passport or a visa to Myeongdong. The chef confirmed that he would come over right now. The chef's subordinates called out to him, asking if he was all right and if something had happened. Our Cho-young looked concerned. Cho-young hoped that everything would be okay and that nothing had happened to her. The date was December 12th, 2000, at 2 a.m. The city stood silent, the events of the night before casting a long shadow over its skyline. Inside one of its homes, a figure sat motionless on a sofa, lost in thought. The man's face contorted in anguish as he muttered, "Oh no." His anger flared, and he demanded to know why she was there. The man's expression softened slightly, but his inner turmoil was evident. Driven by desperation, he rose to his feet and began to pace. Jianjin's voice cracked as he pleaded for Choyong's return. He begged for her to be sent back, even if she had gone willingly. Jianjin's face was etched with a mixture of sorrow and determination. He vowed to bring her back the next day, but a voice in his head told him, "You can't." He was willing to accept any punishment, so long as she returned. The scene shifts to Beijing, where a hospital stands against the skyline. Inside Renmin Hospital, a group gathers around a patient's bedside, their expressions somber as they look upon Seokwan. Yoon Dae-soo, Sukwan's father, stood nearby, his face etched with concern. Memories flashed through Dae-soo's mind, a stark contrast to Sukwan's current state. He thought back to when he had asked Seokwan how he ended up like this. Consumed by grief, Dae-soo gripped the bed railing, urging Seokwan to open his eyes to recognize that his father was there. Dae-soo was told that he shouldn't break down, and that he should stay strong so Seokwan would wake up. Nearby, medical staff looked on with grim expressions. One of the doctors somberly explained that Seokwan wouldn't be able to use his hand, and that his organs were severely damaged. The doctor apologized, stating that there was no way to help him other than reducing his pain. The doctor admitted that he didn't know how Seokwan was still breathing with such a fatal injury. He added that Seokwan might be unconscious, but he's suffering from indescribable pain, and that he would be at peace if he'd let go, but somehow, he's holding on. He was told that Seokwan must have been waiting for both of them to arrive. Now that his next of kin has arrived, the doctor believed it would be best to send him off in peace, noting that the patient may get cardiac arrest due to the shock and that he wouldn't be able to perform CPR on him. The doctor was urgently summoned as Sukwan's condition worsened. Seokwan struggled to breathe, his body convulsing. Dae-soo, overwhelmed with grief, demanded to know why everyone was just standing around. The doctor reiterated that there was nothing more they could do for Seokwan, urging Dae-soo to prepare himself mentally. Dae-soo's anguish was palpable as he called out Sukwan's name. The doctor somberly stated that there was nothing they could do to help. Dae-soo refused to accept this, declaring that he could make Seokwan wake up for one last moment together. He was warned, however, that the method would cause Seokwan even more pain. Dae-soo, overcome with emotion, leaned in close to Seo-kwon, acknowledging that it wouldn't save his life. He then asked if he would like to proceed and hear his son's last words. Dae-soo was visibly torn, tears streaming down his face. Seo-kwon coughed weakly, seemingly trying to say something, prompting the question of whether Dae-soo would let his son pass away with regrets. With a heavy heart, Dae-soo gave his consent. Dae-soo approached Soo-kwon's bedside. Dae-soo leaned in close to his son. Dae-soo, accompanied by another man, continues to administer aid to Seo-kwon, who lies in bed, heavily bandaged. Dae-soo maintains his focused attention on Seo-kwon. Energy flows from Dae-soo's hand into Soo-kwon's chest. The energy intensifies, becoming a conduit between the two men. Soo-kwon's body glows with the transferred energy. Soo-kwon's eyes flutter slightly. His eyes snap open, and he gasps. Seo-kwon coughs, struggling to speak as Dae-soo leans in, urging him to speak. Seo-kwon, barely conscious, acknowledges Dae-soo's presence and apologizes to his father. Dae-soo, overcome with emotion, tells Seo-kwon not to speak like that, expressing his pride. Seo-kwon manages to utter the word father before gasping again. With his last breaths, Seo-kwon calls out to Dae-soo, referring to him as father-in-law. Dae-soo assures Seo-kwon that he has done his best and that he will handle everything else, urging him to rest. Seo-kwon asks Dae-soo to tell his mother that he loves her and then makes a final request. If Dae-soo ever sees Cho-young in the future, to love her as he does now. With his last words, Seo-kwon asks Dae-soo to look into his eyes. The dying man, despite his injuries, vowed to find and kill the one responsible for his suffering, reassuring someone that he knew what needed to be done. He was determined to make sure his tormentor would never forget who he had messed with, not until his last breath. With his last words, he uttered father, as if reaching out to a distant memory. Someone cried out Soo-kwon's name in anguish as he passed away. The cry echoed with raw emotion, a desperate denial of Soo-kwon's death. As Soo-kwon's life slipped away, he managed a final, strained farewell. Under the cover of night, a building stood silently beneath the moon's glow. A car screeched to a halt outside. A woman in a security uniform stepped out of the vehicle. The woman was met by two men, one carrying a large duffel bag and the other pulling a suitcase. The men loaded the bags into the car's trunk as the woman supervised. Nearby, another figure confirmed that their task was complete. The woman was instructed to burn everything, leaving nothing behind in the garage. She was reminded to take special care with the credit cards and passports, lest greed overtake them. She was warned that their own survival depended on leaving no trace. The woman instructed them to take 10 days off and have fun once everything was over, but to stay in contact. One of the men thanked her and asked if they could keep the car. She called them scoundrels, reminding them that they knew what they were getting into, but they could do whatever they wanted. The woman warned them not to drink on the job until they were finished, adding that there would be no saving them if they caused trouble while intoxicated. As the man opened the car door, the woman told him that she would notify him once this was done. She thought to herself that if there were guys like these in the national defense team, then she wouldn't have to clean this crap. The car sped off into the night. The car continued to drive away. The two cars sped down the highway at night. Inside the lead vehicle, the suit man smoked a cigarette, his expression unreadable. He scoffed, finding the world a joke, lamenting that some people get to drive a Benz while others drive a wagon. The man with slick back hair, riding shotgun, stated that they were the big shots. He suggested that if they cleaned the car, they could also hook up with girls. The suit man was offered a beer. The slick-back-haired man told him to stop being ridiculous, asking what would happen if he lost the wheel. He reminded him that their leaders said not to drink on the job. The suit man asked if he was the one driving, then asked for some of the beer. The suit man exclaimed that the beer was good. He suggested that since they had plenty of time to kill, they should head for Chengdu, saying that the lifestyle there was great and there were a lot of hostess bars. Ahead, the driver of the pursuing car noticed something. He realized that the car in front was full of psychos. The driver of the pursuing car wondered how fast they were going. The slick-back-haired man ordered him to swerve to the other lane until they got past them. The pursuing car sped up, closing the distance. The slick-back-haired man in the pursuing car remarked that these bastards were so eager to die. He then yelled to look in front. The driver of the pursuing car looked ahead, his eyes wide with alarm. The pursuing car swerved violently to avoid a collision. The car crashed violently into a barrier, sending debris flying. The impact sent the vehicle spinning into the air, luggage flying from its trunk. The luggage tumbled through the air, the car's tail lights visible in the distance. Far away, a woman stood on a rooftop, simply stating, yes. The woman, holding a phone to her ear, acknowledged that things had happened accordingly, and assured the person on the other end that she would take their word for it. She reflected on the doctor's assurance that the surgery went well, but questioned why she felt the way she did. Meanwhile, a servant informed her that her husband was about to arrive home. She thanked them and asked that dinner be prepared. The woman reassured herself that there was nothing to worry about. At the China-Korea Embassy-designated hospital, a man wondered aloud why the accident had to happen during his shift. Park Won-cheol, of the consular sector, cursed this damned country, and expressed disbelief that this had happened. Elsewhere, a man was informed that Mr. M had arrived. The man asked him if he really needed to go check for himself. He was told that they had his passport and could confirm his identity through fingerprint ID. The businessman, Consul Park, was asked for 3 favors: to see the autopsy record, to be introduced to the leading investigators, and to arrange a meeting with the chauffeur who had ditched his son-in-law. That's when the man revealed that he knew the chauffeur committed a misconduct, but he wanted to hear about the incident from him. He assured Consul Park that if he did this for him, he wouldn't cause any more trouble. Consul Park believed he could resolve the situation with a few phone calls, but he wondered if the man was going to investigate the matter on his own, despite being a commoner in a foreign country. He thought he should find out the truth to soothe his vengeful spirit. He knew he had to know the leading detective, so he could know the outcome of the case and not have to bother Consul Park all the time. He believed the deaths of his daughter and son-in-law were not separate incidents, but their deaths could be written off as 2 separate cases. He vowed to catch the culprits. Consul Park stated that given the circumstances, the man was handling this very calmly, so he trusted him and then directed him to follow. The 2 men walked towards the mortuary. Consul Park leaned against the wall outside the mortuary. He thought to himself that he didn't have to go as far as seeing the dead bodies. The door to the mortuary opened. The man who had been speaking with Consul Park entered the mortuary, visibly distraught. Inside, the man confirmed that it was them, and Consul Park was relieved that he was fine. The man realized that it was their Cho-young. Consul Park thought that he must be in despair and feeling like breaking down, and decided to step away to let him have some rest. The man, however, decided that he needed to go to the police bureau. He understood that he could head there straight away, as he had informed them in advance. Inside the vehicle, the man in the green sweater sat quietly, his gaze fixed downward as he traveled to the police bureau. A memory surfaced. He recalled the question: how much pain was she in? How cold did she feel? The man remembered seeing her body on the examination table, realizing she was still experiencing pain even after her death. He thought to himself that he had no way to help her now, and that she should forget everything and pass all her unresolved resentment to her father. He recalled the words, "Forget all the pain of this land and live happily with your mother and Seo-kwan." He remembered being told that earthly things no longer mattered to her, and that whatever actions her father was about to commit, she should just let them be. But he refused. He knew he needed to preserve this anger, wondering how he was supposed to resolve this resentment if he wasted energy on this emotion. He recalled the words, "Don't even think about wasting precious time, Wapyeong. It's not too late to do it when you're about to die." At the Beijing Police Bureau investigation room, the man in the green sweater confirmed that the victim was his daughter. The officer acknowledged that she was his daughter. The officer stated that they would try their best to catch the criminals and end this investigation as soon as possible, but that the procedure would take about 3 to 4 days. The officer thought that Wapyeong was impressive, being in a situation where no one could ever stay composed. The officer continued, stating that the man saw what they did to his child, and that these people were inhumane and deserved to be locked up. He added that this was an oblique crime that brought down the national prestige of the Republic of China, and that they would catch the criminals and execute them with a firing squad. The officer assured Wapyeong that he believed he would do so. He then provided the address where he was staying at Consul Park, adding that he was sure Wapyeong was busy, but he hoped he would contact him right away if he found any clues. As a father with a daughter, he would comply with his requests. The sergeant thanked him, saying he would be relying on him. He then offered his name card, telling him to please give him a call if he faced any difficulties during his stay. To receive a name card at the first meeting in the public security sector was a huge sign of goodwill. Still, the officer thought, this gentleman seemed to have a bizarre power. Wapyeong expressed his gratitude, stating that he would never forget the officer's benevolence for taking care of him in many ways. The officer told him not to worry about it, and that he would use everything in his power to catch the culprit. Wapyeong affirmed that he would trust his authority and wait, but internally, he thought that there was not a chance. The door to a hotel room burst open. Inside, the room was spacious and well-appointed. A figure stood near a window, a suitcase resting on the floor nearby. The man walked towards the bed, another suitcase at his feet. He paused, lost in thought. The man walked towards the door. He paused again, his gaze fixed on the suitcases. He picked up the suitcases, noting that the room was clean. The man's expression hardened. The title card read, "Outrageous." The man in the red vest was speaking in Mandarin, noting that he had never heard of a taxi service like that. He suspected it might be a trial run of a new service and figured the young couple knew the taxi driver when they greeted him openly. He asked if the other man remembered what the driver looked like, since his daughter had greeted him openly. The other man apologized, saying he only focused on the hotel guests and served many customers that day. He offered to do a favor, hoping it might arouse some memories. The man in the red vest asked if he could wait until afternoon. He thought perhaps the doorman who was there that day might remember something, but now wasn't the time of his shift. The man in the red vest offered the hotel employee a voucher, stating that if the employee knew anything about his friend, this would be his treat. The hotel employee accepted the voucher. The employee assured him that he wasn't a stingy man. He understood that the man in the red vest believed he had a good memory and knew something. He would be counting on him and would return to the lobby to see him by then. Meanwhile, the man in the brown jacket thought to himself that there must be a clue. The hotel employee asked how he could help him, and the man in the red vest requested to check out of room 1303. The employee asked him to wait a moment. The employee handed him the receipt. The receipt showed that the total fees charged included one night and services used. The employee explained that the guest used a 2-night hotel voucher for their suite room and that they were going to move to single rooms on the 3rd night. The employee asked if they weren't supposed to charge from the 3rd night onwards. However, they went off the grid, and he wondered about the hotel voucher. Someone expressed relief that there were no screw-ups, finding it funny how anxious they were. The woman explained that perhaps it pricked their guilty conscience, but they apologized. They even compensated them with a 5-star hotel voucher. The hotel had branches in China, so she went ahead and decided the time and deposit, and everything worked out. It was out of character for Cho-yeon to book a luxurious hotel, given her personality and spending patterns. That hotel voucher. The man in the brown jacket was getting a health checkup. He knew the other guy's plans. They extracted plenty of his blood and said it was an error, claiming they accidentally swapped his data with someone else's. Reward. The man seethed, realizing they had even compensated their victims with a 5-star hotel voucher, masking their true business, organ trafficking. He questioned if that hotel voucher had been issued from South Korea. He recalled that the free hotel voucher was valid for a full year and could be used all around the world. He remembered the woman calling him 2 nights ago, thrilled with the hotel room. He then asked if she could help him find out who issued the voucher. The woman expressed her desire to at least greet the person who had allowed her to stay at such a great place during her last moments, but the man apologized, saying that she really did not have a way. Instead, the man offered to give her a hotel voucher serial number, suggesting she inquire about it at the issuing company in Korea to find some information. The woman thanked him profusely. Thankfully, he remembers, because he's a Mercedes-Benz chauffeur, Im Wapyeong stared at him for some time. But the strange thing is, he tried to call the chauffeur for the guests who seemed like they'd leave good tips, but the chauffeur rejected all of his requests. That day, he was on the phone with someone for the entire day, but he'd only moved twice. He wasn't sure if those were the people who used his services, but he remembers it was definitely the young couple. He was on standby until the hotel booking confirmation was done, and he had never seen him since that day. This wasn't coincidental, but they aimed for Cho-yeon from start. This means these bastards don't only operate in China. The man offered to come and ask him if he needed anything. Just you wait. I will chase down every single one of you and make you pay. He sat alone in the waiting area, lost in thought. The man's expression was unreadable. Dae-soo approached him, suggesting that Im Wapyeong should have come with him. Dae-soo asked if he had eaten anything, but the man replied that he hadn't planned to. Dae-soo insisted that they should go eat, stating that only after eating would they have the energy to find more clues, and that he would eat with him. The two men sat down at a table to eat. They began to eat. Dae-soo ate with a grim expression. The man remained silent as he ate. Dae-soo thought to himself that he needed to keep going. The two men continued to eat in silence. Dae-soo questioned whether it was rational for Seok-won to work at the overseas branch, noting that it had only been 2 years since he started working for that company and that it was too early to get appointed overseas as an accountant for a joint venture company. Dae-soo continued, judging from the scale of Hyun-Sun Electronics, he thought it was still too early for him, but it's not extremely rare either, so he asked why the man asked. The man asked Dae-soo to keep calm and hear what he had to say, stating that he didn't think the incident that happened to their kids was simply accidental. Dae-soo slammed his hands on the table, demanding to know what the man was talking about. The businessman in the brown jacket continued, suggesting that if all these events were not coincidental, Dae-soo's friend might be the one meddling with Hyun-sung's HR affairs. He warned Dae-soo that if anything went wrong, he might be in danger. The man in the brown jacket reassured Dae-soo that he wasn't someone who didn't understand the realities of the business industry, telling him not to worry. Elsewhere, someone considered the situation, wondering if it was truly a personnel appointment and if the health checkup was truly necessary for the family. They also considered the hotel vouchers given out as compensation for re-examination errors and asked that someone look into them. Dae-soo acknowledged the information, stating that he understood there was someone he knew in Hyun-Sun Electronics. He resolved to go back and find out, warning Wapyeong to be careful and not to act rashly, advising him to take his time and make sure nobody found out. Dae-soo added that Wapyeong couldn't even tell that friend of his. Meanwhile, the Beijing Police Bureau stood tall. Inside, a sign indicated the traffic section. Inside the traffic section, a police officer was sleeping at his desk. Moments later, another man approached him, excusing himself and asking if he was looking for Section Chief Su Bingbing and if he knew where she was. The officer, startled, asked what the man was there for, stating that he came at Sergeant Wong's recommendation and had an appointment. The officer, surprised, took the man's card. He then told him, "Yes, mister. Let me guide you. Please come." As they walked, the officer remarked that they say the section chief is in a rather decent position and that she looks younger than he'd expected. The pair were then greeted by a voice saying, "Hello there." The officer responded that he was introducing Wapyeong, the person he'd mentioned on the phone earlier. The unseen person asked Wapiyoung to have a seat. Inside the police station, the woman sat at her desk as a man stood nearby. The man introduced himself as Wapiyoung, the person who had called earlier. Wapiyoung was invited to take a seat. He was informed that they had tried to contact the people he requested, but no one had answered. The woman explained that the truck driver drove for a living, making it difficult to track his whereabouts. She stated that the South Korean Police Department was allowing the distribution of internal documents without discretion. She added that even though she had asked him to come because the police agency had requested it, he was overstepping the line. She apologized, hoping he would consider her circumstances. Wapiyoung was told that the accident wasn't the truck driver's fault, but rather her son-in-law's, who had ignored traffic laws. She questioned why he was so persistent about meeting them and asked if he was planning to beat them up. Wapiyoung denied this, stating that he only hoped not to have any regrets. Elsewhere, someone was troubled that a certain bastard had interfered and died. If he were alive, they could have covered up the case as a common kidnapping. Wapiyoung was informed that the truck's last known location was a passageway to the Great Wall of China. The woman questioned why her son-in-law would be running in the middle of the road in a place with no attractions nearby, suggesting there must be a reason. The woman stated that she simply wanted to hear the truck driver's perspective of the accident. The man in the shadows revealed that the son-in-law had been chasing down the people who kidnapped his daughter, implying it would be logical for him to go after them. The woman stated that she was the one who wrote the witness statement, and there were only statements about her son-in-law suddenly running down the road. She wondered if the man in the shadows had laughed. The woman stated that there was nothing left for them to investigate. She expressed her sorrow for what had happened to Wapiyoung's daughter, but she didn't think this was something she could help him with. The man in the shadows told her not to tell him that the police chief went out of her way to handle a simple car accident case. The man considered the implications of the MNC and General Hospital being connected. He knew they were in China, a place where nothing goes unsolved without Guanxi. Meanwhile, at the police station, Wapiyoung was being addressed by an officer. The officer stated that he had nothing else to tell Wapiyoung. Wapiyoung apologized. Wapiyoung asked the officer to contact him whenever there was an update on the case. The officer agreed. Wapiyoung thanked him, stating he would be waiting for his call. Wapiyoung knew he shouldn't act rashly and alert the wrong people. He considered that if they were indeed involved or had one bit of connection related to this, he needed to be careful. Elsewhere, Suitman 1 hoped they could enjoy the remainder of their time. Suitman 1 couldn't let things go south. He wondered where Lee Junming, that jackass, had gone off to. He vowed that if he caught him, he'd be dead meat. Someone vowed that even if it meant saving their own life, the other would die in their hands. At the Embassy of the People's Republic of China in Beijing, a figure sat at a table. Suitman 1 stood nearby, holding a white bag. He stated that it was complete. The figure at the table reached for the bag. The figure muttered, seemingly in distress, calling out Cho-Yong. The figure, hunched over in a chair, continued to call out Cho-Yong. The dominant figure, consumed by grief and rage, wondered if he had failed the person he was mourning. Clutching the white bag, he lamented that he should have looked after his baby. He pleaded for someone to wait for him, even if it meant waiting until the end. His eyes burning with hatred, he vowed to make those responsible pay the same price for what they had done. Meanwhile, Consul Park sighed, seemingly burdened by a difficult situation. Elsewhere, Mr. M entered a building. Consul Park expressed his gratitude to someone who brushed it off and then asked for one last favor. The consul was asked if he was sure he wanted to meet them, but the man insisted that meeting them would do no good, reminding the other of a promise. Consul Park sighed again, stating he would give it to him for the sake of the promise. He handed over an envelope, instructing the recipient to burn it without opening it. The man took the envelope, bowing slightly in acknowledgement. He walked away, lamenting that he couldn't save her and that it was his fault. At Gimpo Airport, someone called out to Wapiyoung, indicating they should go that way. Wapiyoung and another figure walked through the airport. The scene returns to the memorial hall, where photographs of the deceased are displayed. Below, 2 men in suits bow their heads in respect. The camera shifts to another angle, showing more men in suits paying their respects. Incense burns in a large pot. The memorial hall is filled with wreaths and floral arrangements. A photograph shows a smiling woman and a man with glasses, both flashing peace signs. Meanwhile, Dae-soo sits alone on a bench, smoking a cigarette. Someone asks Dae-soo if he feels better when he smokes. Dae-soo replies that he hasn't touched a cigarette in 10 years and should quit. Dae-soo's cigarette butts litter the ashtray. Elsewhere, a man tells Dae-soo not to rush and to ask the question casually, as if he doesn't care. He adds that if things go south, there might be a day where he will be on the news and that he will be needing Dae-soo's strength when the time comes. Dae-soo is asked what he means by Wapiyoung. The man tells Dae-soo to wait and not tell him, stating that all he has in this world is Cho-Yong. Dae-soo reflects that since his wife passed, his child is the only person who makes his heart beat and is the reason why he is alive today. Dae-soo continues, stating that he is now left with nothing and is a ghost. Dae-soo stands with another man in a suit. The man tells Dae-soo that they should reveal the truth and throw them into prison, and that all they have to do is put them on the gallows. Daesu sighs, stating that there is something the man is not aware of. An envelope is presented, and the narrator reflects on the contents. Though he believes the recipient doesn't need to know, he ultimately decides it's best that they do. The man from before reads the letter, his expression shifting as he takes in the information. The letter's contents cause him to collapse to his knees, overwhelmed by what he has learned. Clutching the letter, he repeats the words, this, as the weight of the revelation crushes him. He whispers about his babies, revealing there were two. His hand clenches the letter tightly, crumpling the paper. The text explains that under the presumption of organ trafficking, the heart is the first organ to be extracted from the body. The extraction occurs while the body is still alive and is immediately transferred to the person who needs a heart transplant. A heart transplant requires advanced medical technology, and unless the donor and recipient are compatible, the transplant procedure will fail. The text continues, stating that the donor and recipient should at least have the same blood type, and their respective heart sizes should be similar. In reference to past successful cases, the donor and recipient are most likely to be women with similar body structures and builds. The focus of this case will be on the heart transplant, though other organs being extracted include the lungs, liver, stomach, pancreas, kidneys, and eyeballs. These organs are transferable body parts, and under the assumption the surgery has... The text concludes that the surgery would require a facility with cutting-edge medical equipment, and that the victim is 5 weeks pregnant. The man stands on a rooftop, the sky a mix of colors behind him. His face is etched with grief as tears stream down his face. Daesu stood over the body, the sky a pale backdrop to his grim task. Tears streamed down Daesu's face as he struggled to contain his grief. Daesu knelt beside the fallen man, lamenting that the pain and suffering of their children had ended, but wondering if their grandchildren were now in pain. Daesu trembled with emotion. He looked down at the crumpled paper in his hand, a question forming in his mind. Daesu was informed that none of this could be reported to the news outlets, and that he would also cooperate. Daesu questioned why this was happening, realizing it was a diplomatic issue between two countries and that this was the only way he could retort. Daesu was told he could travel without any worries, but that he could not tell anyone about this. Daesu realized he had no choice but to comply and asked Wapyeong what he should do now, as he might also be in danger for this. Daesu was reminded that he was the master of yoga and a martial arts expert. Daesu was told that they understood where he was coming from, and that he should find out and wrap up what he was asked for last time, but to not involve himself more than necessary. Daesu was told that everything related to this incident would be enough. Daesu was reminded that general hospitals have doctors and MNCs have management teams, so he wouldn't be able to confront them with a normal approach. He was warned to be careful, because if they found out he was snooping behind their backs, they would. Suitman 1 states that he does not plan to reveal the truth yet, and will strike once those responsible forget about the situation. He instructs someone to slowly and discreetly take action, but not to give up. He vows to forever engrave the matter into their bones, ensuring they never forget that there are still people who remember. Meanwhile, the person he is speaking with assures him that they understand and will make sure not to interfere with his plans. Elsewhere, Dong Dong is in a hospital bed, while Woman 1 is seen knocking on the door. Woman 1 enters the room, and Dr. Wu-Sang asks how she is feeling. Dong Dong replies that she feels fine and does not feel any discomfort. She recalls that Dr. Wu-Sang was initially worried since she was an elderly patient, but the surgery ended successfully. Dr. Wu-Sang notes that if they were to publish a medical research journal, her case would be listed as the most successful surgery. Dong Dong wonders why he brought up her age. Dr. Wu-Sang explains that they could have gotten a compatible heart in China, and he was a little dubious when she wanted a heart donation from South Korea, but he can fully understand her intentions. The doctor tells Dong Dong that since she had a heart transplant, in the next 6 months, good choices will make good results, so she may look forward to it. He adds that they will discharge her from the hospital once all her test results deem it so. Dong Dong thanks him for his hard work, and says that she will be counting on him from now on. The scene shifts to a restaurant where customers are seated at tables. Inside the kitchen, a female chef looks on with a blank expression as another chef works. Another chef is seen preparing a dish. One of the chefs asks if another is just going to stand there and make the customers wait. Inside the kitchen, chefs work diligently. Nearby, another chef confirmed that the chili chicken was ready to be served. The dish sizzled as it was prepared. Meanwhile, outside, the lights of Choyong Eatery glowed. Back inside, one of the chefs told the boss that it was time for him to take over the store. The boss seemed surprised by this suggestion. He reminded them that taking over after his retirement was nothing special, as they had already discussed it. The boss continued, explaining that once they finished up the training and took over Choyong, he planned to go on a backpacking trip. Afterwards, he would join Hope Orphanage to help out the president, cooking for the children and teaching them yoga. He urged them to listen carefully from then on. The boss stated that there was no such thing as a free lunch, and that he was just lending. He added that they needed to repay him as much as they borrowed, but since they had been working hard, he would charge them free of interest. The boss hoped that they would establish a trusted Chinese restaurant franchise. He added that Dongsu and Incheol would have to become the main chefs soon, and once they opened the second and third franchises, he hoped all orphanage orphans would open up Chinese restaurants all over the nation. If they were feeling pressured, they could change it into a partnership, splitting the shares in a 7-to-3 ratio. The boss stated that he would transfer his shares to the orphanage chief and come back for the funds once he was old and broke. He thought about the kids, realizing they would be shocked by the sudden news and would start worrying about their futures. The boss was entrusting money with them. He told the high-end that their responsibility was important and that they needed to help assist and look after the kids who wanted to get a certification or advance their studies, making sure they wouldn't have to worry about the funds. He urged them to make sure the first branch was successful and also to find their own happiness. The restaurant boss reminisced about Audrey Hepburn, sharing a quote she left for her children about helping others. He then told the high-end that she needed to find more happiness in life, believing that if she were happier, the other kids would also become happier themselves. The boss then exclaimed that he was getting old, and even a young lady couldn't handle his sappiness. He instructed everyone to gather at Hope Orphanage the next day to look after the kids and run some errands. Elsewhere, Suitman 1 arrived at Century Bank to request a withdrawal. He asked that the money be given to him in cash, even if it meant carrying a large amount. At another location, the dominant figure Red Vest asked what the woman had to say. He remarked that he didn't know which woman she was, but she was in luck, implying that she was going to be used for his purposes. He continued, noting that she was working hard to make money, but her guy was using it all up. He continued, saying that it's not like she's an extravagant person and she won't fall behind with that face, implying that she has a shitty fate. The dominant figure Red Vest then handed her 300,000 won, stating that he would add some debt to the troublemakers. He instructed her to go console them and make them work, then slowly make her own line of girls, adding that it would take up to 5 or 6 years at most. He told her that she wouldn't need to train any girls, so she should pay up the monthly rent. The dominant figure Red Vest continued, suggesting she could marry a pushover and become a second wife, but he urged her to work hard and reopen the bakery, leaving the decision up to her. As the woman thanked him, calling him president, he internally cursed her. Elsewhere, a woman thanked someone, calling him president. The dominant figure Red Vest thought to himself that she had been living well and now came back in a ditch, calling it luck. He then thought to himself that if the poor girl held out, one day she would do good. The dominant figure Red Vest sat alone, smoking a cigarette, his expression unreadable. He continued to smoke, an exclamation mark appearing in his thought bubble. The dominant figure Red Vest told someone to get out of his face and redo their makeup, stating he was scared a female ghost was roaming about. He then walked away with a suitcase. Elsewhere, Seek was greeted by someone who said it had been a while. The meeting began with the clinking of glass as a dark liquor was poured. As the glasses were filled, one man inquired if the other had heard the news, implying that he had been invited. The man with slick back hair responded that he had only invited those who were close to Cho Yong, implying that the other attendees were not. The man with the receding hairline took a sip of his drink, remarking that he must have a favor to ask, given the circumstances. The slick-haired man revealed that he had brought 200 million won and planned to bring about 4 more of those. The man with the receding hairline questioned why he was dipping his hand in money laundering, despite being wealthier than him. The slick-haired man responded that he was going to launder money, but he wasn't doing this to evade tax, but for his own reasons. The man with the receding hairline was told that he would keep the money and hand it over to someone else. The slick-haired man explained that this was why he was doing this, because those bastards were more vicious than a viper. He then asked if it was true that trashy bastards like them existed, stating that they really chose the wrong person to mess with. The man with the receding hairline was asked if he was going to kill them. The slick-haired man declared that he would kill every single one of them, even the Chinese ones. The man with the receding hairline was told that he was already past his prime and now he was going to cause a bloodbath, questioning if he thought he could do it. The slick-haired man responded that he would be putting his body to work in a few months and would be good as new. The man with the receding hairline agreed, stating that he was once the greatest man in the world. He then mentioned that he heard the other man was still whipping wooden chopsticks. The slick-haired man was told that he was super famous among his lackeys and that a pool of ladies was also dying to meet him. The man with the receding hairline had to stop them since they were biting more than they could chew, and they would be coming over in a bit if he wanted him to introduce them. He was told that it was unnecessary, given the situation. The man with the receding hairline told the slick-haired man to at least let himself go and have some fun, as it was not like he had anything to lose. He suggested that he give them a smile or two, even if it was awkward. The slick-haired man was then asked if he needed anything, and he responded that he could forget it if he could lend him a hand on this. He was told that anytime he just needed to give him a call, and he would send the money right away. The man with slick back hair requested a car with fake license plates and a burner phone, also asking for a house to be transferred into his name and then sold cheaply. He assured his associate that he would, of course, pay. Suitman 1 was told that acquiring those items would be a piece of cake, and he was asked what else he needed, to which he responded by asking about the grid. Suitman 1 was told that he was very crafty and meticulous. Suitman 1 stated that he would contact the other man if he needed anything and told him not to be intimidated. The other man thanked him, but Suitman 1 dismissed it as nonsense. The man with slick back hair said that he would be in touch. Suitman 1 was asked why he was leaving already and why he wouldn't stay for a meal and some drinks. Suitman 1 responded that he had many preparations to make. He was told that he was meticulous when it came to preparing and that it looked like they would have to drown in vodka next time. Suitman 1 was also told that he was quite a grudge holder, but he stated that he never sees himself in that light. Suitman 1 was asked if he had never heard of a famous saying, that a scoundrel never forgets his resentment. He was then asked when he would stop by again, and was told that he could come later in the day and they would have a drink. Suitman 1 said that he had a glass of Mao Tai at a friend's house, and that it was about time for him to accept a glass of Chivas Regal from the other man. Outside, a car idled near a building. Inside a building, a person sat at a table. A spread of food was laid out on a table. Kimbap rolls sat on a tray. A figure walked down a staircase. Inside a room lined with compartments, a man is told that his old man is here. Meanwhile, another man says he brought kimbap, his favorite, and some seokwan. The scene shifts to a man sitting alone in a room. Elsewhere, a CD-ROM player is shown. The man from before is seen again, and a message urges him to consider this and look above, stating that the moon represents his heart. He is seen listening to something, wishing he could have just one more day like this. The man is told that someone has moved across the street and will stop by more often. The view shifts to a house. The scene changes again, this time to a shirtless man standing in front of a bathroom sink. The man stares into the mirror. His gaze is intense. He begins to shave. The man continues shaving and then washes his face. He looks at himself in the mirror. The man thinks that he is smiling because he was asked to, but he can't. The man considered his options, deciding that maintaining a smile, however unsettling, was the best course of action. He knew it would only terrorize those who deserved it. He believed he should master the eye purifying form again. Since his face shape shifts when his gaze changes, he wanted to refine his control. Suitman 1 continued his preparations. Looking in the mirror, Suitman 1 thought he looked much better like this and asked Cho Young what he thought. Outside, a white van idled near several neatly arranged packages. Inside the van, Suitman 1 glanced at a teddy bear. The van approached 3 children walking along the road. Suitman 1 called out to the kids. The children recognized him, exclaiming that it was the chef, Ajusi. They asked if he had shaved. He told them to get in the car. Suitman 1 presented them with a teddy bear, clarifying that he was gifting it to Soen, who didn't have any friends. He thought that if Soen could have a teddy bear as a companion, perhaps she would want to have friends. One of the children questioned why the president wasn't picking them up at the station. Suitman 1 explained that this happens occasionally, and perhaps someone was causing trouble. He offered to drop them off today. The van approached the Hope Orphanage. Suitman 1 wondered why the kids weren't playing outside. A man in a suit stood beside a sleek black car, while another man crouched nearby. Suitman 1 instructed his men to exit the vehicle and enter through the back door, warning them not to leave their rooms until he gave the order. He knew that if he acted innocent, they would pose as future trouble. Meanwhile, inside the car, the other man remained silent. Elsewhere, the dominant figure red vest and another man stood face to face. The dominant figure red vest stated that he could tell at first glance who the other man was. The dominant figure red vest wondered if the man was there to register for volunteer work, thinking to himself that he should oppress first and intimidate later. He then told someone to pick up some. The dominant figure red vest knew that if he came off too weak, they would find trouble, but he would end up in prison if he hurt them. The dominant figure red vest struck the distressed gang leader. The dominant figure red vest thought the distressed gang leader was insolent. The man with slick-back black hair ordered someone to pick up some trash. The recipient of the order reeled. How could he have been defeated? The man on the ground cursed the aggressor's insolence as he fell to his knees. The man who had been struck wondered what he had done to deserve this. The aggressor continued his assault. The suit-clad man was sent flying through the air. The man continued to spin as he fell. He landed hard on the ground. An exclamation escaped him as he lay prone. The man with slick-back black hair stood over the fallen men and told them to pick up their cigarette butts, asking if they thought the place was a dumpster. The man with slick-back black hair approached. He wondered why punks like the man on the ground even existed. The man in the red vest wondered why they never listened when he spoke nicely. He continued, questioning why he had to resort to violence because of their imprudence. The aggressor stood over the group. He demanded to know why they were acting this way. The men apologized, promising never to do it again. The man in the red vest ordered them to pick up the cigarette butts. Someone asked for a head count. They confirmed there were 9 of them, including the 2 who were speaking. The man in the brown suit stated his hatred for their cars, specifically their Benz. He warned them that if he saw their cars again when he came outside. The men acknowledged his warning. The sign read, President Room. Nearby, a man smoking a cigarette denied something that was said. One of the men insisted that the night gatherings were awesome. The man with the cigarette called it bullshit, citing his looks. Someone asked how he got in. The man with the cigarette told him to come back if he had an appointment. A cigarette is forcefully knocked from someone's mouth. Following the impact, a man is struck. The man's silhouette is seen against a bright light as he states that this is an orphanage. He continues, stating that if they're old enough to use their brain, they should know better than to distinguish what they can and cannot do. Below, another man demands to know who they are and who sent them. Suddenly, the man is kicked. Elsewhere, a man in a suit leaps forward. He lands. 10 minutes prior, the businessman threatened to break their fingers if he saw them on the ground when he came out. 10 minutes ago, the businessman sat with his associates. Changyeol was told to light up a cigarette as the office room was so cold. Changyeol was asked what kind of cigarette he smoked, as the taste was nasty. He was told to change his cigarettes to local brands and be patriotic. Changyeol said it was good, but he didn't see an ashtray, so he would use the brand from now on. Changyeol's hand was scorched for nothing. The man stated that their Mr. President was good at maintaining composure. He added that when he watched all the gangster movies the kids liked, they tended to tense up at this. He heard that the president had some outrageous demands and asked what brought him all the way here. Businessman 1 stated that he charged interest according to the market rate, questioning if that was too much to ask. He added that if the other man had waited a day or two, he would have had 300 to 400,000 won in his pockets, declaring that the other man was crossing the line. The man in the light-colored sweater asked if they thought they could close on the land and sell it anywhere. Businessman 1 replied that there should be something in it for them, stating that was the real taste of business, adding that he had never called, nor did he put this place up for sale. The businessman remarked on what a harsh world it was, recalling a time when they shared everything. He then asked if the other man didn't remember, calling him president. The man in the light-colored sweater thought to himself that things were starting to be hectic for the president. He then remarked that the children were so fresh and pretty, joking that it made him want to bite them. Businessman 1 told the man in the light-colored sweater that he needed to fetch the children from school and watch out for fire at night, suggesting he should look out for sparks in the arid winter. The man in the light-colored sweater angrily asked what Businessman 1 thought he was saying. The businessman warned that if he dared to lay a hand on any of their kids, he would not let him get away, calling him scary. He added that he was just reminding him. The man in the light-colored sweater asked if he should buy Businessman 1 a fire extinguisher to stay alert. He then asked if 1 or 2 was not enough, suggesting that if he wanted to put out the fire properly, that is. The businessman asked if 200 million wouldn't be more than enough to set up an orphanage in the countryside. Businessman 1 stated that this was a win-win for both of them, saying that the man in the light-colored sweater wouldn't have to stay worried about the kids, and he wouldn't have to get bothered by them either, suggesting they end this on a good note. He then declared that his boys were staying put outside. The man in the light-colored sweater said that once he left, he didn't think Businessman 1 would get a wink of sleep all night, adding that it would be nice to end this on a high note. The man in the light-colored sweater told someone to give him the pen, stating that their president was signing. The businessman heard a noise and wondered what it was. The businessman stated that they should hurry and end this. The businessman asked who the man was, as the man in the light-colored sweater stated that he already said no. The man who just arrived exclaimed that Mwapyung was his brother. The man in the brown suit sneered, reminding them that he had already dealt with 3 men outside. He questioned their lack of respect for elders and scoffed at the idea of needing permission from thugs. He added that they couldn't have their bodies tattooed like colored paper. Meanwhile, the man in the light-colored sweater remarked that it seemed Businessman 1 was there for business, offering him something. Suddenly, the man in the brown suit was sent flying through the air. A foot connected with his face. The foot pressed down on his face. His hand clenched in pain. The man in the brown suit was sent crashing to the ground. The other men shouted for their boss as he lay on the floor. The man in the light-colored sweater stood over the fallen man, calling him a bastard. He prepared to deliver a devastating punch. The force of the blow sent the other men flying. The man in the brown suit sat against a wall defeated. The man in the light-colored sweater advanced, a knife in his hand. He prepared to strike. The knife shattered. As the knife shattered, the man in the light-colored sweater leaped back, narrowly avoiding the other man's reach. The man in the brown suit reached out, his expression unreadable. Above, Businessman 1's face contorted in rage. Below, the distressed gang leader's expression shifted to one of grim acceptance. The distressed gang leader declared that his opponent would need more than a beating. The man in the purple suit lunged forward, a knife glinting in his hand. The knife was thrown. The red-vested aggressor, clinging to the wall, reached out as the knife hurtled toward him, aimed with deadly precision by the suit man. The knife shattered the glass, narrowly missing its target. The suit man sneered, remarking that the aggressor would need more than a beating. The aggressor reached out, attempting to grab the suit man's arm. The suit man remained calm, his expression cold and calculating. He raised another knife. With a swift motion, the suit man brought the knife down. The aggressor screamed in pain. The aggressor cried out. The knife pierced the aggressor's hand. The suit man declared that he wouldn't stab him for the sake of a sacred place. The suit man raised his arm high, preparing to strike. The blow landed with brutal force. The red-vested aggressor cried out in pain. The sounds of the beating echoed through the room as the aggressor begged him to stop. Elsewhere, A group of men waited patiently. Meanwhile, the red-vested aggressor subordinate asked where he had come from, to which he simply replied, "My house." The suit man scoffed at the use of violence during their first meeting, questioning if the aggressor thought he would get away unscathed and asking if he wanted to go to prison. The suit man thought to himself that his lawyer must be thrilled, as it was finally time to pay his rent. The suit man remarked that the aggressor was a punk, stating that he also watched a lot of movies, and not like they always say, they were all pros, asking what was wrong. The suit man reminded the aggressor that he said he wouldn't shed blood for the sake of the place, asking why he thought he was sparing him. The suit man asked if the aggressor wanted to live, suggesting that they should renegotiate the terms. The suit man questioned if the aggressor thought 2 billion won was an overstretch, asking if the market price wasn't 500 per pion. The suit man stated that naming 2 billion won from the get-go was pretty generous of him, but it was daylight robbery to be on the receiving end, adding that the essence of a negotiation stems from push and pull, asking if he was right. The suit man held up a finger, stating that this was just part of the bargain. He seemed sure of himself. The red-vested aggressor questioned if he was the CEO of a construction company in the suburbs. The suit man confirmed this. The suit man expressed his satisfaction that the aggressor was sensible, stating that they could end this peacefully without bloodshed. He added that the aggressor would soon become a eunuch. The red-vested aggressor questioned what the suit man wanted, who responded that they should negotiate. The suit man stated that he should be brought the maximum price he could offer, and that the cost of returning to normal after becoming a eunuch should be added to the land price. The red-vested aggressor questioned what he meant by eunuch. The red-vested aggressor seemed shocked by the statement. He asked if the suit man had read a Murim novel before. The suit man asked if he still looked like he was joking, suggesting that the aggressor try sleeping with his wife or lover for 3 days. He added that even a 1,000-year white snake would have to ejaculate prematurely to work, and that medicine wouldn't work for a eunuch. The suit man told him to try it tonight, and if he got hard, then offer him the price he offered initially. The suit man asked what the red-vested aggressor was doing and told him to leave. He questioned why folks like him all acted like they were all cigarette butts. The suit man told him to come on his own next time, and that if he didn't want every single one of his lackeys to become eunuchs. The manager called out to the suit man. The suit man thought that it looked like he had already received threats from them, and questioned why he didn't tell him. He thought that he just had a rough past, but never thought it would come to this. He wondered how they could counter violence with violence when the kids were here. The suit man asked what if they didn't, and if he was planning to sue those delinquents in court. He thought that the children would get hurt before that. The suit man thought that the fist was much more convenient than the law, and that he never imagined that they were twisted from the start. He was thinking of selling the place anyway, and if they could sell it at a higher price, the kids could live cozier. He just spent most of the time thinking that they could have sold it for several times higher, and could hire more staff and last long for the heating expenses. The suit man admitted to being greedy, but insisted it simply happened. He then questioned how sending a few months' worth of allowance to the children could be considered greedy. He continued, saying that whenever such things happened, his heart ached. He wondered if they weren't just throwing the children into the wild. Meanwhile, the businessman in the tan suit asked if he was being foolish. The suit man responded by recounting how, when those guys came a few days ago, he had asked the real estate agent. The agent had told him that the few acres of land nearby were all sold to Sealites. He had thought there was still time, but they'd already come to this extent. The businessman in the tan suit suggested to Yongwoo that they sort things out if they sold it at the market price, adding that they'd attract more flies if they dragged out the time. He also wanted to send a few months' worth of allowance. The suit man told him to take this for now, explaining that once he'd sold the land, he wouldn't have to worry about the expenses anymore. He also asked if he didn't have current assets to buy new land and to use it when he needed it, and he could pay him back another time. The businessman in the tan suit asked how long the suit man planned to go on his backpacking trip and leave him with his bank accounts. The suit man replied that he didn't have future plans and was just going to backpack and travel until he got sick of it, adding that he might travel the world. The businessman in the tan suit said that he would stay in one place if he liked and leave when he got tired of it, adding that it may last a year or maybe take several years. He then asked if he could be away for that long when the kids weighed on his mind. The suit man responded that was why he said he had no plans. He then told the businessman in the tan suit to use it up, and all he had to do was feed him when he came back, adding that he would use the money and repay him. The scene shifted to a view of a house. The view zoomed in on the house's satellite dish and a remote control. A man sat in front of an old television set, holding a camera. The man with the camera thought he had familiarized himself, but this was driving him nuts. He exclaimed that it worked. The man with the camera thought he'd have to experiment a few times to get used to it. The man in the green sweater sat on the floor, speaking on the phone while watching television. He confirmed to Yongwoo that he was taking his time to make the preparations and acknowledged that the deal had already been sealed. Meanwhile, another man assured someone on the phone that he would help them deal with some punks once and for all, telling them not to worry. A caption indicated the scene was taking place on January 14, 2001, at Beijing Airport. Outside the airport, a van idled. A foot stepped out of the vehicle. A man in glasses exited the van. Another person, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a long coat, also stepped out. A wheelchair was then pulled from the van. The woman in the hat was helped into the wheelchair. The man in glasses explained that he was sending her off because her data was decent and a doctor was available at all times. He cautioned her not to let her guard down and warned that rejection symptoms were most likely to arise 4 to 6 months after the surgery. He continued, stating that in special cases, she would still need to come for a checkup without experiencing rejection, and that she must keep him posted on the test results. He also reminded her not to forget about the medicine and prescription, noting that he had passed the medical note to her doctor, asking if she understood. He instructed them to send her off as a distinguished guest. The woman thanked him for his good work. The man in glasses responded that it was his pleasure to accompany her on this journey. He added that if she followed them, she would be able to reach the duty-free spots without difficulty, wishing her safe travels. The woman in the wheelchair was then pushed away. The group proceeded into the airport. The woman in the wheelchair was deemed lucky to have made it this far, as her observers lamented not finding a single flaw until the very end. They considered it a shame. Meanwhile, another man plotted, believing that once he found her weakness, she would be trapped. Elsewhere, a subordinate gasped, surprised by the arrival of his father. The father demanded that he stand up, commenting that everything about him was great, but he was too. The man with glasses thought to himself that she was indeed one fine lady. However, his superior reminded him that she was Hyun-sung's wife and out of his league, making sure he understood. The father warned that if the young master found out, he would be equally dealt with. He then inquired if the old lady had left. He was informed that she had wrapped up all tests, including the body scan. The father continued, stating he didn't know if it would come in handy, since she's quite influential. The date was January 17, 2001. The scene opened on a snow-covered house nestled among tall, frosted trees. Inside, Wapyeong stretched, yawning widely as he stepped onto the porch. The cold air hit him, and he exhaled a visible cloud of breath. He glanced back inside, then down at a broom. Picking it up, Wapyeong stepped off the porch and into the snow-covered yard. He began to sweep the snow from the porch. The snow crunched under the broom as he cleared the area. With a flick of the wrist, the broom danced through the air. The broom continued its sweeping motion, clearing away the snow. The broom moved with increasing speed and precision, leaving swirling patterns in its wake. The broom continued to move, the force behind it growing stronger. His grip tightened on the broom's handle. The snow continued to fall as the figure stood silhouetted against the white landscape, a broom resting against their shoulder. The sound of sweeping echoed through the air. The figure remained still, the broom now held loosely in their hand. The sweeping continued, the sound sharp and rhythmic. From a distance, the figure of Wapyeong could be seen diligently sweeping the snow-covered courtyard. He paused, stretching his arm out. He began to stretch, preparing his body. He stretched further, limbering up. He continued to stretch, pushing his body to its limit. He stretched even more. He lowered himself to the ground, continuing his stretches. With a burst of energy, he flipped upside down. He continued his acrobatic movements, his body a blur of motion. He landed gracefully, catching his breath. He paused, looking at his reflection in the mirror. After his morning routine, Wapyeong stood still. His eyes narrowed, focusing intently. He knew that the eye-purifying form should be perfect so the reverse could be complete. His gaze intensified, a determined look in his eyes. He realized that he couldn't put his yoga skills to use with his eyes. At least the eye-purifying form could still catch up, he thought. He looked out at the snow-covered landscape. Meanwhile, outside, he walked across the snowy courtyard. He leapt into the air. One crane. Jump. He continued his training. Wapyeong took great pride in not slacking on his martial arts training, but at this rate, using rain and torrent would be too much. He knew those criminals had high requirements, but he was sure if he was more used to the 5 streams to sea technique, it'd be resolved in no time. February 5, 2001. Under a night sky illuminated by a crescent moon, the world lay still. The stillness of the night mirrored the calm within Wapyeong as he sat in a meditative pose. His expression was serene, a stark contrast to the turmoil he often faced. He focused his mind, determined to use his eyes to identify the land route and his ears to listen to his surroundings. The air around Wapyeong crackled with energy as he delved deeper into his training. He remained still, a beacon of focus amidst the swirling energies. The energies seemed to emanate from him, rippling outwards in visible waves. Wapyeong was at the center of it all, a solitary figure in a sea of power. The waves of energy expanded, creating a tunnel-like effect around him. His eyes glowed with an inner light, reflecting the intensity of his concentration. Suddenly, a surge of power coursed through him. The energy exploded outwards, disrupting the tunnel and shaking the very ground beneath him. A date appeared, February 13, 2001. The vision of Wapyeong training faded, replaced by a scene of a building. Wapyeong was once again at the center of the swirling energy, his training continuing, seemingly unaffected by the vision. Wapyeong remained in a meditative pose, enveloped by an ethereal glow. The glow intensified, revealing a figure with piercing eyes. The energy swirled around him, taking on a life of its own. The energy manifested as a spectral serpent, its scales shimmering with golden light. The serpent towered over Imwapiyong, its presence both imposing and protective. The serpent's energy coursed through him, strengthening his resolve. The serpent's power surged, radiating outward. Imwapiyong's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening with newfound resolve. His eyes glowed with an intense light as he questioned if they were living comfortably. He warned that they didn't have much time left. Meanwhile, outside, Daesu complained about the cold. Imwapiyong offered him a drink, and Daesu thanked him. Wapiyong poured a drink for Daesu. Daesu looked off into the distance. Daesu considered something. A hand reached for a drawing diary. The man holding the diary thought this was. The diary contained a drawing of a couple with the caption, Chungs. Another drawing showed a devilish figure with the words, 82,001 from BC bank card. Yun Seokwan, you're dead. Why did you pay for your friend's meals? Another page showed a drawing of a building, accompanied by the words, Ma'am, that is why those punks have paid for the second round. Please forgive me just this one time. I beg you. Someone observed that Cho Young seemed to keep a drawing diary and requested that the page for October 15th be flipped too. The pages of the diary were flipped through. The man's eyes widened as he landed on a particular page. The page showed a drawing of a hospital and a crying figure. The text read, they said it's a re-examination. Why do I have to redo it? I'm healthy, so why re-exam? I went there all scared, but they only conducted a blood test and took an x-ray of my chest. The hell. At least our friendly Professor Shin helped to extract my blood and followed me into the x-ray room, so I was less nervous. Nothing's going to happen, right? I hope. Someone requested to look at the page on the 20th. The diary was flipped through again. The page showed a drawing of a dancing figure with the words, whoa, what kind of luck is this? A lifetime voucher for the Hilton suite room. Hooray. The men discussed the matter of consolation fees, with one clarifying that such payments were against common practices. He explained that the tragedy had occurred during vacation, and no company would use its own name to transfer a substantial amount as consolation fees. He held a stack of documents, items recovered from Choyong's carrier, intending to review them when he was less emotional. He examined a document containing several photos and personal information. The document featured a photo of Shin Young-grok, a cardiologist at Jungshim General Hospital, identified as the friendly doctor mentioned in her diary. The man acknowledged that the fees were indeed for consolation. He admitted that he had wanted to tear the check to pieces as soon as they gave it to him, but he accepted it to avoid suspicion. He contemplated asking his friend in Hyun-sung for help with the investigation, but held back, believing it was the right thing to do. He had been using Choyong's sketchbook as the basis of his investigation, but still couldn't figure out who in Hyun-sung was the culprit. He stated that the information would suffice, acknowledging that the situation was illegal and couldn't be resolved with just a few people's help. He expressed gratitude that the others hadn't tried to investigate on their own, stating that they would get to the puzzles piece by piece. He instructed them to minimize their whereabouts and to leave behind strong evidence and an alibi when traveling afar. He asked if there was anything else he could help with. He told them to be honest if anyone asked about his whereabouts. He explained that he was distancing himself from his friends and acquaintances, but not to cover his tracks. He reflected on having thought he had lived his life to the fullest, but now felt truly helpless. He asked them not to think that way, as they were just trying to do their best in their respective positions. He informed them that he was planning to get started in about 3 days and asked them not to visit him anymore. He asked them to refrain from calling him if possible, and if they really needed to imagine they were being wiretapped while they talked to him. He would contact them from time to time. He stood before a mirror, adjusting his hair while preparing to make a phone call. The man's eyes, magnified by his glasses, darted around the room. His gaze narrowed, focusing intently. The man admitted to himself that the situation was very awkward. Through his glasses, he wondered if the nurse had any time for him. He wondered when it would be his turn, then greeted the doctor, noting it had been a while. He recalled someone asking what kind of person he was and demanding money, and then someone else asking who he was looking at, as if daring him to a fight. He sat before a mirror, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. From behind, a voice begged the boss for some free food. The man casually asked for a cigarette. He questioned something silently. He admitted that he felt better, but still awkward and not good. Someone applied nail polish. The man sighed, accepting that some things would never change. A car pulled up to a gate, and someone opened the car door. The man remarked on someone looking coarse, thinking that if he chewed gum, he'd look exactly like a real thug. The title card displays the series name, Invincible. The episode is titled 20. The car exits the Jungshim General Hospital parking garage. Inside the car, Suitman 1 grips the steering wheel, a slight smile playing on his lips. The car continues its journey, exiting the parking structure. The vehicle navigates through the city streets. The car proceeds down a busy street, passing a bus stop. The car approaches an intersection, preparing to make a turn. With a screech of tires, a small purple car swerves. The purple car slams into the side of the vehicle. Suitman 1 exits the damaged vehicle. He lights a cigarette, his expression unreadable. A close-up reveals Suit Man 1's eyes behind his glasses as he takes a drag from his cigarette. Security cameras record the scene. The city skyline stretches out in the distance. The parking lot sat mostly empty, the few cars scattered across the spaces. Footsteps echoed through the otherwise quiet parking structure. Suit Man 1, cigarette in hand, grumbled about being called out only when someone needed a ride after drinking. He lamented that he was paid so little, yet they expected him to keep working. Inside, a man requested that the older man retrieve his car, a white Arcadia, sold 21D3337, and was told to wait a moment. The car's headlights cut through the darkness as it pulled up to the entrance. Suit Man 1 sighed, lamenting his dual role as an office worker by day and chauffeur by night. He wondered how nice it would be if his kids could grow up however he wanted them to. The man inside the car told the older man that they were living in a world where money was needed to study well, and complimented him on his work. The man inside the car mused that if they didn't want to work so tenaciously, he would have to force them to study. Below, the car sped through the streets. The car screeched to a halt. The man in the car asked who was here to pick him up. He was told that it was their doctor, who had arrived with a group of 5 a little over 8 p.m. He added that he hadn't heard any orders from inside. He wondered if the old man had called him while drunk and forgotten about it, and asked if he could go inside and check, fearing he would be killed if he didn't match his timing. The man in the car wondered how he would know. He thought to himself that they should just live a little as they were like him, always having to clean up after others. The man in the car asked to be saved this one time. The man was told to wait there for a moment, and he was thanked. The man wondered if he could take a hit. Suit Man 1 scoffed, thinking that some people get to enjoy the finer things in life, while others can't even indulge in simple pleasures. Meanwhile, inside the bar, a man assured someone that they were in luck, as their companions would be out in 10 minutes. The Suit Man 1 thanked him, relieved that he could wait. Suit Man 1 thought to himself that this extent of waiting would be fine. Inside the bar, the men continued to laugh and enjoy themselves. Outside, a woman asked someone to take her with them, but she was denied. As the men exited the bar, someone warned them to watch out for the stairs, and another greeted them as boss. One of the men questioned why he had called for a chauffeur, as he thought he had called a taxi. As the men were ushered into the car, one of them declared that genuinity is our business motto, and exclaimed that they should leave. Inside the car, Suit Man 1 remarked that they were busy having fun and stated that he would start the car now. The car sped off. Suit Man 1 thought to himself that this was going more smoothly than he'd expected. The car pulled into a parking garage, and a figure emerged. A figure stood over a prone man, holding a knife. Under the moonlight, a figure stood over a prone body, their features obscured by shadow. The figure's face was cast in darkness, only the glint of their glasses visible. Elsewhere, a figure emerged from a white car. The figure walked away from the white car, heading towards a dark blue car parked nearby. The figure from the white car opened the trunk of the blue car, revealing a body inside. The figure then pulled out a spray bottle from a bag. The blue car sped away, leaving the white car behind. The blue car raced through the streets, eventually arriving at a building. In a dark room, a figure huddled on the floor, shivering. They wondered where they were, lamenting how cold it was. Elsewhere, a man's face was bruised and battered as he called out, asking if someone was there. The man groaned in pain, huddled in a corner. The man looked up to see a figure standing in the doorway, silhouetted against the moonlight. The manager, now awake, found himself in a grim situation. It appeared he had been drugged, and someone was watching him. The man holding him captive approached, placing a chair nearby. The captor instructed him to sit. The manager, still disoriented, looked up at his captor, who simply told him to look. The captor tossed him a can of coffee, demanding that he take it. The manager caught the can. His captor told him to drink it, suggesting he wouldn't be able to talk if his mouth was frozen. The manager's face was etched with worry as he considered his predicament. The captor, filming him, asked if he thought this was about money. The manager thought to himself that his captor was not a normal fellow, wondering what he had done to deserve being kidnapped, and if it was because of Sujin. The captor asked what he was thinking so hard about, inviting him to ask if he was curious, and questioning why he was doing this to him and if he had done something to offend him. The captor continued, saying that it was always the same. People make mistakes but don't know what they've done. He urged the manager to tell him if he had made any mistakes, promising to compensate him favorably, even to the point of kneeling before him. The captor then asked why, questioning if he remembered the name Im Cho-young and if he associated it with that name, or if it was the name of the girl in the club, wondering if this guy knew her. The manager stated that he didn't remember the name Im Cho-young, saying that it seemed like there was some misunderstanding, but he didn't know who she was. He asked if he was being recorded. The captor asked if he was sure he didn't know her, but the manager insisted that he wouldn't. The manager pleaded, saying he had never heard of the name and that he was mistaken, begging to be let go. The captor considered whether he simply didn't know or if it didn't trigger his memory, and considered calling the police. The aggressor prepared a bucket of water. With a yell, he hurled the water at the manager victim. The manager victim gasped, sputtering as the cold water shocked him. He insisted he didn't know Im Cho-young or who she was, but the aggressor told him he would remember if he got some fresh air. The manager victim, shivering, thought to himself that he might know who she was. He needed to think. The aggressor had said him Cho-young, right? He wondered who Cho-young was. The manager victim continued to deny knowing Cho-young, insisting she was no one to him, and begged them to stop. The aggressor, unfazed, stated that they had plenty of time. The manager victim screamed for them to stop. The manager victim thought that it didn't look like he could easily run away from him. He wondered if this could be a money issue, but he had already paid the debt to the casino. The manager victim continued to hyperventilate. The aggressor grabbed the manager victim by the hair. The manager victim was thrown to the ground. The aggressor remarked that the manager victim looked to be in high spirits. He then stepped on the manager victim's hand. The manager victim screamed in agony. The aggressor pressed down harder, causing the manager victim to scream again. The manager victim, tears streaming down his face, insisted he had the wrong person. He claimed to be a doctor, a lifesaver, and swore he had never committed malpractice. Meanwhile, the red vest aggressor demanded that he be let go, promising not to file a police report. He offered a hint as to why he was there, citing cardiology consultation. The manager victim considered the aggressor's words, wondering if he was being kidnapped because of malpractice. He then mentioned Cho-young, demanding that the red vest aggressor not tell him about her. The red vest aggressor loomed over the kneeling manager victim. The manager victim insisted that he wouldn't be held liable in the future, claiming it wasn't his fault. He then noticed that the aggressor's memory seemed to be returning. The manager victim, still on the ground, revealed that Cho-young was his daughter. The red vest aggressor stated that since the manager victim knew the full story, he should know how nice he was being. The manager victim pleaded with the red vest aggressor, saying that since he had children, he should know how it felt to be in his shoes. The red vest aggressor countered that he could make him suffer unimaginable pain. The manager victim insisted he didn't know anything, stating that he only recalled the details because he was asked to. He claimed to be a mediator conducting a health screening implemented by Hyun-sung. The red vest aggressor questioned if that was so, stating that he was holding back because the manager victim was nothing but a murderer. The manager victim was then asked, as a doctor, what he thought about the results, specifically if she was healthy or not. The red vest aggressor presented the manager victim with a document. The manager victim was told to read it. The document was described as an official transcript obtained from the Korea embassy in China. The red vest aggressor stated that if it weren't for the document, he wouldn't have thought about bringing him there, and questioned why he wouldn't give it a full read. The manager victim stated that his daughter was dead, and that her heart was wrenched while she was alive. He then read that the baby in her stomach died without being able to see the light of the world. The red vest aggressor continued reading the document, which stated that his son-in-law was hit by a truck and died while chasing after the car that kidnapped her. The document continued, stating that a man who should be saving lives drove an innocent child to her death. The red vest aggressor stated that he found out the manager victim was quite wealthy, and since he was a doctor, his social status was secured for life. He then asked what he would gain for causing his daughter's death. The manager victim insisted it wasn't him, and that he didn't know anything, stating that he was just doing what he was being told. The red vest aggressor questioned if a medical professional like him was saying this, stating that it sounded like a load of bullshit. The red vest aggressor stated that he really didn't know. He then asked if the manager victim's pleading silence meant he looked like the police, and questioned if he should call his lawyer, before telling him to sue him for nothing. The red vest aggressor declared that the manager victim was mistaken if he thought he could change the situation. He stated that the manager victim would become a criminal and face judgment in a court of law. He warned that the manager victim might not know him, but he would die. Meanwhile, another man watched the scene unfold. He remarked that there was one more spare, implying someone else would be targeted if that was what the red vest aggressor truly wanted. The man continued, stating that he would find the manager victim's girlfriend next. He threatened to drag them all there, one by one, and rip their stomachs before his eyes. The manager victim insisted that his family had nothing to do with it, questioning if it was all his daughter's fault then. The manager victim, on his knees, repeatedly apologized. He begged for forgiveness, saying he didn't know things would come to this extent. The red vest aggressor told him to stand up, stating that he wanted to ask him 2 questions. Who was it? And who in Hyun-sung ordered him? The manager victim wondered which person stole his daughter's heart. He thought that if he told him, it would be the end. The red vest aggressor stated that pleading the fifth wouldn't do. The manager victim was then struck. He was then grabbed and dragged away. The sound of struggling could be heard. The manager victim groaned as his hand was pinned to a surface. A sharp object was then driven through his hand. The manager victim groaned in pain. The red vest aggressor told him not to scream for such a trivial thing. The manager victim's eyes welled with tears as he struggled to speak through the pain. Suddenly, the scene shifted to an aerial view of a building under attack, explosions rocking the structure. The room was silent. The man remained kneeling, his head bowed in despair. Suddenly, he erupted in a strangled cry. The man in the suit warned him not to pass out so quickly, asking if he wanted his heart ripped out alive. The suit man continued, stating that what he was experiencing was not the end, and that next would be his left hand. If that wasn't enough, he would cut him open and sprinkle salt. but all he asked for was the name. Tears streamed down the kneeling man's face as he uttered a name, Yu Hyunjo. The suit man confirmed that Yu Hyunjo was the Hyunsung family's third son, the one who robbed his daughter's heart. He then asked if Cha Suk-young was the Cha Suk-young, the former politician of the Democratic Party and CEO of Wood Furniture. The kneeling man confirmed that they were in-laws, recalling seeing her on the news when her daughter's marriage to the Hyunsung family was announced. The suit man repeated the names, Yu Hyunjo and Cha Suk-young. He told himself to calm down, reminding himself that his vengeance plan would fail if he didn't do this systematically. The suit man recited a portion of the Hippocratic Oath, remembering that he should not treat a fever chart or a cancerous growth, but a sick human being whose illness may affect the person's family and economic stability. He would prevent disease whenever he could, for prevention was preferable to cure. He would remember that he remained a member of society with special obligations to all his fellow human beings, including those of mind and body, as well as the infirm. The kneeling man asked if the suit man knew what he had just recited, confirming that it was the Hippocratic Oath. He pointed out that the suit man had sworn upon it, and yet he was there. The suit man questioned if he had received death threats or if the hospital president had given him orders. Calling it a cowardly excuse, the suit man stated that this was his last chance to repent of his sins. He revealed that half a year ago, the kneeling man had brought over several female profiles with RHB blood type to look for a suitable candidate for a heart to be transplanted to Ms. Cha. The kneeling man began to explain that he initially refused, but they threatened to expose his affair. He added that the consolation always came after the threat, as they promised him 10,000 shares of Hyunsung Electronics, and his daughter was one of the recipients. The kneeling man continued, stating that they guaranteed this would never backfire on him and would do their best to support him in both the hospital and the university. He added that they would know since they would handle it nicely in China. The suit man pressed him, asking who said this, and inquired about Yu Hyunjo, Cha Suk-young's daughter, and who was connected to this. The kneeling man claimed he only received 2 phone calls from Hyunjo as an act of goodwill, and even the stock transfer was made via his secretary. He denied that Cha Suk-young's secretary gave him the hotel voucher. The kneeling man stammered that heart transplants were not easy surgeries, and the mortality rate wasn't high either. He insisted that he tried to stop him because the probability was rather low, and they could have ended up killing an innocent person. Moreover, the surgery was illegal in impoverished China, and he insisted the surgery would not go well. The suit man stated that she wanted the strong heart of a young, healthy woman, and in the end, Cho Young was the one with the highest compatibility for her. He then asked who the other accomplices in the hospital were. The kneeling man wondered if there would be several people aware of this. The suit man replied that it was a relief now that they wouldn't have other victims. He asked if he had seen Cha Suk-young recently, and the kneeling man said she came around the middle of last month and conducted 2 tests, adding that her progress was good and excellent. The suit man stated that of course it should, as she was the owner and had to succeed and live on. He then asked when she would start revealing herself to the public. The kneeling man said that as long as she didn't experience any rejection symptoms in the next 3 months, she would be able to roam around without any difficulties. The suit man acknowledged this. The kneeling man pleaded with him not to do it, saying he was just doing as he was ordered. The suit man told him to just talk, saying he would spare him unless he made the third choice. The suit man demanded that he beg for the choices he made with his own hands, stating that he had taken away 3 promising lives, and he would take exactly that from him. He ordered him to beg. The kneeling man asked if he was going to expose him. The suit man stated that this could also be proof that he killed him. He added that there was no way he would disclose it if it was not for his last moments, and if he was going to worry about his remaining family, he should save it. The kneeling man begged for his life, promising to repent for his actions if spared. His pleas were punctuated by ragged, desperate breaths. Each gasp seemed to bring him closer to the edge. The suit man, unmoved, declared that this was for his son-in-law and for his grandchild. His eyes narrowed, his expression hardening with resolve. The suit man moved to strike. He stated that the kneeling man would die a peaceful death compared to his daughter, Cho Young. The kneeling man remained prostrate, blood pooling around him. Elsewhere, Yu Hyunjo's face was grim. At Gangnam Police Station, Kim Chong-woo examined a crime board. Nearby, Choi Jae-jin remarked that there was a lot of wet tissue and that it seemed a little strange. The crime board showed photos of the hospital parking lot. The board also contained photos of the floor villa and the footage provided by the nightclub. Kim Chong-woo confirmed that it was the correct footage. Detectives Kim Chong-woo and Choi Jae-jin continued their investigation. Chong-woo was informed that Shin Young-rok swiped his car to the Shinseki department store on Saturday. He instructed his partner to check the surveillance footage at the entrance and exit to see if Shin was being followed. The other detective acknowledged the order. He noted that the case was becoming increasingly complicated. Chong-woo received a call from the ID section, confirming that the driver's seat was clean. They couldn't find a single fingerprint or even a strand of hair. The detective observed that the culprit was meticulous. He considered the fact that the suspect had pictures taken in daylight and wondered why they wouldn't normally use baseball caps. He also noted that the person who cleaned the car showed his face without a care, and all their faces were different, something that didn't feel right. The detective sighed in relief and ordered his partner to check it out and summon all the witnesses for an interview. The detectives considered that it was a scrupulous cleanup with no ransom. Chong-woo considered the possibilities: resentment due to medical malpractice, crimes of a man involved in a love triangle, or the rage of a wife who found the mistress. He noted that the hair found presumed to be of a young woman's. He thought that it was not entirely impossible and that he would ask the hospital about malpractice. He wondered if he should look for the woman first. He decided against that. He wondered if she was already dead. The detective reviewed the documents. Looking at the documents, he seemed less worried. Someone was coming. The person outside asked what was the matter, stating that they had something for him. The man asked if it was for him. The person confirmed that it was. The man in the green sweater received a note of encouragement, but he seemed preoccupied. Someone approached him, asking what was wrong. Elsewhere, Suitman 1 appeared to have received some shocking news. The letter warned that when visiting those related to certain people, one should be favorable and courteous. It stated that the investigation would continue and updates would be provided as progress was made. The letter also instructed the recipient to keep the detective agency confidential and to burn the letter to avoid leaving evidence. The letter contained a shocking revelation. The doctor was the killer. It reiterated the need to keep the detective agency confidential and for the informant to remain silent. Suitman 1 seemed to be processing the information. He realized what this was. Suitman 1 was being encouraged to cheer up, but he seemed to be in deep thought. He followed the instructions and burned the letter. Meanwhile, Im was asked if there was anything he could be helped with. The night was still, the only sound the gentle breathing of the woman asleep in the bed. He rose from the bed, his mind troubled. He poured himself a drink, the clinking of the glass echoing in the otherwise silent room. He wondered where Shin Jung-won was. He considered the possibility that it couldn't be, that it must be a coincidence, as he remembered Hyun-sung Electronics executive director Yoo Hyun-ji. He took a sip of his drink, knowing that it couldn't be helped, that his mother had asked him to find someone reliable. He glanced back at the sleeping woman, his expression troubled. The woman remained asleep, unaware of his turmoil. He thought to himself that it was crazy. He recalled the moment he was told to leave, that he should have rejected her, and wondered how he could do this. He realized he should have turned a blind eye, as Hyun was his only daughter. He thought to himself that Hyun wouldn't be happy if he continued to be by her side. He lamented how many she had killed because of this, guessing she'd really lost it, and that he should have rejected her, resolving to use every means he had to go find her in China. Now that the police had their eyes on Yoon Tae-soo and Im Wapyeong, Yoo Hyun-jo knew he needed to find people connected to them. He called out to his wife, referring to her as Honey. She asked if he wasn't sleepy. He responded by asking if she was worried about Shin Young-rak. She stated that she also watched the news. Yoo Hyun-jo wondered how to recruit a family doctor for his mother-in-law, stating that if they couldn't hire one, they would have to go to China because there weren't a lot of people he could trust. Ela perguntou como ele poderia fazer isso. Ele respondeu que não tinha como vê-la até o dia em que morresse, e tudo em que pensava eram as pessoas que ela matou. She told him to leave it and not worry about it anymore. He responded that he knew she was doing this for him, but he was suffering more because of her. She told him that she got it, so he shouldn't worry. She questioned why he did that, stating that it was for her sake and that she was just trying to make him happy. He responded that she was miserable because of love. She apologized, repeating that she was really sorry. A flyer advertised Hyun-sung's young future, introducing executive director Yoo Hyun-jo. Someone sat alone in the dark, thinking it would be nice if he wandered freely like Shin Young-rak. He continued to think about wandering freely like Shin Young-rak. A flyer with a picture of Kim Chong-sun asked if he should go after the secretary first, noting that he acted as the director's limbs and would know everything and run errands for him. Someone considered that if he went after Kim Chong-sun, Yoo Hyun-jo would notice, as long as he wasn't stupid. Yoo Hyun-jo should come first. The headquarters of Hyun-sung Electronics stood tall against the sky. Inside, Kim had returned, and Yoo Hyun-jo instructed his secretary to let him in. Secretary Kim Chang-seo greeted Yoo Hyun-jo, who immediately asked if he had looked into something. The secretary confirmed that there were no major alterations to Shin Young-rak's assets, and even though he'd gone missing, he did not use his credit card. Yoo Hyun-jo wondered if she perhaps hadn't read the news, as the woman did not seem to know anything. Despite Shin Young-rak's disappearance, she still attended school regularly. He considered that it likely wasn't her doing and questioned if it had anything to do with the woman. He then noted that no one in Yoon Soo-kwon's direct family resembled the suspects, except Yoon Soo-kwon's brother, Yoon Se-ko, who matched the age but looked completely different. The investigation continued into Shin Young-rak's relatives, but no one was raising any suspicions. Yoo Hyun-jo realized that Im Choyong's only family was her. Yoo Hyun-jo reflected on the fact that Shin Young-rak was originally an orphan but a self-made man. His wife had died 7 years ago due to liver cancer. He sighed, acknowledging the information. It was ironic, he thought, that he was a villain who killed his one and only family. Yoo Hyun-jo reasoned that what had happened was done, and they should press forward if they couldn't turn back time. He then recalled that Im Wapyeong, her father, had established a Chinese restaurant called Choyong Eatery in Abjujiangdong. The restaurant had been sold off 2 months ago, and Shin Youngrok had vanished. Shin Youngrok was nowhere to be found. Yu Hyunjo thought that it couldn't be. The age gap was too vast compared to the suspect in the photos. Those around Mwapyong said he looked much younger than his age, and Mwapyong knew his daughter died of a heart transplant. Yu Hyunjo was shocked. Yu Hyunjo recalled that this happened in China, and there was no way it would backfire. Her body and belongings were discovered when the car was overthrown in an accident, and Mwapyong went to confirm her body. When asked what the plan was, Yu Hyunjo stated that they were trying to find Shin Youngrok's photo and looking into his whereabouts, telling them not to worry too much. He then questioned what evidence there was to connect Shin Youngrok to the case. Yu Hyunjo insisted that they find him, stating he would only be relieved when he saw it with his own eyes. He also ordered them to hire some bodyguards. Yu Hyunjo wanted to protect his wife and get 2 bodyguards for his mother-in-law, and they would need about 4 to 5 for themselves. He dismissed the idea of requesting manager Shin from construction, stating that Shin would rejoice at finding his weakness. Following the discussion, Yu Hyunjo considered his options. Rather than relying on common thugs, he wanted to find individuals with military or martial arts backgrounds who could work well together. Meanwhile, Chang Seo received instructions to inquire about security companies and find skilled masters. He confirmed that he understood and would prepare immediately. Back at the office, Yu Hyunjo was advised to be careful and to stay at his house for the time being. He was also told not to make any dinner appointments after work until Shin Youngrok was found. Yu Hyunjo assured them that he would comply. Elsewhere, a man received a call from his mother-in-law, who asked him to get a cup of water and listen to her. She warned him that getting surprised wouldn't be good for him, as this was related to Shin Youngrok. At another location, Kim Chang-seo answered a call, confirming his identity as Secretary Office Kim Chang-seo. Kim Chang-seo acknowledged that the targets were on the move. The man realized that they would soon come to find him. He speculated that it must be Consul Park's doing, hinting that he should not make any moves. A man in a suit stood outside a gate, holding a basket filled with fruit in a white envelope. The man inside the house, protagonist___sweater, questioned the visitor's identity. The man in the suit, Kim Chang-seo, introduced himself as being from the Hyunsung Electronics Secretary's office. Kim Chang-seo stated that some annoying prick was coming in. Chang-seo told the man that he had something important to tell him, but the man told him it was enough. He resented him for giving the voucher, because if he hadn't, they would still be alive. The man stated that Chang-seo had fulfilled his superior's order by coming this far, and asked him to leave. Chang-seo understood his intention and said he would leave the basket and go. The man said goodbye as Chang-seo bowed. The gate creaked open as Chang-seo left the premises. A close-up revealed the basket of fruit and the white envelope. The man opened the envelope, revealing a cashier's check for 100 million won. The man looked down, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, a woman thanked a sponsor, promising to use the donation for a good cause at the Dom orphanage. The man thought to himself that he should just send a thank you note to Hyunsung Electronic. The young man, dressed casually, walked away from the white van. Elsewhere, a hand placed a document on a desk. Inside a car, Executive Director Kim Chong-woo sat in the back seat. Elsewhere, Suitman 1 stepped out of a car, hoping his house would be searched that day. Meanwhile, Kim Chang-woo's car sped down the road. Kim Chong-woo affirmed to someone on the phone that it was indeed him, the Executive Director. He thought to himself that Mwapyong's age, demeanor, and gaze left no room for doubt. He had left a few people to tail him, but it felt pointless. He added that he would have to leave early that day because he had a meeting with the CEO from the security company. Kim Chong-woo instructed his driver to go to Jamsil, adding that he would meet the person on the other end of the line later in Songbuk District. The Jamsil H Hotel loomed in the distance. Inside the hotel, 2 men sat on a couch. CEO Choi Chong-seop remarked that it had been a while, as the other man noted that everyone was present. CEO Choi Chong-seop greeted Secretary Kim, who responded that it had been about 2 years. He was accompanied by Perfect Shield CEO Park Woon-gil. Manager Park, now CEO, was complimented on his attentiveness by Secretary Kim. He suggested they sit and discuss. The reason for calling the 2 of them, despite their busy schedules, was due to the urgency of the matter. While it may seem unconventional to have the CEOs of 2 companies together, the importance of the issue justified it. Secretary Kim asked if they were uncomfortable or feeling awkward because they both got called at the same time. The 2 men discussed the situation. One admitted that while he was fine with the assignment, he couldn't speak for his partner. He explained that his time in the Special Forces had hardened him, but seeing the other man always brought back good memories. The other man assured him that there was no need to worry. He acknowledged that being called in together suggested a matter of national importance, where cooperation was common. However, he also stated that either of them alone was capable enough to handle corporate-level security. The man with glasses clarified that the request wasn't concerning Hyunsung Electronics, but was a personal request from their executive director. He added that using the group's security organization might draw unnecessary attention, and that the assignment appeared to be long-term, spanning day and night. He emphasized that their sole task was to ensure the subject's protection. The man with glasses continued, stating that they needed to understand the current situation to devise an effective security plan. He noted that in business, unexpected resentment could accrue and that their executive director, being a member of the Hyun-sung family, was often involved in unpleasant matters. He concluded that this instance seemed similar, but as they couldn't identify the adversary, it might inevitably be a long-term engagement. The man with glasses stated that he understood the other's point. He added that they also had to provide security for a woman, hence they had a female officer who was a Special Forces veteran. He then stated that regarding the residential organization and the mobile teams, these were aspects they could discuss with Senior Choi. The man with glasses continued, stating that neither he nor CEO Park hired anyone who wasn't a military veteran. The other man responded that it was reassuring, and that they would renew the contract every 2 weeks until the situation was resolved. The man with glasses stated that they were all connected through senior and junior colleagues, so there was no need for concern in that regard. He then asked them to confer among themselves, finalize the details, and prepare the contract. He also requested that, if possible, the security duties commence from the next day's end of work, asking if that would work. The other man replied that there should be no issue. The scene shifted to an exterior shot of the building. Security personnel were shown adjusting cameras around the perimeter. 2 men stood outside, one asking if they really required so much equipment. The other responded that visible deterrents were important. One of the men commented that the mere sight of all those cameras could be daunting. The other man with glasses admitted that he couldn't bypass those cameras undetected either. The man with glasses continued, stating that to infiltrate by deceiving the devices, one would need separate equipment, but that would be too conspicuous, and they wouldn't dare try. The man with glasses concluded that even if they somehow managed a breach, there were infrared sensors besides. The man in the suit called for a guard. The sound of paws hitting the ground echoed through the area. 2 Dobermans stood alert, ready to respond to any threat. The suit man remarked that even if machines are tricked, guard dogs cannot be fooled, adding that they were also present. The man with glasses explained that 4 security officers would be stationed at the house for protection, and the same applied to the guard dogs. He continued, saying that they would maintain constant vigilance and had arranged for enough personnel to allow for frequent shifts. He assured the suit man that he could rest easy while in the house, unless a meteor falls out of the sky. The man with glasses thought that with all these measures, there shouldn't be any safety concerns. Elsewhere, a lone figure walked across a courtyard. The figure approached a sliding door. He paused, a thoughtful expression on his face. The man stood in a room illuminated by rectangular patches of light. He walked towards a television set. He watched the screen, realizing that they had gone to great lengths to leave no traces behind, which he considered a good thing. Under the night sky, a figure hung upside down. The figure remained suspended, their forms silhouetted against the light. Someone called out for Yu Hyunjo. The scene shifts to the exterior of a modern building, several black cars parked nearby. 3 men in suits emerge from the building, their faces obscured by sunglasses. One of the men helps another into the back of a waiting car. Elsewhere, cars move along a city street. The vehicles continue down the road. Inside one of the cars, a man wearing glasses and a hat asks if anything suspicious has been noticed. The man reasons that he already knows their destination, so there's no need to take unnecessary risks. He acknowledges that they're definitely professionals, and it's not like he can tail them with a car like this. The cars continue their journey. A close-up shows the man from panel 3 in the back of the car. The title card reads, "The Peerless Dad." In a quiet neighborhood, a man sits on a bench reading a newspaper. The man continues to read. The man thinks to himself that this area is definitely the place. Inside the Manbach real estate agency, a man greets a visitor. The visitor asks if there are any properties available in the upper neighborhood, wondering if he needs to disclose that he's just there to view a house for his boss. The agent replies that properties rarely come onto the market and undergo a lot of vetting. He mentions that a wealthy individual once tried to move there and invites the man to take a seat. The agent continues, explaining that the neighborhood residents pooled their money to buy out a property to stop a sale. He adds that a comedian also wanted to move in, but people opposed it because they thought he would disturb the peace, so he eventually gave up. The agent chuckles, saying he never imagined such things actually happen outside of dramas. The man replies that he couldn't possibly afford a place like this, and that the boss asked him to check it out. The agent asks who the man's boss is. The agent explains that his company only has an office in Korea, with a factory in China. He adds that he was asked to look into it because the executive director of Hyun-sung Electronics lived in this neighborhood, and that they began supplying Hyun-sung last year. The agent notes that lately, there's been a lot of buzz around that house, and asks if there's been an incident. The agent states that the area is renowned for its tight security, adding that the wealthy have more to protect. He notes that just looking at the height of the walls tells you that. The agent continues, saying that if the security is thorough, it would naturally improve the surrounding area's safety. He adds that he heard the executive director lives somewhere around here. The agent says that would be the case if you count this as nearby, as his place is here, but there are no vacant houses around here, and it is the most expensive place in this neighborhood. The man suggests that perhaps his boss might consider a different location, musing that maybe this area was newly developed. Elsewhere, Kim Chong-woo has found what he was looking for. Kim Chong-woo, wearing a fake beard, thinks that it feels uncomfortable. He wonders if he still passes for an elderly man. The disguised Kim Chong-woo is inside one-shot firearms dealer. The potential buyer inquired about the price of a camera, to which he was informed that it was a safe cop, the latest model, and quite expensive. The firearms dealer listened intently. The dealer explained that it was a form of unmanned security system that automatically included surveillance cameras and infrared detectors. The dealer continued, stating that if an intruder was detected, an immediate alarm would be triggered, alerting the security headquarters. Upon the alarm, security personnel from SafeCop, along with the local police, would be instantly dispatched. However, he admitted that it would still take at least 5 minutes for them to arrive, giving thieves ample time to steal everything. The disguised Kim Chong-woo acknowledged that wealthy houses might employ private security on-site, but this system provided a certain level of peace of mind. It would certainly make any potential criminals think twice. The dealer confirmed that if the system was activated with a card upon leaving, SafeCop would take care of the rest of the surveillance, adding that it rarely malfunctioned and was very reliable. The dealer then asked if there was anything else he could help him with, reminding him that he had mentioned a soft gun before and asking if an old man could handle it, offering to show it to him. The disguised Kim Chong-woo remarked that a revolver looked like something out of a Western movie. The dealer explained that it was reliable, didn't break down, and was primarily used by the police and security companies. Kim Chong-woo inquired about its power. The dealer explained that if someone was hit point blank, they would faint, and if hit a little further away, they would be disoriented. He added that one swift kick in the groin at that point would finish them off, and that he would have to report to the police and get a permit, but that was just a formality. The dealer chuckled, stating that if it killed them, it wouldn't be a soft gun, but they would be in enough pain to wish they were dead. The dealer asked if there were any other useful self-defense tools. He explained that it sent a surge of high voltage, over 50,000 volts, in an instant, incapacitating the target. He asked if he had ever been shocked by electricity at home, emphasizing that this was 50,000 volts. He then asked if he had to keep it pressed. The dealer continued, explaining that they would be disoriented as soon as they came into contact, and if he pressed it for 3 seconds, they would faint. He then asked if he had something like an expandable baton. The dealer responded that they did, but those were typically used by martial artists, adding that it was a bit much for ordinary people to use. The disguised Kim Chong-woo listened intently. The dealer thought to himself that he had explained everything diligently, and all the disguised Kim Chong-woo bought was the most expensive one, but he shouldn't worry about the price. The dealer explained that the expandable baton was made of carbon steel, making it extremely durable. He added that it was in a completely different league from the cheaper products, though it was lighter than he expected. The dealer noted that the price was a bit high, more expensive than the combined cost of a soft gun and a stun gun. The dealer smiled, thanking Kim Chong-woo for the purchase. Elsewhere, a man tested the limits of his own expandable baton. With a flick of his wrist, he extended the baton. The baton sliced through the air. He thought that it was not bad, quite decent actually, but it might be a bit tough to use for stabbing. He wondered how many people could even handle it when he used this. The man walked forward, baton in hand. Meanwhile, 2 figures walked down a hallway. Elsewhere, Kim Chong-woo walked down the street. He considered that this was really troublesome, with at least 4 bodyguards and likely the same number of staff. He realized there were at least 10 people to subdue, and by that time, the alarm would definitely be ringing. There wouldn't be enough time to subdue everyone and escape. He thought that it would only complicate matters. He needed to shift his thinking, focusing on creating conditions for an unfavorable fight. He needed to change the place. March 28, 2001. A time of waiting and testing the limits of patience had started. Chong-woo knew that time was on his side, and there was no need to rush. As time passed, their guard would lower. Meanwhile, the man with the baton tested its weight and feel in his hand. His resolve would only sharpen. He wouldn't let them off with an easy death. He wondered when the last time was that he had harbored such murderous intent. When the Wechan sect was eradicated, the man thought he'd never resort to an assassination again. The assassin launched his attack, soul-snatching single stroke. The strike descended. The assassin's foot pushed off the ground. Lightning division quick. The blade cut through the air. The assassin continued his assault. He moved with blinding speed. The strikes blurred together. Wind strike thunderbolt. The attack continued with unrelenting force. The strikes landed. The assassin soared through the night sky. The assassin continued his assault, surrounded by crackling energy. The technique was known as the 10,000 lightning strike. He soared through the air under the moonlight, a storm of energy gathering around him. Each strike landed with explosive force. The technique was also known as lightning cloud's net. The force of the blows sent debris flying. The assassin thought to himself that now that he had mastered chain link form shifting, everything was complete. He mused that while it was not an insignificant achievement, it was a pity that it was becoming an issue after all. He realized he might need a few more things. Meanwhile, a sign read, "Welcome," outside a shop. Inside, a man greeted a customer, happy to see him again. The customer asked if they had a bow there. The shopkeeper replied that they did, and asked if he should show him the finest one again. Elsewhere, a figure stood in a wooded area, surrounded by bows. The figure drew back the string of a bow. The arrow was released. The arrow struck its target with deadly accuracy. The archer, having secured one end of his line, remarks that the feeling of using this technique hasn't faded, even after a long time. He then secures the other end of the line. With both ends secured, he tests the line's tension with his foot. He begins to walk across the line. The archer reflects on how long it has been since he last used this technique, but the feeling remains familiar. The technique is called one feather amidst the wind. Maintaining his balance, he continues to walk across the line. His foot makes contact with the ground on the other side. He lands gracefully, a faint glow emanating from beneath his feet. The archer is seen leaping from the trees. He stands on a hill overlooking a city at night. The archer declares that tomorrow is the day. Under the moonlight, the archer stands on a rooftop, the city lights twinkling in the distance. Under the moonlight, the archer surveys the area from a high vantage point, his gaze sharp and focused. Moving with purpose, he carefully places a bag on the ground. With practiced precision, the archer prepares his bow, readying himself for the task ahead. His grip tightens on the bow, his focus absolute. He notes that the courtyard lights switch off around 11 p.m., and the dogs cease their barking. From his perch, he counts down, marking the passage of time. He reminds himself that he has practiced several times, so there can be no mistakes, and that he is approximately 50 meters in a straight line. The archer prepares his equipment. He knows that the patrol arrives around 5:40 a.m. The woman from the house typically comes out to collect the newspaper around 6 a.m., and the guards start their shift at 8 a.m., so there will be plenty of time to retrieve the bag and escape. The archer checks his watch, noting the time, 4:27 a.m. He reflects that he has worn leather clothing to counter their electric shock devices, but it's inevitable that it slows him down. The archer waits. He continues to wait. He decides he'll wait for another 20 minutes. Peace yawned, stretching languidly on the couch as his canine companions rested nearby. Nearby, a man appeared to be listening intently. Peace expressed his gratitude for the dog's presence. One of the dogs tilted its head, questioning if something had been heard. The other dog suggested it might have just been a bird flying by. Peace then proposed they engage in a few training rounds. Peace and the dogs then headed toward the doorway. Outside, Peace and the dog stood in a courtyard. Peace admitted that he was starting to feel stifled. Peace walked towards the building's entrance. Above the entrance, a grappling hook was visible. The grappling hook hung silently. Elsewhere, a guard called out, demanding someone stop. One of the other guards remarked on the first's tenacity, wondering how he hadn't been sacked yet. The first guard, smoking, retorted that the habit wouldn't kill him, as his great-grandfather had smoked a pack a day and lived to 92. The smoking guard continued, saying that his great-grandfather played chess at the senior center right up until the day before he died, and that he even asked his grandmother for a new suit that evening, only to pass away the next morning. Dos outros guardas comentou que ele era homem abençoado, perguntando se o fumante também ia morrer assim. O fumante respondeu que isso seria desejar demais, e que ele ficaria feliz em morrer assim. The smoking guard noted that the others had dashed off earlier, and wondered why they hadn't returned yet. He decided to go on patrol and look for them. The guard, surprised, called out to another guard, asking what they were doing. Nearby, a dog growled. The guard continued his patrol. Alpha 5 called Alpha 1, requesting to come in. The guard was informed that Seek and guard were motionless in the backyard, and asked if he noticed anything unusual. Alpha 1 responded that no abnormalities were detected, the sensors were working perfectly, and that he never took his eyes off the monitor. He added that it was probably a pigeon or something. The guard asked if there was a problem, to which the response was negative. He was then addressed as Senior. The guard asked if they'd had a lot of infiltration drills, and then asked how they would enter if there was an infiltration. The guard was told that they'd already discussed that in team leader meetings, and the conclusion was that, other than parachuting, there was no other solution. He was then asked if he had lost his mind, as the place was in close proximity to the presidential Blue House, where flight permissions were not granted. The guards continued their discussion about potential security flaws. One guard wondered if something like a hang glider would be a feasible method of infiltration. The other guard questioned the practicality of such a method. He wondered how many people could land within a couple of meters of their target, and pointed out that guards would likely hear something that big falling. The first guard conceded that it was unlikely anything like that would happen. He then suggested installing a camera in the sky the next day. The other guard laughed, telling him to let's go because it's cold. Meanwhile, the guard dogs perked up their ears, wondering if they would get chicken. The guards continued their patrol, the dogs following close behind. Elsewhere, the dominant figure in the red vest remained still, waiting. He thought to himself that the dogs were the issue, and he didn't want to kill them. The location was heavily monitored by cameras, but they were likely not installed on the guards' routes. It was crucial not to deviate from the guards' routes. The figure wondered if the dogs always stayed there because of their boss. There were no surveillance cameras in this area. He landed silently. He continued his descent, while the dogs noticed the intruder. The figure prepared to land. He descended further, using some sort of rope. He landed on the ground, unnoticed by the guards. The man in the red vest calls out, demanding that the guards seek him out. Hearing the call, one of the guards turns toward the sound. Meanwhile, the red-vested aggressor continues his descent down the side of the building, utilizing glowing purple orbs to aid his movements. He lands swiftly, taking down one of the guards. The aggressor then hoists the unconscious guard over his shoulder, securing him with cloth. He swiftly ties the guard's hands behind his back. With the guard secured, the red-vested man continues his advance. He walks down a corridor, leaving the incapacitated guard behind. Inside, a man is startled by the sudden appearance of the red-vested man, exclaiming in surprise. The red-vested man swiftly silences him with a sharp blow. He continues his assault, striking the man with brutal efficiency. The force of the blow is devastating. The red-vested aggressor delivers a final, decisive kick. The red-vested aggressor continued his assault, his movements a blur of calculated violence. Maintaining his momentum, he launched himself higher into the building. Meanwhile, the man he had attacked struggled to defend himself, his arms raised in a desperate attempt to block the blows. The aggressor rained down a series of precise strikes, each one aimed to incapacitate. His expression was one of cold determination, focused solely on the task at hand. The relentless assault continued, the sounds of the struggle echoing through the building. He advanced further into the room, his eyes scanning for any potential threats or obstacles. With a burst of speed, he unleashed a kick, the force of it shattering the air around him. The victim, now on the ground, questioned why the aggressor was being so noisy. The red-vested aggressor's face remained impassive, his gaze fixed on his target. The victim groaned as another blow landed, the impact reverberating through his body. The aggressor continued his relentless assault, each strike delivered with brutal efficiency. He prepared for the next attack, his body coiled and ready to strike. The red-vested aggressor continued his relentless assault, his movements a blur of brutal efficiency as he struck down at his defenseless target. Below, the manager could only look up in terror as the aggressor descended upon him, the threat of imminent pain etched across his face. His eyes wide with fear, the manager braced for the inevitable impact. A single bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he awaited the next blow. With a swiftness that belied his size, the figure moved with purpose. The figure launched a devastating kick. The force of the blow registered on the face of the manager victim, his expression a mix of shock and pain. His eye widened in disbelief as the attack connected. The attacker's foot slammed into the manager victim's face. The manager victim's head snapped back, the impact sending waves of agony through him. The force of the kick exploded against his face. The attacker continued his assault, maintaining relentless pressure. He rained down blows upon the manager victim. Each strike landed with brutal force. The attacker's movements were a blur as he continued his assault. The manager victim was sent flying through the air, coughing up blood. He crashed to the ground, defeated and broken. The manager victim was quickly subdued by his attacker. The aggressor maintained his grip, ensuring the manager could not escape. The aggressor noted the weight difference between them. The aggressor stood over the subdued manager. Checking his watch, the aggressor realized that time was tight, noting that it was 5:54 a.m. Elsewhere, several men were bound and subdued. The aggressor considered his actions. His expression hardened. The aggressor explained that he opted for this complex process to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, sparing them because their job was to protect people. He expressed sympathy for the dogs who were just following orders. He warned them to wake up before he left and not to move. The aggressor warned that he wouldn't be able to show leniency if they didn't understand. The aggressor stood over the tied-up man. The aggressor adjusted his hat as he walked away. Footsteps echoed in the night. The aggressor continued to walk away. It was 6:10 a.m., and the maid was coming out to get the newspaper. As she reached the bottom of the stairs, she noticed someone. Before she could react, she was struck. The attacker subdued her with a swift strike. He explained that he had pressed on her pressure point, ensuring she wouldn't be able to make a sound for some time. He warned her against foolish ideas, promising serious harm if she didn't cooperate and answer his questions properly, confirming that the security system was off. He then demanded to know how many bodyguards were in the house. He inquired if the master's room was upstairs, receiving a nod in response. He then confirmed that the rest were downstairs. He assured the maid that she would regain her senses in a few hours. The aggressor stepped over the unconscious maid and entered the house. He moved through the house. The sounds of fighting echoed through the building. The aftermath of the conflict was visible, a broken window. More damage could be seen throughout the house. Suitcases were being packed. The suitcases were then dragged away. The van idled outside the building, its presence both ominous and secretive. Inside, suitcases were being loaded, hinting at a hasty departure. The van's headlights cut through the darkness as it prepared to leave. Elsewhere, a woman in a purple robe stood in a brightly lit room. She pondered what to do, her her thoughts consumed by Hyen. The woman stood at a desk, her expression troubled as she looked at a laptop. She typed furiously, composing an email. The email was addressed to Dr. Wu. Her hands continued to work at the keyboard. She considered the implications of Hyen and you being taken, fearing it was because of a past incident. She wondered if Hyen was still alive and what she should do. She couldn't disclose the situation, as it wasn't just a problem. The Hyeonsung family wouldn't escape the blame, and their party would be disparaged and criticized. The woman wondered if she should report it, but feared the consequences. She believed even those who were once at her mercy would try to bury her. She reassured herself that Hyen would definitely return alive, as she had done nothing wrong. She affirmed that she was not a flower, but a tree, and that spring would arrive again. The woman, gazing out over the city, realized that with Secretary Kim also gone, she was the only one left who knew about the incident. She concluded that there wouldn't be any clues left. Meanwhile, Cha Soo-kyung was on the phone. Cha Soo-kyung confirmed that she was in the Songbuk neighborhood and told the person on the other end of the line that she needed their help. Soo-kyung acknowledged that the person she was speaking with must be deeply distressed, but she insisted that she could manage. She wanted to rush over, but her body wouldn't allow it. Soo-kyung explained that there were people looking after her. She wished she could take action, but since she couldn't, she was calling the chairman. Cha Soo-kyung, on the phone, acknowledged that the person on the other end of the line must be deeply distressed, but she insisted that she could manage. She expressed a desire to rush over immediately, but her body wouldn't allow it. Continuing the conversation, Soo-kyung noted that there were people looking after her. She wished she could take action herself, but since she couldn't, she was calling the chairman. She recalled that her son-in-law, Yu, had mentioned assigning a young subordinate to go to China, but before they could reach their destination, they were involved in an accident and passed away. He had taken his wife along, and something terrible may have happened to her there, causing resentment. Soo-kyung admitted she didn't know how to deal with the situation. Soo-kyung continued, relaying that he had also said he was feeling anxious, which was why he used the service of bodyguards, and she asked that this be checked into. She added that it seemed difficult to report it to the police without any evidence, and if the police got involved in her and the chairman's affairs, they might handle those people recklessly. Soo-kyung considered that it could also lead to gossip later on, and since it was still an unknown situation, it was best to handle it quietly for now. Soo-kyung affirmed that she would wait and asked to be given good news. Her heart began to beat rapidly. Soo-kyung wondered why her heart was behaving this way, noting that everything had been fine until now. She thought to herself that she was her heart, and it shouldn't rebel against her. If she died, it would die too, and she wondered if it knew that. The sound of an elevator chimed. Soo-kyung sat at a computer. Soo-kyung demanded that someone find Hyen for her, cursing the Chinese bastards coming to Korea. Someone asked what had happened. They reported that one team was on their way right now, specifying that there were 5 members. The person on the other end of the line pointed out that Soo-kyung had said there were 7 people at the Songbuk neighborhood house. They asked if they should move one team to Yangpyeong and how many people that would involve. Soo-kyung was told that even so, she had said only one team was coming, and that there was also no security system in Yangpyeong like the one in Songbuk. The man with the slick-back hair stated that he had nothing to say, even though Team Leader Park had been assigned. He hadn't expected their defenses to be so easily penetrated. Only one team was coming. Across the room, a woman with short white hair asked if they were coming. The man responded that there wouldn't be a second time. Elsewhere, an older man sat at a table, preparing tea. The man on the phone said it was getting tiresome. He acknowledged that it had been a while since he'd spoken to Lady Cha. He then mentioned that he had a favor to ask. He hoped the flying tigers could be of use and assured the person on the other end that he would repay the favor. He added that he had also helped create the flying tigers, so he didn't act carelessly. The man on the phone acknowledged that Korea had made a slight mistake with about 10 people in one team, but that should be enough. He said he would take care of it and suggested meeting at Wangryongak at 7 o'clock. The man hung up the phone. He called out to Wu Sang. The man stated that the flying tigers were the elite forces secretly trained by the Chongda gang. He instructed Wu Sang to go in and adapt to the situation, assuring him that the rest will be handled by those guys. Another man asked if the Chongda gang wasn't one of the best 3 major organizations of the Samhap society. He then asked if they had a relationship with the Chongda gang. The man on the phone confirmed that he understood. The man on the phone stated that they had supported the other man since he was little, allowing him to freely wield his knife and providing more resources when he made mistakes. He added that the man's divine blade was practically their creation. The man responded that he was fully aware. The man on the phone said they needed to handle the matter carefully. The man on the phone asked if they would be moving together with the Flying Tigers. He stated that they would move according to the situation. He then said that he didn't care much for their organization members and that he just didn't want to give Jin Shai-hum the satisfaction. He then stated that he understood and would take his leave. The older man on the phone stated that even the Flying Tigers should be enough for Korea, adding that there was no need to use a butcher knife to kill a chicken. The camera panned to an exterior shot of a large estate. The view shifted to a closer angle of the building. Inside, a group of men stood at attention. A hand placed a photograph on a table, revealing an image of a man kneeling on the ground. Yu Tae-sung, chairman of Hyungsung Group, held up a photo and asked if this was the man in question. Hwang Yoon-gil, chief secretary of Hyungsung Group, confirmed that the head of the security team and the housekeeper had both gotten a clear look at the suspect's face and were certain of their identification. Yoo Tae-sung remarked that an expert with such a face didn't add up, noting that the man could subdue someone who could handle presidential security with his bare hands and instantly kill dogs with just a stick. Yoo Tae-sung was informed that they were looking into it from various angles, but the number of possible suspects was extremely small, comparing it to losing a cow and still not being able to repair the barn. The men discussed the credibility of what the in-law had said, with one apologizing and promising to find out more. They noted that based on what they'd found so far, there were more questions than answers, and that the young employee who supposedly had an accident in China was only in his second year with the company. It was revealed that it was quite early in his career that he was sent as the accounting manager for Hyunsung Electronics joint venture factory in China, and moreover, he couldn't speak Chinese well. Yoo Tae-sung wondered what the reason was for sending such a guy. Hwang Yoon-gil responded that they were still looking into it. Yoo Tae-sung asked what they meant by, "What's what?" demanding to know what they were trying to hide. He was reminded that this was only a conjecture based on the circumstances, and that Yoo Jong-moo was the one who recommended that employee. It was also noted that during the time when the young couple had their incident, Cha was also in China. The conversation continued, with someone asking if that was when she went to China for that treatment with Hyen, and another demanding they be straightforward instead of beating around the bush. Yoo Tae-sung dismissed everyone, telling them to come back in when he called them. The meeting concluded, the men dispersed from the room. Meanwhile, Yoo Tae-sung stood alone, contemplating the information he had just received. He considered the implications of Assemblywoman Cha possibly receiving a heart transplant from the young woman in China. Yoo Tae-sung questioned the conclusion, noting that Dr. Shin Yong-rok, Assemblywoman Cha's cardiologist, had recently gone missing. Furthermore, he recalled that last September, Dr. Shin acquired Hyunsung Electronics shares worth around 4 billion won, the source of which was Executive View. The pieces began to fall into place as Yoo Tae-sung considered the hospital and the embassy, realizing that the circumstances pointed to a single, plausible explanation. He wondered who had taken Hyunjo, demanding that his subordinate give him a bit more time to find out. Yoo Tae-sung resolved to find him, no matter the cost, stating that he didn't care about the consequences and that they needed to save him first. He affirmed that he would find him by whatever means necessary, ordering his subordinate to leave. Yoo Tae-sung shouted for them to bring him back immediately. His anger rising, Yoo Tae-sung stood up abruptly. He slammed his fist on the table, cursing Cha Soo-kyung. Yoo Tae-sung vowed that if anything happened to Hyunjo, she wouldn't get away with it. He stared intently at a framed photograph. Yoo Tae-sung, filled with a surge of emotion, seemed to be on the verge of tears. He stared at a photograph, his thoughts consumed by Hyunjo's actions. He wondered how Hyunjo could have made such a grave mistake, lamenting that if he had decided to step into the mire, he should have done it right. Tae-sung considered the sloppy execution that unraveled everything within half a day. The photograph showed Assemblywoman Cha Soo-kyung, and Tae-sung reflected on her cunning nature, unlike Hyunjo's mother. He thought that knowing her place and not showing greed had always appealed to him, but there was always one concern. Tae-sung considered that the phrase, "the beauty that can topple a nation," wasn't just for show. He wasn't worried because Hyen wasn't the type to instigate, but in the end, it was because of her that a mess was created. He sighed, wondering what he should do. Meanwhile, rain began to fall. The rain intensified, pelting the rooftops. The downpour continued, the sound echoing through the city. Nearby, suitcases sat stacked against a brick wall, exposed to the elements. A figure emerged from a doorway, silhouetted against the stormy sky. The figure's face remained obscured in shadow, their expression unreadable. Rain fell heavily on the city, each drop echoing the tension in the air. The downpour continued, obscuring the already dim surroundings. The rain poured down as a figure stood silhouetted in a doorway. The figure emerged further into the light, revealing the face of a man. Elsewhere, a hand reached out to press a button. The lights flickered on, illuminating the interior. The hand then reached out to pull down a window shade. Inside, 3 men were bound to chairs, seemingly unconscious. The title card appeared, "The Uncredentialed." The credits for the chapter were displayed. One of the bound men suddenly snapped awake, startled. A voice echoed, asking if he was Kim Chang-seo. The man in the red vest explained that the location was soundproofed, so no one would hear him scream, no matter how loud. He added that even if he regained his ability to speak, he should refrain from raising his voice, as he disliked loud noises. The man in the red vest stated that the same applied to the other 2. The man in the red vest watched the captives. His expression was unreadable. The man in glasses flinched. Meanwhile, the man tied to the chair struggled against his bonds. The man in the pajamas watched the captive struggle. He knew that even if Chang-seo sent the best bodyguards, there was no way to provide aid. The man in the red vest told the captives that they should be able to speak now, as he didn't have much to ask. He added that if they had any questions, they could ask. The man in pajamas asked if the man in the red vest was the one behind their kidnapping. The man in the red vest responded that they could probably guess, so why bother asking? He then asked if they had committed so many sins. The man in the red vest stared intently. He continued to stare. The man in the red vest asked if the man in glasses could recognize him now. The man in glasses realized who he was. The man in the red vest confirmed that it was him. He stated that he was Yoon Seokwan's brother-in-law and Im Choyoung's father, Im Wapyeong. Im Wapyeong stared at the man in glasses. Im Wapyeong asked the man in glasses if he didn't have any questions for him. Im Wapyeong suggested it would be more satisfying to have their curiosities resolved before they go. The man in glasses looked up, his expression unreadable. With a sigh, the man in glasses claimed he did everything. Hyein, the woman in the green sweater, knew nothing, he insisted. He explained that his mother-in-law just said that she has found a way to prolong her life, so he followed her to take care of her and only learned the truth after the surgery was over. He continued, stating that after returning from China, Hyein never saw the mother-in-law again, cutting ties with her. Chang Seo, he said, was simply running errands, a necessary job to make a living. The man in glasses apologized, saying he did it all and asked for them to spare the other two. He insisted that he asked for it, begging desperately to save his mom, and that Hyein should just stay still. The man in glasses repeated that he was the one who did it, that he asked for it. Im Wapyeong considered that they both claimed to have done it, wondering which one of them was telling the truth. The man in glasses insisted that Madam knew nothing and that he was telling the truth. The man in glasses asked where Cha Soo-kyung was, adding that that's also. He then asked about Yu Hyunjo, again asking where Cha Soo-kyung was. The man in glasses stated that he would find her no matter what, that it was just a matter of time. He added that it was better to tell him when he asked nicely. Im Wapyeong asked if he still thought he was in a position to. The man in glasses shouted that she was in a villa in Yangpyeong. The man in the brown suit remained silent, his gaze fixed as he listened intently. Meanwhile, the woman begged for her husband's life to be spared. Tears streaming down her face, she pleaded with them to just kill her instead. The man in the black suit instructed her to read the document aloud, as she desperately offered to do anything. Her eyes welled with tears. Her face was contorted with anguish. The man in the black suit reminded her that she had said she would do anything, urging her to read the document. She sobbed, the weight of the situation crushing her. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. The man in the black suit told her to read, as he would read the rest for her. She begged them to stop, her voice filled with desperation. The man in the black suit questioned if she still thought he should spare her husband, asking if she could still ask him to spare him. The man in the black suit stated that he would pay with his life. One of the men asked the woman if she could tell him about the people involved. Kim Chang-seo was instructed to recount everything he did from the beginning to the end. He responded that what he had already said was all he knew. Another man stated that he needed to verify if there were any discrepancies with what Shin Young-rak had said. The man remained silent. Yu Hyunjo was asked if there was anything to add or subtract from what Kim Chang-seo had said, but he replied that there wasn't. He was then asked if he had something he'd like to say, like a message for his family or something he wanted to say to the world. He responded that he couldn't promise to deliver it, but if he must or if he got a chance, he would. He was asked if he wanted to announce it to the world. The man responded that when he got cornered before it was all over, he thought his father, at least, would try to do something. The man stated that he didn't mind showing it to the public, and that it depended on how his father responded. He added that he would say anything, so please don't harm his father. The man thought that it was not for him to decide, and that there was a place he wanted to return to. He continued, if there was too much blood on this land, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. But if his father provoked him first, he was more than willing to respond. The fate of his father depended on his father's decisions. The man in the suit pleaded with his captor not to harm his father. The captor responded that it wasn't up to him to decide, as there was a place he wanted to return to. He added that if he spilled too much blood on this land, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. The captor continued, stating that if the man's father provoked him first, he would be more than willing to respond. Therefore, the fate of the man's father depended on his father's decisions. The man in the suit asked if he could be turned towards the camera. He added that it wouldn't be possible, but he would like to write a letter. He then asked if he could have some water. The man paused, gripping the pen tightly in his hand. His expression was strained, sweat beading on his brow. The captor, standing nearby, remarked that the man had made a smart choice. The man in the suit began to write his letter. He wrote that death was the same for everyone, but the journey there could be very different. He then handed the letter to his captor. The captor asked if he had finished the letter. The man confirmed that he had. The captor then read the letter, which stated that he did not harbor hate or seek vengeance for his impending death. The letter also requested that someone take care of Chang Seo's household. The letter continued, stating that Chang Seo wouldn't survive either. The man also requested that his personal assets be used to aid orphans and single mothers and apologize to his father and brothers. The man in the suit finished his letter, stating that with its contents, his father would surely understand that he had ended his life. He added that it didn't matter, and he could kill him now. He then pleaded for his captor to spare Hyein. The man in the suit spoke with a calm demeanor, his words carrying a weight of authority as he addressed someone out of view. His expression hardened as he listened to the response, his eyes narrowing slightly. Kim Chang-seo, visibly shaken, was asked if he had anything to say. Another man, his face obscured by shadows, sat hunched over, seemingly awaiting his turn to speak. The man apologized, admitting he was wrong. The man in the suit questioned if there was really not one among them who begged for their life. Elsewhere, a woman sat bound to a chair, watched over by two men. The woman looked up at the man standing before her, her expression unreadable. She stated that she had planned to repay what they had done to her child, but now she was uncertain. The man told her that the same went for Shin Young-rak, Kim Chang-seo, and even her husband, saying they were not involved. He continued, stating that if that was true, then she was like a lotus flower that emerged from the mire called Cha Su Kayong. The man explained that if he showed her sympathy, it would diminish the significance of his daughter's death, reminding her that her husband's involvement was because of her, but that he was not guilty. The man stated that was correct, and to consider it as repayment for his daughter, and to keep that in mind as she went. He dared not ask to be spared, but requested that they kill his mother without pain and let her go peacefully, a request that the man denied. Even as the woman pleaded for mercy, she knew it was impossible. She asked that he show even a little mercy with his hands. He told her that she could speak. Hyein called out to him, referring to him as Appa. She thanked him for cherishing and loving her, telling him that she loved him. He apologized, saying that he loved her too. Hyein stated that she knew, and that she would be with him even in their next life. She then said that the time had run out, and that it was enough. Meanwhile, the man asked if she had finished her last farewell. He declared that there would be no pain. Hyein simply uttered, "Oh." She then said, "PPA." The man told her that it was all of her cursed love. He called out to Hyein, questioning her name. The man held Hyein. The man, standing over Hyein, cried out her name, wondering if he should. He was told that Yu Hyunjo's love had died, and he questioned what he was hearing. The man cried out Hyen's name in disbelief. The suit man, clutching his throat, gasped Hyen's name, the pain evident in his voice. He was asked if he felt the sorrow, the pain, that he had inflicted. He recalled the deep sorrow, pain, and rage he felt when he saw his daughter's lifeless body. At length, he was told that he had the chance to journey together with his daughter. Now, he was instructed to go to his beloved. A swift strike followed. The suit man fell to the ground. Rain began to fall. He was challenged to try to move if he could. The man with glasses told him to know this pain and face his death. He declared that he was not a judge, and that the notion of hating the sin, not the person, was nonsense to him, as he was merely exacting revenge. The man with glasses stated that he was unleashing his fury on him, not on his sins, and that it would be painful. The man's eye twitched. Blood trickled from his eye. The man with glasses gripped the suit man's shirt. The man with glasses asked if he felt the agony, stating that his daughter felt the same. The man with glasses said that she was alive, yet unable to move, and that she couldn't even let out a single scream. The man with glasses, standing over the body of the suit man, expressed his desire for his victim to suffer the same fate in his next life at the hands of someone committing the same sin. The red vest aggressor then grabbed the man with glasses by the head. The aggressor, with a look of disbelief, realized that he had used demon blood. The aggressor told the man with glasses that his initial plan was to nail and slice his entire body and then sprinkle it with salt like seasoning of fish. The aggressor, grabbing the man with glasses by the collar, declared that those two robbed him of his happiness. The aggressor continued to grip the man with glasses. The aggressor told the man with glasses that in his next life, he may be reincarnated as a commoner. The aggressor continued, saying that he may encounter an employer who tramples on his peace for their own love, before slamming the man with glasses' head into the ground. The aggressor told the man with glasses to live among those who drive nails into his heart and plunge knives into his back, and that he must experience this. The aggressor continued to stomp on the man with glasses. The man with glasses lay on the ground, defeated. A close-up of the man with glasses' face showed the extent of his injuries. Elsewhere, a car drove along a tree-lined street. Inside the vehicle, Suitman 1 stated that he would park the car at the Magnolia Village parking lot in Yatap neighborhood, Bundang. He would also inform the security office and leave the keys with them. Suitman 1 continued his phone call, explaining that there hadn't been an accident, but it felt too risky to keep using the car. He confirmed that there was only one left in their country and that he would make a stop before. Suitman 1 stated he was hanging up now. Moments later, Suitman 1 ended the call. Suitman 1 reflected on the situation, thinking that he hadn't made any mistakes. He considered that if Cha Su Kayong spilled her deeds because of her daughter, it was inevitable. He then considered someone from the police or Hyungsung might come looking for him, about which he seemed concerned. Suitman 1 continued his phone call, telling the person on the other end that if it was Hyungsung, they should resist just enough to appear normal, then cooperate. He stated he was okay and had decided not to look back until the blood on his hands had completely dried and that he was hanging up now. Suitman 1 held the phone in his hand. In a fit of rage, Suitman 1 crushed the phone in his hand. Suitman 1 looked at the remains of the phone in his hand. Suitman 1 paused, lost in thought. Elsewhere, a woman with long hair stated that even if she begged for mercy, she would still die. Suitman 1 thought to himself, wondering if he was underestimating the tragic death of Cho Young, who died so miserably, and that he shouldn't know anything about her. Suitman 1 continued his internal monologue, stating that he was treating the deaths of Yoon Suk-hyun and his grandson as worthless. He vowed that if he toppled the tower of anger he'd built himself, he would render himself powerless. The Suitman 1 was last seen driving away. Now, a purple car speeds down the road. The title card reads, The Outcast. The scene shifts to a tall building, identified as the Wang-sik building. Meanwhile, inside the building, a man's polished shoes click against the floor as he walks. He greets team leader Jong. Elsewhere, another man in a suit, Businessman 1, strides down a hallway, speaking urgently on his phone. He expresses frustration that even the surveillance team hasn't located their target. He demands that they find him, no matter what. The businessman reflects on the situation, noting that Wapyeong's daughter died. He recalls that Shin Yong-rok is gone, and his continued absence likely means he's dead. He realizes that the only missing piece is how Wapyeong uncovered Shin Yong-rok's involvement. Hwang Yoon-gil, a branch manager from Hyungsung, speaks on the phone, apologizing for the call. The person on the other end assures him that Hyungsung will not risk a backfire. He confirms a payment of $1 billion, 5 times $200 million each, and promises to visit soon to express his gratitude personally. Suitman 1 walks down a hallway, surrounded by his subordinates. He asks why they're dawdling. Suitman 1 instructs someone to contact Shin Baknam and tells them to send the kids to Yoon Dae-soo's house, adding that President Shin will handle the rest. He urges them to hurry. Suitman 1 is seen smoking, determined that someone needs to stay alive. The camera pans to a large apartment complex. Inside a vehicle, Jong Si-woo, the Hyungsung Group Security Office second team leader, is present. Jong's team leader states that they have arrived. Another man in the car reflects on the fact that the executive director could have used them, questioning why he outsourced. The team, led by Jong Si-woo, arrived at their destination. Meanwhile, Suitman 1 addressed his assembled subordinates, stating that he had gathered all the necessary personnel. The man with the gray hair acknowledged the statement, but wondered what he was supposed to do. The man with the gray hair responded that getting cooperation from inside the house was routine, as it was just an old lady by herself. He added that they just needed to foster a cooperative atmosphere without harming her. The gray-haired man thought to himself that if it were only that simple, they wouldn't be having this conversation, and that he even brought everyone here with him. The gray-haired man stated that if he knew the details, there would be no need to bring the kids along. He then told the other man that they needed to wrap this up and find that person. The gray-haired man scoffed, saying that if it was just a fistfight, the others would be better at it. He then told the other man to get this over with quickly and asked where to go. Jong Si-woo informed his team that they were going to apartment 1102 in Madong. Elsewhere, Hwang Yoon-gil sat at his desk, reviewing documents. His phone rang, and he answered, addressing the caller as Honey. Hwang Yoon-gil was shocked by what he heard, demanding that the caller hand it over. Hwang Yoon-gil asked what was happening and why they were searching for his in-law. He pleaded with them not to disturb someone who was grieving in seclusion. Hwang Yoon-gil, enraged, called the person a scumbag and told them to just wait. He vowed not to let this incident slide and promised to find them for sure, adding that they would cry tears of blood. The caller told Hwang Yoon-gil that there was a single house not too far from the Bundang Yatap neighborhood cemetery, about 500 meters away. The caller told Hwang Yoon-gil that the person was there, that it was the only house around, and demanded that he put his wife on the line. Hwang Yoon-gil asked if his wife was all right and why she opened the door recklessly, then realized they had all left. Hwang Yoon-gil, on the phone, instructed his wife to keep the door locked and take a heart-calming pill, assuring her he would be right there. He listened intently, his expression a mix of concern and determination. The conversation continued, with Yoon-gil learning that some thugs were looking for him in the Yatap neighborhood. He was told that these individuals had even threatened his wife and brought up their kids, reluctant to tell them anything. Finally, a decision was made. Meanwhile, at a remote location, a figure sat in meditation. The camera zoomed in on the structure where the figure was meditating. Inside the structure, the figure remained in a meditative pose, surrounded by an ethereal glow. The figure's eyes opened, revealing a piercing gaze. The figure, still in a meditative pose, exhaled deeply. The figure wondered if they really needed to pretend to be weak. It occurred to them that if they weren't sending the police, but coming themselves, it must mean they hadn't reported it to the police yet. If that's the case, it was time to show them they could take care of it themselves. The scene shifted to a view of the building's exterior. Inside, a hand reached for a remote control. The figure stood up, a determined look on their face. They walked forward, ready to face whatever was coming. Peace protagonist walked along the wooden deck outside the house. From a distance, he could see the house was under surveillance. A hidden camera was nestled amongst a pile of firewood. The camera confirmed that the house was under surveillance. It was 4:30 p.m. Peace protagonist knew there was enough time to get from there to here. He was ready, though. Peace protagonist observed the scene from afar. He smirked, realizing that these guys were no gentlemen. A convoy of black vans sped down a sun-drenched road. Inside one of the vans, the man with the mohawk wondered why they needed to check again. He was informed that according to the surveillance team, neither Yoon nor Im Wapyeong knew anything. However, it was possible that one of them knew something, even if the phone conversation suggested otherwise. The man clicked his tongue, annoyed at entertaining such useless thoughts, reminding himself that he just needed to do as he was told. He confirmed that he had entered the Yatap neighborhood and that he had received the message from the surveillance team. He asked if they could have gotten it right the first time. He then confirmed a price of $1 billion before saying he would get back to them. He spoke with Yoon, asking if it was possible for him to move the evidence. He was assured that they would search every nook and cranny. The man exited the van, followed by a large group of men in suits. He considered how far 3 people could carry another person in 10 minutes by foot. He estimated 500 meters, and considering there might be an accomplice, he ordered them to comb through the surrounding kilometer. He ordered his men to spread out, instructing them to concentrate and follow any footprints they found. The man with the mohawk asked if they were at the right place. He confirmed that they were and ordered them to proceed. The man in the red vest watched as Im Wapyeong was questioned about his identity. Young Swan confirmed that he was the one they were looking for, but questioned their right to ask. The man with the mohawk responded, accusing Young Swan of feigning ignorance despite having spoken with Yoon Dae-soo. Another man questioned if Young Swan had also been wiretapped, demanding to know what he was up to. The man with the mohawk addressed his men, demanding to know if they were from the National Intelligence Planning and ordering them to state their identities. Suddenly, the men rushed towards Im Wapyeong. One of the men demanded to know what they were doing, as the sound of footsteps echoed through the house. He questioned why they had forcibly entered his home. Im Wapyeong cried out as he was struck. As the men advanced, Young Swan cursed at them, demanding they take off their shoes before entering. The scene inside the house was chaotic, with clothes scattered everywhere. One of the men questioned the meaning of their actions. The man threatened to call the police, but another man retorted that if he was ignorant, he should educate himself and read a newspaper. The man with the mohawk told Im Wapyeong to go ahead and call the police if he wanted. He then asked where he had used the $1 billion won. The man being attacked called the man with the mohawk an impudent fool, saying he was old enough to be his uncle and questioning how he dared speak to him so rudely. The man with the mohawk responded that he was quite bold and asked if this was how he wanted to play. Im Wapyeong wondered why they were doing this. Young Swan thought to himself that it was just as he thought. He demanded to know why they were so interested in his expenditures and insisted on knowing their identities first. The man in the red vest stated that there was a place for this, and it would be in Im Wapyeong's best interest to come along willingly before the situation escalated. Im Wapyeong questioned why he should leave his own home and go with them. Meanwhile, elsewhere, another man in a suit ordered his subordinate to search again thoroughly. The man in the suit acknowledged that the location was not there after all and inquired about their next move. The man on the phone reported that Im Wapyeong was questioning why they were interested in how he spent the money and that they needed a good response. He then stated that they would proceed with bringing him in now, as Im Wapyeong asked where they were taking him. The man in the suit reiterated that there was a place for this and that it would be in Im Wapyeong's best interest to come along willingly before the situation escalated. Im Wapyeong questioned why he should leave his own home and go with them. The man in the suit ordered them to bring Im Wapyeong. Im Wapyeong struggled against his captors, demanding to be let go and threatening to report them all. Despite his struggles, Im Wapyeong was carried away, yelling that he would call the police and demanding to be released. Im Wapyeong continued to struggle, demanding to be let go. One of the men assaulting Im Wapyeong pulled out a device. The man activated the device. The man in the suit looked at Im Wapyeong with a questioning expression. The man in the suit was shocked. The device emitted a powerful blast. The blast struck the man in the suit, sending him flying. The man in the suit is slammed to the ground. He is then thrown into the air. The aggressor delivers a powerful kick. The aggressor continues his assault. His foot lands with force. The man in the suit is sent flying. The attack continues, the sound of impact echoing. Elsewhere, Hwang Yoon-gil is shocked by what he sees. The dominant figure in the red vest, standing before a group, declares them insolent fools. The dominant figure asks how they dare speak to their elders like that, and then calls for the big one to come. The man in the red vest and Hwang Yoon-gil observe the situation, with the man in the red vest referring to someone as this old man. The man in the red vest wonders if the old man still has a trick or two up his sleeve. The man in the red vest acknowledges that he cannot underestimate him. The man in the red vest notes the way the old man walks and stands, and that the sharpness in his eyes and the confidence in his posture suggests that he is quite skilled. The man in the red vest thinks that if the old man came alone, he might have entertained him as a sparring partner for practice. The suit man, now prone, cursed his attacker under his breath. Meanwhile, the red-vested aggressor prepared to deliver a final, decisive blow. The businessman reeled from the force of the blow. The aggressor's fist continued its relentless assault. The businessman's head snapped back from the impact. The relentless barrage continued, each strike landing with brutal force. The businessman was pummeled relentlessly, each blow echoing the aggressor's superior strength. The aggressor's assault left the businessman reeling, his face contorted in pain. The force of the blows sent the businessman staggering backward. The businessman was sent crashing to the ground. The aggressor paused, a flicker of amusement in his eyes as he considered his handiwork. He mused that this was all there was to it. The aggressor continued his assault, his fist connecting with the businessman's face once more. With a final devastating blow, the aggressor unleashed a surge of power, leaving the businessman utterly defeated. The aggressor's shadowless thunder hand technique connected, sending a surge of power through his opponent. The force of the blow was evident in the businessman's contorted face as electricity crackled around his body. The businessman was sent flying through the air from the sheer power of the attack. He crashed violently into a wall, the impact shattering the surface. The aggressor surveyed the scene from a distance, his defeated opponent lying amidst the debris. Nearby, one of the men commented on the disrespect shown to their home, while another declared that they would deal with the mess properly. Another man, holding a baton, questioned if the businessman dared to soil their home with his filthy boots. The downed businessman, struggling to rise, questioned what they were all doing. An order was given to charge at him. The men surged forward, weapons raised. The men descended upon the businessman, batons raised high. The businessman cried out as the first blow landed. The assault continued, the businessman unable to defend himself. The men relentlessly beat the businessman, their batons rising and falling in a brutal rhythm. The subordinates continued their assault, kicking up dust and debris. Meanwhile, the businessman, now on the ground, cursed his situation. The aggressor continued his relentless assault. He watched the scene unfold with a cold, calculating gaze. His expression remained unchanged, betraying no emotion. The subordinates continued to beat the businessman. The businessman cried out in pain as the beating intensified. Another blow landed, the sound echoing in a confined space. The businessman's cries grew weaker as the beating continued. The scene was brutal and unforgiving. The businessman begged them to stop, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. The aggressor smirked, stating that the businessman and his associates were the ones who started the conflict. He watched as the subordinates continued their assault, a question forming in his mind. Meanwhile, one of the suit man's associates reacted in shock. The suit man wondered if the aggressor was using a soft gun or a stun gun. As a foot descends towards him, the suit man is caught off guard. The businessman curses, realizing he should have drawn his weapon sooner, but it was too late given the speed of the aggressor's movements. The aggressor prepares to strike. The aggressor strikes the businessman. The businessman is sent flying through the air, crashing through a nearby door. The aggressor stands over the fallen bodies of the other men. The businessman reflects on how the aggressor took down all of his men by himself in such a brief moment, realizing that he is no ordinary old man. The suit man tries to calm himself down, taking solace in the fact that the aggressor thinks he is only armed with a soft gun. The businessman draws his gun. The businessman prepares to fire. The businessman fires his weapon. The aggressor is struck. The aggressor is sent flying backwards. The businessman screams in pain. The aggressor delivers a final blow to the businessman. The businessman collapsed to the ground, a gunshot echoing in the air. Nearby, the gun lay discarded on the ground. Suddenly, a hand reached down, picking up the weapon. It was indeed a real gun. The figure holding the gun, obscured by shadow, questioned if the businessman was truly planning to shoot someone in broad daylight. The aggressor, now looming over his defeated opponent, demanded that he just let it slide. He then remarked that the businessman's shoes were dirty as he pressed his foot against the man's face. The sounds of bones breaking filled the air. Someone groaned in pain. Nearby, the red vest aggressor stood over the fallen figure. The suit-clad man sobbed, begging for mercy. His face contorted in pain as he was grabbed. The aggressor counted himself lucky to have gotten out alive. He screamed as his hand was stomped on. The aggressor looked on, a glint in his eye. The suit-clad man begged him to spare him, but the aggressor was unmoved. The aggressor continued his assault. The suit-clad man was left groaning on the ground. The aggressor told him that it was easier to get information from this one. The aggressor asked where his turf was and if the suit-clad man could be his senior. The aggressor stated that he had never had an underling like the suit-clad man and asked which area he hung around in, noting that Chano neighborhood was a pretty big entertainment district and that a guy who hangs out in such a place shouldn't be so cowardly. The aggressor asked whose orders the suit-clad man was under and stated that a little investigation would reveal everything, though he was known for conducting a rather intense investigation. The red vest aggressor learned that Hwang Yoon-gil is the Hyungsung Group secretary. He considered that Yoon-gil was likely responsible for the shady side of the business, treated like an executive director. The aggressor asked what the suit man's position was. The suit man offered a business card. The aggressor read the card, noting that it belonged to Representative Shin Baknam from Myeongjin Construction. He remarked that they always seem to be involved in construction and civil engineering. The aggressor told the suit man to restore his house to its original state. He promised that if he came back and found something different, he would head to Chonho neighborhood and find him. The suit man promised there wouldn't be any mistakes. The aggressor then ordered him to collect all the cell phones from these guys, warning that if even one was left, he would replace it with the suit man's arms and legs. The sound of cell phones being crushed echoed. The aggressor looked down at the suit man. The aggressor called out to someone, referring to them as Big Guy. He knew the person was conscious, telling them that they should be able to stand since he didn't hit any vital organs. The suit man wondered if he needed to break something for the person to come to their senses. He then muttered the name, Im. The aggressor punched the suit man. The aggressor remarked that it seemed like the suit man still hadn't come to his senses, asking if he was his friend. The aggressor called the suit man a disrespectful brat, telling him that he wanted to ask something. The suit man asks what Hyung-sung's business is with him. The red vest aggressor retorts, questioning if he looks like he knows. The suit man hesitates, but the aggressor states that this won't do. He has no choice but to hear it from Hwang Yoon-gil in person. The aggressor tells someone to call Hwang Yoon-gil once they are done with this. He then asks the suit man if he should start by crippling his friends first, to which the suit man begs him not to. The suit man understands and says that it's over, promising to go back and report. The aggressor says that the suit man went too far and that there was no need to be like this. He continues, stating that there is only one completely crippled here, and that's the one with the gun. He adds that since the suit man carries a gun without hesitation, he must have seen a lot of blood, so it's fine for him, but not for the aggressor. The aggressor states that if someone is powerless, they shouldn't abuse the power they do have, questioning if that isn't the way of the world. He adds that today's events won't end easily, and their Hyung-sung lawyers are quite fearsome. The suit man asks what he has done exactly. The aggressor questions how he can ask that after reducing a man to this state, adding that he will rot in jail for a long time. The suit man states that he knows the law is on the aggressor's side, which is why. What is this madness? Someone yells, "Ouch," and states that they will report this to the police. Someone yells that they are thugs and to bring him. They demand to be let go. The aggressor asks if there is anyone here who can testify that he hit the suit man. The suit man states that it looks like it's just the involved parties here, right? The aggressor states that 23 men got taken down by one former chef. He then asks about the gun the suit man tried to kill him with, stating that it doesn't come with a license to kill and is illegal. He adds that the bullets have the suit man's fingerprints all over them, and he thinks anyone will believe his story. The aggressor says Bok Nam and asks if the suit man stopped by his in-laws' place before coming here. The suit man replies, "Yes, elder." The suit man says that was an order from above, but is cut off by someone saying enough. The man in the blue jacket is told to have Hwang Yoon-gil kneel and apologize sincerely at his in-laws' place by tonight, or he's dead. He confirms that he will see Hwang Yoon-gil now. The man with the red hair is told to assign someone healthy to drive, as his wrist bones are shattered. A black van is parked outside. Inside the van, the man in the blue jacket is asked what exactly he is trained in, to which he replies, "A bit of this and that." The red-haired man accuses him of eavesdropping and demands a straight answer. He is warned that if Hwang Yoon-gil is aware of their conversation, he will make sure he can't even live as a human being and will spend his life being spoon-fed porridge by his wife. The man on the phone scoffs at the idea of a security team, calling them more like a bunch of wiretappers. He confirms to his in-law that it's him and asks how his wife is doing. The man on the phone is told to properly give another call. He is then asked if he threatened his in-law with the safety of his son, grandson, and daughter-in-law. The red-haired man is struck. The man on the phone tells his in-law to relax, saying that if he saw him, he'd say he got the thorough handling he deserved. The red-haired man is struck again. The man on the phone says yes, he's hanging up. The man in the suit is asked if he is a Hyung-sung employee or a gangster, and if this is really the true face of Hyung-sung, supposedly one of Korea's top 5 conglomerates. The man in the suit regrets what he did, saying it wasn't out of malice, he was just in a rush. He is told that he is quite pitiful and that it's a shame for someone with the power to freely wiretap on the corporation. The man in the blue jacket is asked how he did it, if he didn't tamper with the cell phone. He says he doesn't know much about it. It's some new equipment that came recently, and asks if they're saying there's quite a team involved. The man in the suit is frustrated. A building is shown. The man in the suit tapped his foot impatiently, wondering why he was still waiting. Growing more agitated, he demanded they hurry up and come in. At his command, the door opened, and 2 men entered the room. The suit man demanded to know what had happened. The man in the gray and blue jacket stood nervously before him. The man with the slick-back hair questioned why Im was present. The man in the suit looked on, a stern expression on his face. The 2 men stood in the office, the tension palpable. Judging by his expression, it seemed that Im had been taught a lesson. The man in the suit recalled that anyone would want to settle things after dealing with 2 jobs in one day. He then asked Im to have a seat. The man in the suit waited outside. The man in the suit questioned why they were threatening people and resorting to wiretapping to corner him, asking if that was how Hyung-sung did business. Im feigned ignorance about the wiretapping and threats. The man in the suit stated that it was merely a request for cooperation, apologizing on behalf of team leader Jong for his brusque manner. The man in the suit stated that they should get to the main issue. The man in the suit asked what Im did with the 1 billion won, questioning why Hyung-sung needed to know where he spent his own money and if he really went to the lengths of hiring thugs to wreck someone's home and forcibly bring people there for trivial information. The man in the suit asked if that was even acceptable in a democratic country, stating that if Mwapyung just answered the question properly, they would make up for all the hardship he had endured that day. The man in the suit asked where Mwapyung spent the 1 billion won and who he gave it to, stating that he was a busy man and didn't have time for this, threatening to sue him. The man in the suit continued to press Mwapyung for answers. The man in the suit expressed his frustration, stating that they were Hyung-sung and questioned if Mwapyung thought an individual stood a chance against them. He warned that if this continued, they would be forced to take a more aggressive approach, asking Mwapyung to answer while they were still treating him with courtesy. He then stated that early that morning, an important figure in their group was kidnapped, and they considered Mwapyung the prime suspect, telling him not to ask why and that he should have some idea, stating that it wasn't hard to guess. The businessman questioned Mwapyung about the 1 billion won, demanding to know who he had given it to. He pressed the issue, his smile never faltering. The young man remained silent. The businessman scoffed, calling him a crazy bastard. Mwapyung asked if he wasn't. The businessman, visibly angered, accused Mwapyung of being nuts and having lost it. Meanwhile, team leader Jong Saiwoo was ordered to enter. Jong Saiwoo entered the room. The businessman called out to Jong, demanding he come in all night if he had to. Jong aphoa chet Mwapyung. Jong slapped Mwapyung across the face. Mwapyung cried out in pain and shock. Jong continued to strike Mwapyung, demanding he stop. Jong continued to beat Mwapyung. The aggressor taunted Mwapyung, questioning if he enjoyed wielding power and mocking others. He wondered if Mwapyung ever considered facing someone with a different kind of power. How does it feel, he asked, to experience it himself? He screamed in pain. The force of the blow sent blood flying. The businessman cried out. More blood splattered. Mwapyung begged for him to stop. The aggressor remarked that the thrill he got from tormenting people was not enough to quell his anger. The businessman screamed again as he was struck. The aggressor continued his assault. The businessman wondered how it felt to be on the receiving end, asking if it was still fun. The aggressor stated that there was a way to live a decent life in this world, suggesting he consider putting himself in someone else's shoes. The aggressor told him to get a grip and stop making up stories, affirming his hatred for Hyung-sung Electronics. He questioned how he could look at Hyung-sung Electronics favorably after what he had been through, but clarified that didn't mean he was crazy and that he didn't take out what happened in China on people back home. The businessman weakly agreed. The aggressor stated that he was planning to go to China soon, and if the Chinese police couldn't get the job done, he would find what he was looking for himself, even if it took years. The aggressor reminded him that the guys he sent after him today were all dead. He ensured that the one who killed his parents would never hold a gun again. The aggressor asked if he seemed reasonable to him, questioning why he would hire someone when he could do it himself. He told him that the money he was so fixated on was invested in the architectural firm called Pretty Space, where his death anniversary day was registered, and that he could check if he liked. The businessman said he understood. The aggressor warned that if the man he was addressing dared to report him to the tax authorities, he would regret it. He also demanded that the mess made at his house be rectified in person, with a clear threat of consequences for any trickery. The man, intimidated, assured him that he would, of course, comply. The aggressor, fueled by rage, crushed the phone in his hand. He declared that he would take the man's rotten head off his shoulders, making it clear that he did not play by the rules. The man in the suit, visibly shaken, was told that he would be compensated for everything if he became a nuisance. The aggressor stated that he didn't care about such things, emphasizing that he was alone in the world and had nothing to protect. The aggressor continued, stating that if anyone stood in his way, he would tear them to pieces. He threatened to wipe out Chairman Yoo Tae-sung and take over the world, adding that he would leak the tape showing the man's men trashing his house, as well as recordings of their conversation, to the press. He taunted the man, suggesting he hire a hitman if he was so confident. Meanwhile, the man in the blue jacket walked away, the sounds of his footsteps echoing in the room. He stated that he would let the man's imagination answer that. Suitman 1 sat down, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The man in the blue jacket walked down the hallway, thinking that now that they've had this talk, he realized that he looked like he was stuck for a few more days, but that everyone had just bought themselves a little more time. Hwang Yoon-gil wondered how things had gotten to this point. Hwang Yoon-gil stood silently as the man in the blue jacket apologized, questioning what the information meant and if it meant they had found Yoo Tae-sung's son. The man in the blue jacket slammed his fist on the table, reminding Hwang Yoon-gil that he had assured him he was close to finding his son and demanding to know about Mwapyung. The man in the blue jacket listed Mwapyung's motives, the closing of his business, his disappearance, the large withdrawal, and the unclear usage of funds, stating that all of this made them certain he was the culprit, but it seemed they may have been mistaken. The man in the blue jacket revealed that Mwapyung was hiding where his daughter's remains were, and a money trail had been confirmed, before asking what else there was. The man in the blue jacket stated that Mwapyung himself is an exceptional martial artist and so formidable that there's no need for him to hire anyone. Hwang Yoon-gil wondered if Mwapyung was after revenge, but then questioned if he wasn't quite old. The man in the blue jacket stated that Wapyeong is an expert of such caliber that even 10 men of equal skill couldn't beat him, according to the second team's leader. The two men stood in a dimly lit office, the tension palpable. The man with the white hair considered the evidence presented before him. He observed that to call a disguise would be a stretch, as the bone structure was completely different. Furthermore, when they had the housekeeper listen to Wapyeong's voice, they confirmed it was entirely different. The man with white hair considered that martial artists have a clear hierarchy. He wondered if it was possible that Yu Hyunjo involved a junior of his. Surely, martial artists of the caliber that abducted Hyunjo weren't so common, they were just lying around. The man with the glasses stated that they hadn't been able to confirm if Yu Hyunjo had any juniors, but just in case, they'd assigned a security team to monitor from a distance. He added that if he's the culprit, he would be aware that they're onto him, so he wouldn't act directly. The man with white hair responded that he'd either make a call or have someone come to them, and then the security team would catch them. He added that they could handle the rest and lock him up first. The man with the glasses stated that the chairman doesn't care about any laws and is already seething with anger because of today's events. Unless they deploy the military, he couldn't guarantee the safety of the man with white hair and his family and must not provoke him further for now. He also reminded him that the chairman has all the video and audio recordings of today's incident. The man with white hair stated that Yu Hyunjo appears to be planning to use the media if they do any further, not the police, and there are limits to what they can manage. He warned that if they act hastily, it could spiral out of control. The man with white hair thought to himself that wiretappings, hiring thugs, violence, threats, illegal weapon use, attempted murder, everything is there. He realized that he needed to personally go to apologize tomorrow, and they must recover those tapes at all costs. The man with white hair wondered how simple things got so out of hand. The man with the glasses apologized, saying he was too hasty. The man with white hair exclaimed that they can't just apologize for the incident with his daughter and settle it with money. The man with the glasses stated that Yu Hyunjo has no interest in money and his assets are well over 300 million. He asked if he has any close kin. He stated that there's no one particularly close to their knowledge, but it would be his in-law Yoon Dae-soo, a department head at Urim Industries and a sous chef who grew up in an orphanage. The man with the glasses advised against that approach. He thought that Yu Hyunjo was audacious yet intelligent and wondered if he was really that intimidating. He added that despite his doubts about him being the culprit, he couldn't let go of his suspicions. Moreover, they're dealing with circumstantial evidence, and if they act on it, the consequences could be dire. The man with the glasses stated that if they take that step, they must completely be prepared, but they're still keeping surveillance. The man with white hair stated that there would be no direct contact, just remote observation with technology. The man with white hair thought that should any leads surface, they can revise their plan. He wondered if he, Yu Tae-sung, had ever felt this helpless. The night deepened as Yu Tae-sung sat alone, perched on the steps outside a dimly lit structure. He considered the hidden masters that might be lurking, though he didn't yet find them too burdensome. He knew the problem wasn't the tools, but the people they disguised. He knew that being unaware of them could restrict his actions, even leave him blindsided. But that didn't mean he could stop doing what needed to be done. Yu Tae-sung knew that Yu Hyunjo's actions were his son's fault, and he wondered what he should do with him. He would like to spare him, considering Yu Hyunjo's last will, but his current frustration made it difficult. All this turmoil, he realized, was because Cha Soo-kyung was still alive. He needed to control his anger, because that's why his anger kept surging. The more rushed he was, the more likely he was to make a mistake. It was 10 o'clock. Yu Tae-sung greeted his in-law over the phone, hoping he wasn't calling too late. He inquired if the thugs had come and apologized. He asked how his wife was, relieved to hear that she was better. He confirmed that was why he was calling. Yu Tae-sung told him he would hang up and wished him to rest well. Under the cover of night, a van sits parked outside a modern house. Nearby, another vehicle is parked on a rooftop. Wapyeong, exhausted, thought to himself that he should get some sleep. Moments later, he walked along the building's rooftop. The building's courtyard was visible from above. The moon hung high in the night sky. Wapyeong continued his rooftop walk. He glanced around cautiously. The dominant figure in the red vest jumped from the rooftop. He landed silently on the ground. The figure moved swiftly through the forest. He continued to move with great speed. The figure dashed through the trees. His feet barely touched the ground. The dominant figure in the red vest perched on a tree branch, surveying the area. The dominant figure in the red vest continued his pursuit, his expression unreadable as he moved through the forest. He muttered to himself, realizing he must have gone too far. With a swift strike, he shattered something in his path. The force of his movements sent shockwaves through the surrounding foliage. His footfalls were silent, but purposeful as he advanced. The dominant figure in the red vest paused, his gaze fixed on something ahead. He noticed a camouflage tent, remarking on its size. Approaching the tent, he yanked it open. Inside, he found a man bound and seemingly helpless. The bound man, visibly terrified, questioned who his captor was. The dominant figure in the red vest silenced him, placing a finger to his lips. His eyes narrowed, a predatory glint in them. The bound man was surrounded by equipment, and he wondered what it was all for. The dominant figure in the red vest loomed over him, a knife in his hand. He revealed that the bound man was from the Hyungsung security team, demanding a response with his eyes and confirming that he only asked once. The dominant figure in the red vest approved of the information he was getting. He confirmed that was how it was done. That was right, the captive thought they were doing a good job. He wondered if they were wiretapping. It seemed like they could wiretap from hundreds of meters away, so they must have had some good equipment. The man in the red vest instructed him to blink as many times as there were people there, including him, and asked how many came. The captive blinked 6 times. He then asked how many of them knew martial arts, clarifying if he meant the guys like the ones who came to his house during the day. The dominant figure in the red vest acknowledged that 2 of them were his colleagues and said, "Okay, good work." The captive was then left on the ground. Meanwhile, the man in the hoodie stood on a hill overlooking several cars. The cars were parked below. A black van sits parked in a deserted area, the only vehicle in sight. The sound of footsteps echoes as someone approaches the van. Moving quickly, a figure in a hooded jacket approaches the vehicle. The hooded figure reaches the van, while inside, a man sits in the driver's seat, watching. The hooded figure crouches, thinking to himself that these guys must be idiots or fools, wondering what they thought he would associate with seeing a Starex van out here in this deserted place. The figure reaches out to open the van's door. As the door slides open, the hooded figure peers inside, meeting the gaze of a man already inside the vehicle. Suddenly, the man inside the van slams his hand against the window, shattering the glass. The man's hand bursts through the shattered window as he tells the hooded figure that they are having a rough night. The hooded figure simply replies with a huh. Inside the van, the other men shout in alarm as the hooded figure enters. The hooded figure, now inside the van, tells the men that they are quite terse with words, and it seems none of them know how to show respect to their elders. The hooded figure continues, saying that since they've been monitoring him, they must have heard what kind of person he is. He adds that he'll give them a chance since they don't seem to be the physical type. The hooded figure asks what their pick is, while the men inside the van look on with concern. The hooded figure stands at the back of the van with the other men. Looking at the contents of the van, the hooded figure wonders why there is so much of this. The hooded figure was relieved to hear the news. He confirmed that was the reason for his call. Meanwhile, one of the men commented on how tough their job must be, assuming they were well compensated. He then questioned how the hooded figure had managed to accomplish what he did. The hooded figure responded that fighting wasn't his specialty, and he would appreciate their cooperation. He then asked how they had bugged his phone, as he had never lost it before. The man explained that he used a Hyungsung electronics phone, which, while challenging, could be bugged with the company support. The hooded figure sighed, deciding it was time to change his phone. The hooded figure declared that they would get things right. He stated that he would need their cooperation right after they had been eavesdropping. Elsewhere, a black car sped along the road. Inside the car, businessman 1 questioned if it really couldn't be detected by the naked eye. He was assured that if it got too risky, they would withdraw immediately. He thought to himself that this guy was like a ghost, wondering how he did it. Businessman 1 wondered if they had not withdrawn yet, as the van was still visible. From above, the black car was seen parked near a building, while a white car was parked nearby. Businessman 1 cursed, wondering why he had to deal with this. A figure walked through a gate. Businessman 1 was surprised to see someone. Mr. Lim hoped he had a good rest. The bandaged man in the suit insists that he must first apologize. A grunt escapes as someone is being forced to move. The man in the suit adjusts his glasses as he is asked why he is doing this. The man with slick back hair reminds him if he forgot what he said, reiterating that he needs to consider putting himself in someone else's shoes. The bandaged man cries out in pain. The man with slick back hair drags the bandaged man, who pleads to be let go. The man with slick back hair calls out for Mr. Lim Wapiyung. The bandaged man is thrown to the ground. The bandaged man is shocked, while the man with slick back hair asks why he is asking and tells him to look beside him. The bandaged man wonders if they were caught when they called him, recalling that he ordered them to withdraw to avoid this situation, but it seems the message didn't get through to the one below. He is also asked if he would rather make a phone call without being bugged. The man with slick back hair states that the one below must be out of his mind, apologizing and saying it was a slip of the tongue. He adds that he has probably gone through a lot of tapes, recording from all angles throughout the day. The bandaged man wonders if they know about this wiretapping technology, musing if they will be curious. He realizes that the wiretapping system is a highly confidential matter known only to a few developers in the company, and that if this gets out, Hyunsung will be branded as an unethical company. The man with slick back hair asks what they can do to receive his forgiveness, but before that, he lets him ask one thing. The bandaged man asks why he is still so fixated on him, as he has already provided all the explanations he could yesterday. The bandaged man is told not to lose hope, as they have no leads to pursue the culprit. He realizes that at this point, they can't do without Mr. Lim, and that if the culprit had made threats, they would have willingly stepped back. The man with slick back hair scoffed, finding the manager's reasoning flimsy. He questioned the basis of the manager's initial suspicion. He wondered if there was something else he didn't know. He pressed the manager for a reason why he should hate Hyung-sung enough to kidnap someone, even a reason unknown to himself. The manager, his face still bearing the marks of his ordeal, warned that if they weren't careful, they would all be killed. He insisted he had already given his response and that they were convinced Mr. Lim was not involved, adding that the chairman would plunge into despair if he couldn't find his child. The man with slick back hair stated that since that was the manager's position, he would state his conditions. He began by stating that if Hyung-sung's family found his minions lurking around, they'd better prepare for the consequences. Secondly, he demanded a legal passport to use in China, along with a Chinese bank account with $1 billion deposited. The manager considered his demands modest, given that he was holding a very strong hand. He urged the man to let him know if there was anything more, promising to address it to the best of their ability. The man with slick back hair suggested leaving the third condition open for the time being, stating he would hand over all the evidence once he agreed to the third condition. The manager pleaded with him not to do this and to hand over the evidence first. The man with slick back hair retorted, questioning if he realized what kind of person he was, clarifying that he wasn't like those con artists who exploit weaknesses over and over again. He declared that he didn't crave money, power, or women, but just one thing. The manager understood. The man with slick back hair revealed that he had originally considered smuggling himself, but now he didn't need to worry about that, adding that moving funds would also become more convenient. The manager asked when he needed the passport and bank account by. The man with slick back hair responded that he needed to put safety measures in place first, so he needs some time, suggesting 2 weeks should be enough as long as it was done within that time frame. The man with slick back hair asked if, once the second condition was met, the evidence would be handed over, adding that the manager was making him repeat himself. A voice apologized. The man with slick back hair asked if the manager knew what car key this was. He stated that it looked expensive and told him to take it back. The manager thanked him. The man with slick back hair declared that people should learn from their mistakes, warning the manager not to even think about using him again before instructing him to grab something. As the manager reached out, the man assured him that things wouldn't end so smoothly next time, promising to keep his word. The man with slick back hair then stated that doubt was part of the manager's job, adding that if he only focused on what was obvious, he'd miss what he really needed to see, and pointed out that his tie was crooked. The manager reflected that if he had lived by his fists, there would only be one organization in Korea. He continued, stating that for 30 years, he had lived as an ordinary chef, and if his daughter hadn't died, there would have been no need for him to reveal his martial arts. The man with slick back hair told him to go, stating that his colleagues were in the next room and to take them and leave. The manager admitted that he was immature, prompting the man with slick back hair to say that he must have investigated his past and knew what he was talking about. He then advised him that, for the time being, it was best not to take anything like Viagra and to steer clear of any women or men that might arouse him too much, or he'd end up embarrassing himself. The manager asked him to pardon? The manager asked what he meant, as the man with slick back hair stated that he meant what he said, and that he had become an eunuch yesterday. An airplane soars through the sky above Incheon International Airport. The sound of footsteps echoes as someone walks along a tactile paving surface. The footsteps belong to Dr. Wu, who is being escorted by a man in a suit. The man confirms that he is, in fact, Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu nods in acknowledgement. The suited man asks Dr. Wu to follow him, stating that they have a car ready to take him directly to the Seoul branch. A car speeds down the road. Inside the car, the suited man tells Dr. Wu that he will be given an extra phone and charger upon arrival. The man hands Dr. Wu a cell phone for use in Korea, explaining that holding down the 1 key will connect him directly to him. He adds that holding down the 2 key will connect him to the Seoul branch. Dr. Wu examines the phone and a small note. Dr. Wu speaks on the phone, confirming his identity and estimating that they will need another hour or so. He promises to call again when they are close. A car drives past a sign indicating the direction to Yangpyeong and Botongmel. The car approaches a large estate. The car arrives at the estate, where Dr. Wu is greeted by several men. One of them wonders if the Think Selection Chief song will be satisfied with this fine place for a villa. The businessman with the scar on his cheek scoffs at the man with the ponytail, thinking to himself that the bad luck guy dares to ignore him. Gong Garyong, the Protective Division Section Chief, speaks into his phone, telling the person on the other end that he isn't sure what to expect, so they should stay on standby nearby for now. He will be in touch. The man with the ponytail acknowledges the instructions and says he will await the call. Meanwhile, another man speaks on his phone, confirming their arrival and stating that there are quite a few of them, as he had informed them by email. He asks that they please forewarn so as to avoid any issues with the security team, and that they will enter in 3 minutes. The businessman with the scar overhears and says he would prefer it if there were no unnecessary confrontations with those bodyguards. He orders his men to spread out, check the house's surroundings, and then enter on his signal. Moments later, several cars arrive at the villa. The businessman with the scar thinks to himself that since he also received his foundational training at the Dragon Gate sect, it's reassuring to know that he has the Protective Division's support. Annoying and arrogant they may be, but it's comforting to have them on their side. He decides he will just think of them as an overconfident bodyguard. Then, the man with the ponytail says they should head inside. Outside the villa, two guards stand at the gate. One of the guards adjusts his cap. The guard asks if Dr. Wu is from China. Another guard tells them to please come in, as the assemblywoman is waiting for them inside. The man with the ponytail clicks his tongue. The man with the ponytail is asked if he sees the guard's eyes, and if he thinks he is one of theirs. The man with the ponytail is observed to look rougher, like he's from the underworld or something. It's unlikely for mere thugs could carry such a presence. The man in the red vest overheard the guard's assessment of the new arrivals. He knew that the situation was far from ordinary. Outside the villa gates, the guard maintained a vigilant watch, his expression unreadable. The guard watched as the men entered the estate. Inside the villa, Cha Su-kyong questioned if she had ever failed to meet the demands of those she served. Elsewhere in the villa, the assemblywoman, seated regally, demanded to know what would be done about the situation, dismissing the idea of a perfect cleanup. Her physician urged her to remain calm, acknowledging that anger could exacerbate her condition. The doctor and another man acknowledged their mistake, but stated that they could not undo what had already happened. The assemblywoman questioned if the person they brought even had the ability to reverse everything. The doctor explained that since her son-in-law and daughter had been kidnapped, the assemblywoman would be the next target. He suggested eradicating the source of the problem first. The assemblywoman listened intently, considering the implications of his words. The doctor stated that it was not yet certain whether her daughter was alive or dead, but if there was a chance she could be found, they should look for her. He assured her that this person could handle it. The other man suggested that he demonstrate a little of his ability. Cha Su-kyong prepared to demonstrate his ability. He focused his power. The energy surged from his hand. The force of his power shattered the surface. A hand manipulates several ant-like creatures. Elsewhere, the assemblywoman sits with an advisor, who informs her that they have brought 10 people of his caliber. Ensuring the assemblywoman's safety and apprehending the perpetrator would not be an issue, he assures her. The bodyguards outside seemed capable, but without firearms, even one of these men would be hard for them to handle. The advisor continues, suggesting that if the right person shows up, they will catch the culprit, uncover who is behind it, and take care of the aftermath. He questions why they should wait for the culprit to come, but acknowledges that since this isn't China, there are limits. The assemblywoman states that if they could assist her, the matter could be resolved more swiftly and smoothly. The advisor acknowledges her point and asks for a moment. With the Hyeongsung intelligence network, they might have already located the culprit and taken care of it. Chairman, have you found son-in-law Yu and Hyen? The man on the phone asks if the other truly thinks they can live a long life after dragging his child through the mud just to get a heart transplant. He continues, questioning how they could drag his precious son into this mess, and warns the other to prepare themselves. The man vows that the day his Hyunjo doesn't return, he will rip out their heart himself, tear them limb from limb, and feed them to the dogs. He wonders how exactly the other knew all this, or perhaps they accidentally slipped up. He questions if the other deduced everything just from what he said, and wonders why, with such information at their disposal, they haven't found them yet. The assemblywoman is in pain, and the advisor asks what is happening again. The assemblywoman wonders why this is happening again, and a voice declares that she belongs to it. A basketball game unfolds on the court below. From a higher vantage point, a man sits on a bench, observing the scene. Nearby, another man, wearing a cap and glasses, reads a newspaper. He tells the other to relax and face forward. The man with the newspaper assures him that there's no need to worry too much, as it's not dangerous. The other man acknowledges that he understands, stating that Jung-won Hyung told him to just take a few days off and then come back. The man with the newspaper reminds him that it's just a matter of taking a few days off. He mentions that he parked his car in the corner for easy finding and that there are clothes and a wig in the car, so he should get changed. The man with the newspaper tells him that Jung-won Hyung has already given him an allowance and that he doesn't have to decline it, as Hyung won't mind it either. The man with the newspaper tells him to stay inside once he's home and to only move around in the yard once it's completely safe. He assures him that there won't be any reason to be scared. The man with the newspaper tells him to start moving 10 minutes after him. In the distance, a large building sits nestled amongst the trees. A closer view reveals the building's architecture. Standing on a hill overlooking the building, Im Wapyeong gazes at the structure. Wapyeong thinks to himself that once he found the resort and the railway, the rest wasn't too difficult. Wapyeong wonders why he doesn't see any cameras. Wapyeong moves quickly through the grounds. Wapyeong continued his trek through the grounds. He approached a wall. He reached out, placing his hand against the cool stone. The wall shimmered, distorting the air around it. The entire building seemed to be surrounded by some kind of barrier. He continued to scan the perimeter. He realized it was too early to sense anything. Elsewhere, a man wondered if the presence of Chinese meant less searching in China. He cautioned himself not to get too worked up, reminding himself that he mustn't let emotion get the better of him before he'd even started. Back at the building, Wapyeong noted the positions of the guards, 5 around the fence and 2 in the front yard. He also observed that 3 were positioned at each side and 1 at the back. Wapyeong prepared to act. He affirmed to himself that he had it now. He realized they knew he might come, and that's why they'd been waiting. The man from before mused that it was no wonder he found it odd that there were no cameras or sensors, adding that he was confident in his abilities. Wapyeong approaches the barrier, his hand outstretched. He touches the barrier, feeling its strange energy. The barrier ripples under his touch. He realizes that the barrier is indeed present. Meanwhile, elsewhere someone runs. The figure leaps over a fence. He continues his descent, heading towards the ground. He falls, feet first, toward his target. The falling figure shouts at the suit man below. The suit man raises his hands in defense. The figure's foot connects with the suit man's hands, creating a burst of energy. The force of the impact sends the suit man flying backwards. The attacker lands gracefully, ready for what comes next. The suit man wonders if this is internal energy. He prepares to unleash his own attack. The suit man, now on the ground, orders his attacker to back up. The attacker, unfazed, prepares another strike. The attacker's fist connects with the suit man. The force of the blow sends the suit man reeling. With a shout, the attacker leaps into the air, preparing to stomp on the suit man. The suit man wonders how the attacker could be so easily defeating him. The suit man considers what this means, realizing that his opponent can't use internal energy without preparation in advance. He realizes that the attacker has trained in internal energy and external techniques separately, and while he can exert force in a head-on fight, he has a weakness in spontaneous reflexes. If the suit man had known this, he would have given him a chance to attack, and might have identified who they are. The attacker, now standing in a courtyard, notes that the next target is around the corner, about 4 meters away. Elsewhere, another figure is attacked. The attacker asks why the victim is surprised, stating that he should have learned about pressure points by now. He then asks how many comrades are inside the house, instructing him to blink as many times as there are people. The attacker grips the victim's face tightly. The aggressor warned the manager that if he didn't answer this time, he wouldn't be able to see even with his eyes open. The manager remained kneeling on the ground, surrounded by his captors. Suddenly, the aggressor struck the manager across the face. The force of the blow sent the manager sprawling to the ground. Elsewhere, the man in the beanie walked across the grounds. He approached a large, modern building. The man continued his approach. Suddenly, the windows of the building shattered. Inside, a man in a suit was thrown through a window. He crashed through the glass. The man in the beanie watched as the suit man landed on the ground. He watched with a grim expression. From a higher vantage point, a man in a red shirt remarked that it was impressive. The man in the red shirt wondered what sect, group, or family the beanie-wearing man belonged to, noting his formidable aura. The man in the red shirt questioned if he was Chinese or Korean, but dismissed the question as unimportant. As the unseen force continues its assault, the man in the beanie muses that communication is what truly matters, as it simplifies matters. He then smirks, finding the situation increasingly interesting. The scene shifts to inside a building, where the dominant figure in the red vest stands on a balcony, looking down at someone below. He asks if his opponent will make a move, or if he should strike first. The man in the black suit grins, telling him to bring it on. With a burst of speed, the dominant figure leaps from the balcony. He descends rapidly towards his opponent. The dominant figure launches a kick towards the man in the suit. The kick connects, sending the man staggering back. The dominant figure continues his assault with another kick. The man in the suit thinks to himself that he will start by checking his opponent's lower body first. The dominant figure continues his assault. The man in the suit finds the fight exciting. The man in the suit blocks the dominant figure's kick. He grabs the dominant figure's leg. The man in the suit declares that the dominant figure has no chance. The dominant figure in the red vest is sent flying backwards, away from the man in the suit. The force of the kick sends him hurtling through the air. His body continues to spin violently. The man in the red vest is sent crashing downwards. The man in the black beanie observes the scene, thinking that with the advent of modern martial arts, the most deteriorated aspect should be the footwork. He notes that the man in the red vest has strength but lacks sharpness. The man in the beanie's hand clenches. The man in the suit stands over the dominant figure, asking if that is all he has got. The man in the red vest continues to fall. The dominant figure crashes through a table. The man in the suit demands to know which faction the dominant figure belongs to. The dominant figure, mid-air, demands that the man in the suit reveal his identity first. The man in the beanie blocks a punch from the dominant figure. The man in the beanie is surprised, recognizing the Bajiquan fighting style. The man in the beanie blocks another attack from the dominant figure. The man in the beanie noted that his opponent was quite skilled in Bajiquan, even as the dominant figure unleashed a progressive single yang roar. The man in the red vest declared that they would see how long the man in the beanie could stay calm. The dominant figure launched a strike. The man in the beanie realized that the dominant figure's technique was the fierce tiger hard heart mountain, and that he had also incorporated iron sampalm technique. He denied it. The man in the red vest declared that knowing the techniques didn't mean he could take them head on. The dominant figure continued his assault. The man in the beanie blocked the attack. The man in the red vest laughed. The man in the beanie prepared for another attack. The dominant figure screamed in disbelief. The man in the beanie struck the dominant figure. The force of the blow sent the dominant figure flying. The dominant figure fell. The dominant figure coughed up blood, shocked by the turn of events. The man in the beanie grabbed the dominant figure, commenting on the foolishness of his fighting style, comparing it to wearing ill-fitting clothes. The man in the beanie stated that if someone unknowingly disrespects a senior, they must face the consequences before asking which sect the man belonged to. The man in the red vest, now on the ground, believed he was really asking for a beating. The man in the red vest struggled to speak. The man in the beanie turned and walked away. He descended the stairs. The man in the beanie continued his descent. He reached the bottom of the stairs. Elsewhere, a woman with an eye patch sat and waited. Back upstairs, the man in the red vest grimaced in pain. He launched himself into the air. The man in the red vest attacked the man in the beanie. As the man in the beanie blocked the attack, the man in the red vest called out Cha Su Kaiong. The woman with the eye patch also called out Cha Su Kaiong. She remained seated. The man in the red vest was sent flying. The woman with the eye patch's shout echoed as the man in the red vest grabbed her by the collar. He held a small baton in his other hand, his expression one of intense focus. Demanding to know where Cha Su Kaiong was, the man in the red vest tightened his grip. The woman's face contorted in pain as she struggled against his hold. Suddenly, the woman's face peeled away, revealing a mask. The man in the red vest was surprised by the mask, noting how unbelievably realistic it was and wondering if people still made these nowadays. He repeated his demand, shouting to know where Cha Su Kaiong was. The woman, now unmasked, screamed, causing the man in the red vest to reflect on her ruthlessness, wondering why he even came here. He demanded to know which group she was from. The woman was then thrown from the building. The scene is a bird's-eye view of a room where a group of men in suits stand around a seated figure. The man in the beanie asked if the Blue Blade faction was part of the triad. The man in the red shirt responded that it would have been better if he had answered from the beginning, before anyone ended up dead or crippled. He then asked which group the man in the beanie was affiliated with. The man in the red shirt stated that if they had one, they might have heard the answer, but now wasn't the right time. He questioned why they were attacking so viciously and what grudge they held against them. The man in the beanie questioned why they all sounded exactly the same, spouting such pointless words and needlessly tiring their mouths. He stated that he had another question and demanded that they answer it properly this time. The man in the red shirt asked how the man in the beanie got involved in the matter of breaking bones, stating that it was the boss's order. The man in the red shirt said he wasn't sure, but he had only heard that it was a request from a respected elder. He then asked what the relationship was between their boss and Cha Su Kaiong. The man in the beanie stated that he was pretty sure Cha Su Kaiong didn't go to China alone and asked who went with her, stating that he had one last question. The man in the red shirt asked what kind of person a doctor named Wu Sang was. The man in the beanie stated that they only met him at the airport, so things had certainly turned out poorly. The man in the red shirt stated that if they had revealed their identities earlier, it wouldn't have gotten this complicated. He added that if they had known what kind of person he was, it wouldn't have come to this. The man in the beanie was told that fortunately for him, his assignment wasn't directly related to him, which was exactly why he decided to spare him. The man in the red shirt asked if it was revenge, but the man in the beanie stated that it wasn't. The man in the beanie told him to just consider himself lucky and not to even think about tracking him down. Far from the restaurant, a convoy of black vans made its way down a tree-lined road. The vans approached a gated estate, where several men in suits stood guard. The guards opened the gates, allowing the vans to enter. Other men in suits escorted a man who appeared to be injured or dead. The men loaded the injured man into one of the vans. The vans then began to depart. The convoy of vans merged onto a highway, heading towards the city. Elsewhere, a white car sped along the highway. Inside, the driver, wearing a cap and glasses, gripped the steering wheel. The white car weaved through traffic. The vans and the white car continued to navigate the city streets. The vans arrived at their destination, pulling into a parking area. The driver of the white car watched the scene unfold, thinking that dogs eventually find their way back to their owners. The destination was revealed to be Myung Jean Trading. The date was May 1st, 2001. The elder took a sip of his tea, pausing thoughtfully. He wondered if it was just him, or if the tea tasted particularly bitter today. Mahjong-do entered the room. He mused that Aang wouldn't have brewed the tea incorrectly, so why did it taste so bitter today? Mahjong-do announced himself as he approached the room, requesting permission to enter. The man in the black suit entered the room. He thought that the elder looked upset and worried that the timing was bad, fearing he might get caught in the fallout. The man in the black suit was told that she was at the Bamundsen guest house and that number 17 from the Seoul Exchange Pavilion, who speaks Korean, was sent there to take care of her. Mahjong-do questioned if the woman had been trained well, emphasizing that not a single gesture, body movement, or smile should be missed. He acknowledged that she was an unexpected target, so it might take some time. The report that came in that morning from the Korean branch was not good. Mahjong-do read the report. Mahjong-do was shocked to learn that the entire second team of Blue Blade faction protectors were killed and that the survivors had permanent injuries, with only one person being treatable. Mahjong-do asked what exactly happened. The report stated that the man was assumed to be a hitman, mocked for using techniques not fitting the Taoist internal arts, but he was, in fact, a master. Mahjong-do realized that techniques like Blue Blade Faction, Six Muscle Fist, or Baji Quan definitely didn't suit him, and someone recognized that he was just a hitman. He thought the true Jianghu disappeared after Mao Zedong's Cultural Revolution, except for their Mingchen. Mahjong-do knew that, after all, the Jianghu was under them, Mingchen. He needed to build an unshakable fortress before he died, so the young master would be able to complete it before he went to heaven. The man in the black suit was relieved, thinking that Mahjong-do seemed more intrigued than angry, and he guessed he wouldn't be the one to face the brunt of it. He told someone to get the car ready, as he needed to apologize to the boss in person. Mahjong-do asked what they could do, questioning if the understaffed Soul Branch could handle it. He was told to just leave it. As long as that old lady was there, they'd come to them eventually. Mahjong-do's subordinate affirmed that they could deal with the troublemaker later, but their priority was to placate the boss of the Blue Blade faction. Based on the report, the man in the red robe had the skills to enter the heavenly martial hall, but he certainly hadn't shown everything, making his full strength hard to gauge. The young master would be delighted to hear this, and he would be informed. Meanwhile, at the Gangnam police station, someone noted that the hairstyle could be fixed with some product. However, the eyes and the shape of the mouth were different, leading to the question of whether it was possible to change this much without plastic surgery. One of the detectives suggested trying to change the hairstyle and putting on glasses like the ones in the montage. His colleague wondered if they thought it was the same person, noting that the differences in the eyes and mouth were too significant. The detective responded that he might actually have undergone plastic surgery. It was difficult to imagine him getting his face redone extensively and walking around fine in that time frame, especially since the interval between the two incidents was less than 2 months. One of them mentioned that his wife got double eyelid surgery and rested for less than 2 weeks because she claimed her eyebrows were bothering her eyes. After some compresses and rest, she was fine in less than 2 weeks. Shin Young-rak and Yu Hyun-jo were associated with the Hyung-sung group. Moreover, Jo Hye-in was Cha Soo-kyung's daughter, and Shin Young-rak was Cha Soo-kyung's personal physician. One of the detectives wondered if he was overthinking this, but this still troubled him. The detective was informed that it was done. He was truly the ace of their team, so they were going to have a look. The detective stated that they definitely needed to check it out, as he was too cunning to not have done it at a reputable hospital. His colleague asked if he was serious, wondering if it would look this natural even if they had it done in some cheap hospital. They could pass for cousins. One of the detectives thought he shouldn't have brought it up, as he would get an earful from the chief again. He knew it too for now. They decided to first find out if such surgery was even possible. The two men sat in silence, the weight of their conversation hanging heavy in the air. Meanwhile, the man in the suit inquired if Lim Wapyeong had moved, and was informed that, aside from a brief visit to the cemetery, he had been home all day. He then asked what the police had to say. The man with the light hair sighed, and the man in the suit continued, stating that the car used in the kidnapping was found near Dabong Mountain, and that the investigation had expanded to Wajongbu, but so far, there were no significant clues. He then asked if he had already said everything to Assemblywoman Cha. The man with the light hair was told that he would kill her if Yu Hyun-jo didn't come back. He was then informed that Assemblywoman Cha had left on a plane a few days ago, with Beijing as her destination. When he asked why he was only being told this now, he was told that she left without a visa, so a confirmation was delayed. It seemed possible because she was accompanied by a Chinese companion. The man with the light hair slammed his fist on the table, calling her a damn bitch. The man with the light hair, enraged, repeated that she was a damn bitch and wondered what he should do with her. The Namsan cable car station stood as a silent sentinel. From above, the cable car glided smoothly over the city. Below, a lone figure walked along the street. Nearby, Kim Chong-woo stood outside a building, his expression thoughtful. Chong-woo glanced down the street, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. Inside a nearby vehicle, shadowy figures watched. One of them smirked. Inside the car, Hwang Yoon-gil adjusted his glasses, a flicker of unease crossing his face as he realized they had been spotted. His eyes widened in alarm. Outside, Kim Chong-woo continued his steady approach. Inside the vehicle, tension mounted. Hwang Yoon-gil exclaimed that they had been spotted and ordered withdrawal. He urged the driver to start the car quickly. The driver slammed his fist against the dashboard in frustration. As the window shattered, Kim Chong-woo declared that they were disgusting. Chong-woo listened as Hwang Yoon-gil apologized, but he dismissed the apology, stating that Yoon-gil was the fool in this situation. Yoon-gil, confused, asked what Chong-woo meant. Chong-woo responded that he needed Yoon-gil's help, and if Yoon-gil cooperated willingly, he would keep quiet about it. Chong-woo added that if Yoon-gil could pull off even one job, it would look good in his reports. Chong-woo pointed out a building ahead with a Starex van parked in front, instructing them to keep watch and bug it if they could. One of the men confirmed that they had equipment like telescopes from movies. Chong-woo agreed that the sooner they acted, the better. Under the cover of night, the building Chongwu had indicated loomed, its windows illuminated. Outside, figures moved around the parked vehicles. Inside the building, a window shattered. More windows broke, the sounds echoing through the night. The shattering continued, the destruction escalating. Blood splattered against the broken windows. Inside, a brutal struggle unfolded as figures were thrown through the air amidst the chaos of broken glass and overturned furniture. Elsewhere, a hooded figure remarked that it would have been better if someone had spoken up sooner. In a stark room, a man sat alone, seemingly lost in thought. The man paused, lost in thought. He reflected on the past, remembering the desperate plea. If he didn't commit suicide, his family would die, so he was asked to just kill me thingy. The fact that the only way to contact this organization was through email and a Chinese post office box meant that this was a very structured organization. In the end, he hadn't found out much, but knowing about Xiamen General Hospital meant he had a lead to follow. He wondered if Cha Su Kaiyong could be at Xiamen General Hospital. If he could catch Dr. Wu, maybe he could get closer to the truth. He cautioned himself not to get hasty. It might seem roundabout, but if he couldn't reduce the variables, he would consider everything a gamble. First, he needed to get into China. Meanwhile, at a formal dinner, a man with slick-back black hair sat across from a man with short, gray hair. The gray-haired man ate quietly. He took a sip from his bowl. The man with slick-back hair told him not to tell him to stop it by any means necessary. The man with slick-back hair admitted that, to be honest, he wasn't sure that Mwapiyoung kidnapped Executive Director Yu and his wife. Circumstantially, he was a suspect, but there was absolutely no physical evidence. The gray-haired man asked if he was scared, given his personality. The man with slick-back hair responded that if Mwapiyoung didn't show any suspicious movement until the day he left for China, guaranteeing him all conveniences in China and requesting him to handle the assemblywoman Cha might not be a bad approach. The gray-haired man observed that this guy seemed to have lost his edge lately. Ever since he got beat up, it was like he'd lost a screw, but he couldn't just dispose of him. He knew too much. Huang Yun-gil listened as the gray-haired man spoke of the chairman's influence, lamenting that they still hadn't found a way to restrain Mwapiyoung. He described Wapiyoung's approach as primitive violence, an intimidatingly scary figure. The man in the black suit questioned if they were suggesting they should just let Mwapiyoung go. The gray-haired man responded that they may not be able to suppress him, but that didn't mean they couldn't eliminate him. He continued, stating that if Mwapiyoung agreed to their request to take care of Assemblywoman Cha, then it was highly likely that he was the one who kidnapped Executive Director Yu and his wife. He asked if Huang Yun-gil agreed. The man in the black suit acknowledged that since Wapiyoung wasn't the type of person to take on such a request for no reason, if he agreed to deal with Assemblywoman Cha, it meant he knew everything. He added that all they needed to do was not lose track of him, and it would be easier to handle things from outside the country. The gray-haired man stated that no matter how skilled a martial artist Wapiyoung was, how could he defend against a sniper from 1 kilometer away? He added that they had quite a few people on their team capable of doing that. The man in the black suit considered that if Mwapiyoung was aiming for the culprit, then Hyunjo may still be alive. He reasoned that there was no way for him to plan to kill all involved, so there was no way to get their hands on him. He concluded that unless Wapiyoung had a family, it was difficult to subdue him, though elimination was possible. The gray-haired man thought to himself that if that guy went out and didn't return for a long time, it meant Hyunjo was already dead. But what if he's not the real culprit? He continued to ponder that it didn't matter. There was no need to keep someone suspicious around. He then realized that if Hyunjo was dead, he needed to at least find a body and wondered what he should do. The two men continued their discussion. A black car sped away. Inside the car, the man in the black suit wondered how he even got there. He thought that if there's anyone bold enough to stand up to that kind of violence, let them step forward. The man in the black suit received a report that the hospital reported no issues. Huang Yun-gil, on the phone, stated that he meant what he said and that the person on the other end of the line became an eunuch yesterday. He was asked what exactly he did to him and why he was called an eunuch. The black car continued to drive. The car was seen from above, driving away from a building. An envelope containing the requested documents is presented. The documents detail all personal information related to the passport, written separately. The job is as a chef with a work visa, allowing a year's stay. The undercover job is at a Korean restaurant in Beijing called Hansarang, a subsidiary of Hyunsung, ensuring salary payments. The man in the black shirt asks if everything is being done legally. The other man assures him that it is, on paper, but if Mr. Lim gets caught, they will have a problem and would need to cut ties with one of their subsidiary executives. The man in the black shirt assures them that he won't get caught or cause any trouble, stating he knows how to disguise himself. He plans to add a beard, wear glasses, and apply pomade to his hair. The other man jokes that he might as well be using camellia oil. The man in the suit thinks to himself that he is often fooled by such apparent clumsiness. He recalls that the country is switching National Intelligence Service with Agency for National Security Planning when talking to Chief Zhang. He continues to think that the man is pretending to be naive about the ways of the world, making people let their guard down. However, he finds it weird that all he asked for was a passport and a bank account. The man in the suit finds it odd that the man also included a visa, employment details, a resident registration, and an airplane ticket, questioning such excessive kindness. He asks the man in the black shirt to first take care of his things, and then he will tell him what he needs, wondering if it has been tough, as he has never experienced it himself, so he doesn't know how it feels. The man in the black shirt tells him to lie down. The man in the suit lies face down on the floor. The man in the black shirt begins to pat down the man in the suit. He continues to pat him down. The man in the black shirt tells him he is done and to get up, asking if this is really all that's needed. The man in the black shirt tells him that he can check that tonight and to get to the main point. The man in the suit says that he is not recording today and doesn't want his own wrongdoings recorded. The man in the black shirt states that he has a request, which is exactly why he asked. The man in the black shirt learned that the former Assemblywoman Cha Su-kyung was currently staying in China. Elsewhere, it was reported that former Assemblywoman Cha Su-kyung was staying in China. The man listened intently. The man seemed surprised by the offer. He questioned if they thought he was a hitman, but the man in the suit assured him that he was heading to China anyway for some bloody business. He was told to ensure she was handled properly, and he would be well compensated. The man stated that he was already busy seeking the Chinese responsible for his daughter's death. The man in the suit wondered if he was serious, realizing that if he refused, they would be in trouble, as he had gone to great lengths to persuade the chairman. The man in the suit insisted that if he was going to talk nonsense, he should leave, as he had gotten what he wanted. He asked the man to wait and listen for a moment. They had arranged a house for him in Beijing, and a car would also be provided through Han Sarung. Whatever he needed, he just needed to let them know. Finding someone in China wasn't easy, and they would help him with that too. They would locate Cha Su-kyung's hideout, and all they needed from Mr. Lim was a day or two of his time. First, they needed to discuss the reasons, as it was a huge risk for Hyun-sung to target a former assemblywoman. The man in glasses explained that Cha Su-kyung and the Hyun-sung family were once publicly known to be related by marriage, which caused quite a stir. She exploited that relationship to leak Hyun-sung's confidential information to China. The man in the suit added that besides the damage to Hyun-sung, it was a betrayal of their country, which was treason. He questioned if they could just let her be. The man with slick back hair knew that wasn't the whole story, but he agreed, stating that he had a condition. He told them to tell him anything, and he would do whatever it takes. Tomorrow was urgent, and no matter the situation, he wanted everything settled and dealt with by then. The man in glasses warned that if he betrayed them, he would have to handle the fallout himself. He stated that he was fully aware of the repercussions and that there would be no betrayal. The man with slick back hair told them to clear away those who had been spying from afar. He had been tempted to deal with them, but chasing them seemed too bothersome, so he let them go. He lamented that he couldn't even visit the orphanage in peace, as it would be the same in China. The moment he detected a tail, the man swore that he also had no choice because of the chairman's pressure. He swore that, from that moment on, he wouldn't assign anyone to follow him, and he would make sure they'd never be able to walk again. The businessman asked when a man in front of him planned to leave. He responded that he would be leaving within the week and would call once he was there. He then thanked him. The businessman told him that he could leave now, assuring him that he was anxious to verify something. He thought to himself that at least one thing had gone right. He had no clue how he could find someone, but now someone could deliver her right to him. It would save him time and trouble. Footsteps echoed as the man walked away. He entered a room with a computer. His fingers began to type on the keyboard. As he typed, he recalled that the former assemblywoman Cha Su-kyung was staying in China and that he was asked to handle her. He also remembered that they didn't even notice the equipment they installed themselves. He sighed, thinking that the lies were piling up. He then thought of his father, realizing that honesty no longer seemed to be the best path for him. Sitting on the floor, he admitted to himself that he didn't even know himself anymore. He thought that on windy days, the wind should guide him. He recalled his dad suggesting they should really take a trip abroad together. He thought that a trip sounded necessary, although their reasons might differ. Not knowing what lies ahead made it all the more interesting. He wondered if he was some enlightened monk and what was so great about not knowing. He mused that it wasn't interesting if you knew everything and what kind of nonsense that was. He then thought that life was just like that. Because he didn't know what was ahead, his life turned into a mess. He wondered where the interest was in that and what kind of song it was. He thought, what's the fun if there's no worry in life? He walked away with a bag. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. The title card appeared, The Unregistered, Episode 44. Outside, the city bustled with activity. Elsewhere, Suitman 1 was on the phone, instructing someone to come down a bit more. Suitman 1, carrying a bag, approached a parked car. He got in the back seat. Suitman 1 settled into the car, wondering what on earth the other man was up to. The man in the hat, sitting in the front seat, told the driver to go, musing about how many times the alley had changed hands. Suitman 1 told him to be quiet, never minding what he said. The man in the hat said that until recently, he had been keeping an eye on Hyun-sung, but he was just being cautious, so please understand, adding that it was fine and solved now. The man in the back seat revealed that one person had escaped to China. The man in the hat asked if he meant Cha Su-kyung, the woman with the crooked mouth, confirming that she was the one he was thinking of. The man in the back seat stated that was why she had to quit being an assemblywoman, calling her a truly nasty woman. The car drove along the road. The man in the hat asked when he was going, and the man in the back seat replied that he would leave the day after tomorrow. The businessman handed over a bag, assuring his companion that he had tried to keep their relationship discreet. He explained that if the bag caused any trouble, the man should simply hand it over, as the original was hidden elsewhere and wouldn't matter. He added that he would store it in his secret place, which should suffice. The man in the hat thanked him for everything, promising to repay him upon his return. The businessman dismissed the idea of repayment, stating that he simply needed the man to come back alive. The man in the hat acknowledged the businessman's words. The man in the hat remained silent. As the car pulled away, the man in the hat called out to his friend, urging him to come back alive and reminding him not to die alone, so they could grow old together and drink. The businessman responded, asking if he looked like someone who would die easily, and promising to bring back some fine liquor. Later, the businessman stood before a wall of niches, a bag at his side. Looking at a photo, the businessman asked if it was fun there. He admitted that he wasn't mad, and that it was better this way. He liked to think that they had been reborn in a better world, too busy to appear. That was why he hadn't brought any kimbap today, the businessman mused. He added that they would need to get used to the food there in their new world. The businessman then spoke to Seo Kwon, asking how he was doing and saying that it would be nice if he were reborn close to Choyang again, since the two of them didn't have enough time together. Tearfully, the businessman hoped that this time they would try to live long enough to see their great-grandchildren. The businessman noted that his dad was going to China tomorrow and that he wouldn't be able to return for a long time, so they shouldn't come here either. The businessman stated that his dad was going to forget them, but that he would live on. He told Seo Kwon to live a life filled with love, too. Elsewhere, a photo shows a young woman and man smiling and giving peace signs. The young woman smiles brightly, holding up a peace sign. A white car speeds down the road. Suitman 1 is on the phone in the back of the car. He thanked Huang for the car and said he would send a gift through the driver. He warned that if they ever had second thoughts, they should look at the gift and think again. The car pulls up to a curb. Suitman 1 told someone to forget it and not give him more reasons to see them. He stated that he had arrived and would hang up now. Suitman 1 exits the vehicle. He knocks on the car window. Suitman 1 instructed the driver to pass a package on to Secretary Huang, warning him not to even think about. Suitman 1 looks up at a building. Far away, on Long Island, stood a grand estate. Meanwhile, in Hampton, USA, a black car pulled up to an ornate gate. The vehicle came to a stop. The door clicked open. A polished black shoe stepped out onto the stone. Matthew Saigon, head of the Saigon family, adjusted his suit as he exited the vehicle. His companion informed him that he had been escorted to the private room. Matthew began to ascend the stairs, stating that he wouldn't be staying long. The man escorting him observed that Matthew seemed restless, wondering if it was because of that issue. The escort thought to himself that curiosity is a poison, especially for someone in his position. Inside the estate, several figures sat in a large room. Robert Gordon, head of the NSA, took a puff from his cigar. Robert Gordon remarked that it had been a while, inquiring about Matthew Saigon's well-being and noting his early arrival. Matthew responded that he had arrived about 10 minutes prior, then countered by observing that Robert Gordon did not look well. Robert Gordon stated that they had indulged someone too much, and simple appeasement no longer worked. He reminded Matthew that he had warned him it would come to this. Matthew handed Robert Gordon a document, calling it an easy request. Robert Gordon thanked him, promising to repay the favor, but questioned why Matthew made such a big deal out of it. Matthew agreed, stating he was short on time and would definitely repay the favor. Robert Gordon asked why Matthew was leaving already, as it was almost lunchtime. Matthew responded that he was just passing through on his way to Washington and that they would have lunch another time. Robert Gordon told Matthew to contact him when he had time. As Matthew left, Robert Gordon thought to himself that he was one of the few with the authority to print dollars, wondering what could possibly be so urgent. Meanwhile, in Hong Kong, the Westgate Orphanage stood tall. Inside a classroom, a teacher stood before her students. A door slid open. Seomun Yongrak, the Mingchen little/young heavenly master, stood in the doorway. A student greeted Seomun, calling him Mr. Westgate. Seomun stated that he was glad to see everyone remembered him, adding that he had wanted to visit more often but had been busier than expected. As Seomun spoke, shadows could be seen lurking outside the classroom window. Inside the orphanage, Seomun Yongrak informed the students that he would be hosting a party that evening, encouraging them to study hard so he could see them at dinner. He then turned and walked away. Meanwhile, a crowd of reporters gathered, cameras at the ready. Seomun Yongrak addressed the crowd, explaining that he couldn't visit often due to the distance, which was why he established the Westgate educational program. He expressed his hope that the children raised in the Westgate Orphanage, which bore his surname, would become exemplary members of society. He continued, regretting that society wasn't as nurturing as the Westgate Orphanage, and hoped that everyone could extend a compassionate hand to these children. Seomun Yongrak stated that for the sake of these children, adults, He apologized, stating that there was an urgent matter. Seo Munyangrak asked what time it was in Beijing and if it was around 10 a.m., requesting to be connected to the elder No. The connection was made. Seo Munyangrak spoke into the phone, identifying himself to his uncle and questioning if the New York branch chief was so weak that he was kidnapped. He reasoned that, as the New York branch chief, he should at least be capable of defending himself, and if he was skilled enough to be in the ferocious tiger squad of the Heavenly Martial Hall, that meant he was extraordinary. Seo Munyangrak surmised that the kidnappers must be far from ordinary and asked if this was a deliberate act. He acknowledged his uncle's instructions, stating he would go back to the hotel first and requested that the branch not contact him, but that his uncle update him directly with the results. He wondered if the branch had been exposed for the second time now, and that the Seoul branch was small, and that was a mistake due to his uncle's oversight. Seo Munyangrak considered that the new branch they established should be located outside of Chinatown. The sprawling cityscape of Beijing stretched out before them. From above, the city seemed calm and orderly. Meanwhile, a man in a suit walked through a traditional-style courtyard. He paused, taking a breath as he looked up at the building. The man smiled, impressed by the estate. He thought that Huang Yun-gil deserved praise for securing such an impressive house. He considered that with this location, he wouldn't need to worry about prying eyes. The Hansarang Korean restaurant sign stood prominently outside the building. Inside, two men sat at a table. One informed the other that everything ordered by headquarters in Korea had been prepared. The man with the slicked-back hair, holding a file, was told that the bank account had been credited with 5.6 million yuan, and the account and card PIN had been set as requested. He replied that it was well done. The other man was told that if he was planning a long stay, it might be best to get a local driver's license, as international licenses weren't accepted there. He was also offered a driver, but he declined, stating that he preferred to handle things gradually on his own. Night fell on the traditional building. Inside, the man sat at a desk deep in thought. He found the situation challenging. He reminded himself that there was no need to rush. He knew that this was not something that would be finished in a day or two, or even in a month or more. Having received his driver's license, Peace thanked the person handing it to him. The issue, it seemed, was not time but accuracy. The streets of Beijing bustled with activity. Behind the wheel, Peace observed that the roads weren't much different from those in Korea. He thought to himself that he would take things one step at a time. Peace considered his next move. An airplane was on the runway. The scene shifted to Beijing Airport on June 4, 2001. Elsewhere, a man called out the names of Jong Moon-soo and Yu Jong-cheol. Someone commented that they had a long journey. The man with sunglasses declared that he was the chef who uses chopsticks, telling them that there was no need to be so scared. He welcomed them to China. Inside the car, one of the men confirmed that he had asked the boss to get them there. He then asked if that was all that was brought in the trunk. Another man in the car responded that the boss had told them it was just some casual trip, so he only packed a few outfits. The man with blonde hair told him good job, saying he could buy anything else he needed there. He told the other man not to be so stiff and to just think of this as a vacation. Elsewhere, the man in the purple suit smirked, thinking to himself that there was no catch and no danger. He just wanted to spread some money around. Since he would be staying there longer, it was risky to keep too much money in a single account in China, so he was thinking of creating accounts under different names. The man in the purple suit was asked why they were chosen. He responded that it was because there was no connection between them and him. He added that he had some grudges against the locals there after dealing with them forcefully. The man in the purple suit was asked what would happen if he got caught up in something and couldn't use an account in his name. He was assured that he had nothing to worry about. The man in the purple suit was told not to overthink it. Even if he didn't trust the man he was speaking with, he should trust the boss who sent him. He was then asked if Jung Won-hyung would really set him up. The man with blonde hair asked if that was really all there was to it. He was told to just think of it as a vacation. The car carrying the men from the airport pulled up to a hospital. A closer view of the hospital was shown. One of the men in the car remarked that this place was more fitting for the chosen people rather than the good people. Another man in the car agreed. The man in the suit sighed, reminding himself not to rush. He thought to himself that an assassin doesn't move without preparation, deciding that he would just scout the park today. The man continued his walk through the park. He decided that was enough for the day. Meanwhile, another man stood his ground. The man in the suit demanded to know why he was blocking the way. The other man apologized, saying he didn't want to hurt him. The man in the suit told him to just give him the cash in his wallet and he would let him go, adding that a healthy young man should be working for their money, questioning if this was something he should do. The other man asked him to please just give him the cash. He apologized for his rudeness, stating that he was sorry and asked him to please just give him the cash, adding that he didn't want to hurt anyone and that he seemed quite confident. Suddenly, a swift strike landed. The man in the green sweater was sent flying. The man in the green sweater asked what all this was about. The man in the suit realized that he was a senior and apologized. The suit-clad man's strike connected with a resounding crack. The force of the blow sent the man in the green sweater reeling backwards. The man in the green sweater was sent flying through the air. The suit-clad man remained standing, unfazed. His expression was cold and calculating. The man in the green sweater grimaced in pain. He managed to stand, though unsteady. The suit-clad man advanced. The man in the green sweater prepared to defend himself. The man in the green sweater braced himself, ready to strike back. The suit-clad man launched another attack. The man in the green sweater attempted to block the blow. The suit-clad man hoists him up, preparing to slam him down. With a grunt, the man in the suit throws him through the air. The man in the green sweater is told that he should be thankful he's being let off so easily. He had passed out just because he couldn't use a proper falling technique. The man in the green sweater thinks to himself. He reflects that he and Dong Dong have no real-life experience before this. Everything fades to black. A faint light flickers above. The light grows stronger. The light continues to intensify. Suddenly, the man in the green sweater bolts upright in bed. He wonders where he is as someone asks if he is awake. The man in the suit tells him that he gave him a scare, fainting right in the street, and asks what he was supposed to do. The man in the suit asks where he learned his martial arts, adding that he had no idea there were still people teaching that style of bagwazang. The man in the suit assured the man in the green sweater not to worry about being turned into the police, stating that if he wanted to, he would have already done so. Wei Dongjiam apologized, saying he shouldn't have done what he did. He was brought here because Wei Dongjiam didn't detect any malice in his actions, and he wondered if the man could drive. The man confirmed that he could drive, so Wei Dongjiam stated that he wasn't currently employed. Wei Dongjiam then asked the man his name, introducing himself as Wei Dongjiam. He offered him a temporary job, paying 1,000 yuan every 10 days, and asked what he thought. The man in the green sweater agreed to do it, asking what he needed to do. Wei Dongjiam responded that there was something he needed to tell him, asking if he was wanted by the police or something. Wei Dongjiam mused that there seemed to be more to the story, stating that it didn't matter to him right now. Wei Dongjiam told him that they could talk about his reasons later, asking if he wanted the job or not, and inquiring about his working hours. The man in the green sweater explained that he had younger siblings to care for. Wei Dongjiam responded that there was no fixed schedule. Some days might be completely free, while others could be full work days, and that he would consider his situation, adding that there were other options if this didn't work out. The man in the green sweater asked why Wei Dongjiam was being so generous, considering he had tried to rob him. Wei Dongjiam responded that it was his eyes, saying that they reminded him of someone. Wei Dongjiam told him to first take a shower, saying he desperately needed one. He then stated that starting today, he was employed, and washing the bedding would be his first task after he cleaned up. Wei Dongjiam thought to himself that the man didn't seem like someone who would resort to robbery. Wei Dongjiam and the man in the green sweater walked through a village. They continued to walk through the village. Wei Dongjiam told the man in the green sweater that they were almost there. Wei Dongjiam considered the situation, realizing that helping could expose him to unwanted attention. Meanwhile, the man in the green sweater and Wei Dongjiam walked along a path, where Wei Dongjiam thought to himself that this was where their paths diverged, and that he would give the man some money before they parted ways. Moments later, the man in the green sweater announced that they had arrived at his home. Elsewhere, Wapiyoung was called out by someone. Wei Dongjiam let out a sigh. The city skyline loomed, a silent witness to the unfolding events. In New York, CEO Yangrak was on the phone, surprised. He remarked on the other parties in scathed return, questioning how that could be possible. Yangrak chuckled, acknowledging that they were thorough, referring to the Saigon thing. He thought it made sense, as it wasn't like they're incompetent, wondering what the reason could be and if the supplier was based in China. Yangrak considered that they didn't want it to escalate into an international issue, musing that it would be cleaner for them to handle it on their end. He stated that they should clear this debt properly and not. Yangrak was told that if it's Saigon, they'll figure out anything they try, and moving would just waste manpower, money, and time. He agreed, stating he'd proceed tomorrow. Yangrak knew that with Saigon involved, it's inevitable. He realized that they were just starting out here, but things were already starting to change. He thought that when the time comes, it won't just be their kind running the show anymore. Elsewhere, a group sat together, eating. One of the men smiled. One of the women told him to take his time as she ate a burger. Another person asked for more. A man in the background thought that this was getting complicated and that he shouldn't have brought him along. He worried that if he left things as they were with Falun Gong, they'd all end up dead. Seeing them reminded the man of Cho Young when she was young, and he wondered if this was also fate. Elsewhere, Dong Jiam was summoned. The man instructed that the children be washed and brought to him. The man stood with his arms crossed, awaiting the children. The elder stated that he had changed. He was told that he looked completely different, all dressed up. The elder was reminded to always maintain this appearance when he was called out or when he went outside, and to be bold and not act suspicious, even if the public security was hovering nearby, so he wouldn't be caught. The man asked what exactly his duties would be, and he was told that for now, there was nothing specific, and to think of it as just driving and doing errands. The elder was told to just look after the kids until he was called, and that he would also be responsible for managing the house, on top of feeding and clothing the children. He was also told that that alone would keep him busy, and that the man disliked messiness, so he should ensure everything was well managed. He was assured that he would keep everything tidy, but was warned to be prepared for new tasks starting tomorrow, and that he might even find himself working through the night. The man stated that he was ready to handle any tasks he was given. He was told not to feel too pressured, and that given the man's circumstances, he couldn't commit to looking after him forever, so they should think of this as helping each other out. The elder stated that he was deeply grateful for all the man had done so far, and that he would never forget it. The man thought to himself that he really did something unnecessary. The elder agreed, and the man walked past him. The man stated that there was actually one thing he could do. The man noticed an empty bottle. The city stood silent under the cloak of night. Inside one of its buildings, Seek sat up in bed, disturbed. He was breathing heavily, sweat beading on his brow. Seek touched his arm, remembering what they had said, that he was fully healed. He wondered why he kept feeling pain unexpectedly and when these nightmares would end. His mind flashed back to the recent events. He remembered the brutal beating he had endured. Seek recalled that when he first joined the Flying Tiger Squad, it felt like he had conquered the world. Even after joining, he had never slacked off, always giving his all. He thought about how they'd been beaten by just one guy, wondering if they were really just frogs in the well. Seek tried to convince himself that he could just forget it. He reasoned that just by managing this store, he could live comfortably for the rest of his life, telling himself to forget it. Outside, a figure stood on a rooftop overlooking the city. The figure, revealed to be the dominant figure in the red vest, smiled, stating that he had found him. The dominant figure noted that it had taken him 4 days to track him down. A long road stretches into the distance. Nearby, a man asks, "Are you Garyong?" The man with glasses, presumably Garyong, responds, "You are Gong Garyong, right? It's great to see you. It's been a long time." Garyong stands silently. Garyong thinks to himself that the man's clothes don't look like a senior member of the organization. He wonders how he has been and if he is a schoolmate, but decides that he seems too old for that. The man asks who Garyong is and says he doesn't remember him. Gong Garyong asks if Garyong doesn't remember him, expressing his disappointment. Garyong apologizes for not recognizing Gong Garyong sooner and shakes his hand. Gong Garyong wonders where he is. Garyong kneels before Gong Garyong. Gong Garyong says that he specifically held back when he hit Garyong, asking who he is. Garyong asks if Gong Garyong still doesn't recognize him. Gong Garyong asks if Garyong remembers now. Garyong says that he arrived by boat yesterday and happened to see Gong Garyong at the hotel. He was really glad to see him and tells him to get in the car, as this might take a while. A car sits in a misty area. The man in the pinstripe suit, sweating profusely, asked what Garyong wanted from him. Desperate, the suit man offered to do anything if Garyong would spare his life. Garyong smirked, stating that what he was offering didn't include that option. Garyong elaborated, saying he had a choice to make, to die limb by limb, or to die as peacefully as if he were simply falling asleep. The suit man gasped, his face contorted in fear. He screamed in terror. Meanwhile, in a remote location, Imwapiyoung walked with a shovel in hand. He dug into the earth, thinking about all the evil deeds he had done. Wapiyoung hoped the person could be reborn as an ordinary person in the next life, as he pulled out a business card from his wallet. He looked off into the distance. Wapiyoung continued to walk through the forest. He paused, his expression unreadable. Wapiyoung's face was obscured by a blur. His expression was grim. Wapiyoung stood under the moonlight. The hospital stood tall against the skyline. Nearby, a woman remarked that the man from last time was not good. As she walked, she bumped into someone, letting out a small cry. The impact sent her shopping bag tumbling to the ground. The man apologized profusely. He reached out to steady her, concern etched on his face. He asked if she was okay. The woman assured him that she was. The man expressed his relief and then inquired if they had met before, adding that he wasn't saying it with any ulterior motive. The woman found his forwardness obvious and simply supposed so. He then asked if she had time, explaining that he felt bad and would like to treat her to a meal. The man explained that he was from Tianjin, and after eating alone in Beijing for a few days, he couldn't even tell what the food tasted like anymore, asking if she could help him enjoy at least one good meal. Later, as they sat together, the woman admitted that she initially thought he was involved in something dangerous. The woman, Miss Yifeng, listened as the man explained that he often faced misunderstandings because of the scar on his face. He chuckled, adding that he ran a small trading company, which was busier than he expected, and that was why he hadn't gotten married yet. He admitted that he never thought he'd meet someone like her that day. Financially stable, she thought to herself, check. The man apologized for talking too much about himself, but explained that she made him feel comfortable even though they had just met. She agreed, stating that she felt comfortable as well, even though it was their first meeting. The man then asked Miss Yifeng what she did for a living. She responded that she was a nurse. He seemed surprised, asking if she was a nurse in surgery. Miss Yifeng clarified that she worked in internal medicine, specifically in a convalescent ward. She explained that it was a place where high-ranking or affluent patients could stay comfortably, like at home, a concept that blended a social club and a hotel. The man remarked that there was a place like that. He admitted that he found it unfamiliar, as most people didn't know about it. He recalled hearing about it from his uncle, the deputy mayor of Tianjin, and that his aunt, who had a heart condition, had been checked somewhere in Beijing, which he thought was nearby. Yifeng thought to herself that their ward wasn't open to the general public, as expected, and that his appearance and attire meant something. The man wondered if they might have been admitted to their hospital. He added that they said it had the best cardiologists. The man continued, saying that if they were talking about a cardiologist, then they must mean Dr. Wu Sang. He admitted he didn't know much, but that Wu Sang was well known among those working in surgery. He added that, especially in heart transplants, they called him a god. The man said that his uncle must have been exceptional, as he was very satisfied and requested Wu Sang as his primary physician. He then asked if Wu Sang was still at the hospital, noting that he hadn't seen him lately, and that it had been a couple of months. He then said that there was no helping it then, and that next time he came again, he would make sure to see Miss Yifeng too. He then suggested they have a meal together when she came, and that there was a good pasta place nearby, and he would treat her to a meal. Elsewhere, a figure walked through Honolulu International Airport. An older man asked a woman if she really had to go, noting that it was her first time in China. She responded that it was a great opportunity, and that it wasn't a vacation, but volunteer work. As the woman prepared to leave, she assured her father that she knew how to get around, and that the volunteer group was well organized. She added that there would be bodyguards in dangerous areas. Despite her reassurances, the father confessed he still had a bad feeling about this. With a final hug, she told him she had to go and would be back. She waved goodbye, calling out that she would contact him when she arrived. Watching her leave, the father hoped that nothing would go wrong. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, the camera panned across a building. Inside, a man in a suit was greeted by an older man who remarked that he had found his way. The man in the suit asked about the goods. The older man asked to check the documents. The man in the suit was told that he had to give something to get something. The older man questioned what the man in the suit was misunderstanding, reminding him that he still owed 40,000. The man in the suit stated that he had already paid 5,000 in advance, which, combined with the resident ID 4,000, driver's license 6,000, and visa 5,000, should total 10,000 yuan. The older man retorted that he had forgotten the passport, and a Korean passport for 30,000 was a steal. The man in the suit insisted that he brought the passport himself and called for his guys. Two men entered the room. The older man warned that the man in the suit must have someone backing him and demanded to know who he worked for, adding that he needed more money and should think carefully if he really wanted this. An older man sat with his arms crossed, contemplating the situation. He mused that if the person they were waiting for was one of them, he would have received a call by now. Elsewhere, the dominant figure in the red vest walked with purpose. He idly flipped a few coins in his hand. Suddenly, he struck out with a swift kick. The force of the blow sent his opponent flying. Two men watched the scene unfold. The victim cried out as he was struck. The dominant figure in the red vest stood over him, remarking that he had some skills, so he would let this slide once. He told the man to consider himself lucky, as his skills had saved his life, and warned him not to even think about investigating him. The dominant figure in the red vest then ordered the others to move, calling them fat lumps. Elsewhere, the suit man was on the phone, asking Dong Jiam how the kids were doing, and promising to drop by tomorrow. He wondered what he should do now. He questioned what the problem was, suggesting they just burn everything down, and then reflected that this was a place where people cut open the living just to extend their own lives. He sighed, telling himself to calm down and first confirm the facts, wondering where and how to approach this. He realized he was stuck, completely stuck, and that he didn't have any clues from here. The businessman's eyes narrowed as he considered his situation. Outside, an ambulance idled near a coffee shop. Inside the ambulance, the driver wondered why everything was blocked. Elsewhere, the man in the suit questioned if it was Su Bingbing. He thought that if it was blocked, he just needed to unblock it. The ambulance driver looked around, puzzled. The man in the suit thought that if this was really fate, then fate would unblock it for him. The ambulance driver felt like someone was watching him, and that fate was offering him to open up a path for him. Inside the ambulance, one of the figures sat pensively. The ambulance sped down the road. It continued its journey. The vehicle sped onward. Two figures in protective suits approached the ambulance. Inside the vehicle, the figure with slick-back hair reiterated that today's mission was top priority, warning that failure could be fatal. One of the figures in protective suits handed the slick-back hair figure a photograph of a woman. The figure in the suit stated that the woman was Manana Nast. The figure in the suit asked what Polynesia meant, and the other figure explained that it referred to the indigenous people from the South Pacific Islands. The figure in the suit then questioned what that mattered. The figure in the suit was informed that the document on the next page was a fake statement from the health authorities suggesting the target might be a carrier of a new infectious disease. The figure in the suit was told to coordinate with the reception desk to handle it as quietly as possible, and then asked if there were any more questions before getting started. The figures in protective suits ran towards the hospital. The figure in the suit asked what was happening. The figure with slick-back hair asked if they should head straight to the hospital after this, and then asked if this was the other figure's first job, questioning what if. The woman in the police uniform listened as her superior outlined the plan. Stay at the warehouse for a day, switch cars, and then deliver. He wondered aloud if they could have some fun with the woman first. A hand slammed down on a surface. The force of the blow reverberated through the room. The woman in the police uniform trembled as her superior berated the man he had struck. He reminded him that their lives were already on the line because of the last job. He wondered what he should do with these idiots, as the man apologized. An ambulance idled outside a building. The ambulance pulled away from the building, followed by a white car. The two vehicles continued down the road. Inside the white car, a figure could be seen. Suitman 1, wearing glasses, sat in the driver's seat of the white car. Suitman 1 was confronted, being asked if he was directly involved. Suitman 1 watched as the ambulance and the white car drove away from the building. Inside the ambulance, a woman was being tended to by a person in a hazmat suit. Suitman 1 wondered where they were going and if they were headed straight to the hospital. A car speeds down the highway. An ambulance is parked on a dirt road. Inside the ambulance, the woman lies on a stretcher as Suitman 1 sits nearby. The woman's thoughts drifted, considering her mixed heritage. She mused that it was an enviable combination. Suitman 1, riding in the front seat, thought to himself that the others just didn't understand. They should know better than to mess up. The driver confirmed that they had finished the job and were heading to the warehouse. Suitman 1 spoke on the phone, assuring the person on the other end that they were handling her with the utmost care, like a national treasure. He confirmed that he wouldn't leave until the delivery was completed tomorrow, promising to contact them as soon as he met them. He then thought that they were sending someone because they had really lost their trust because of the last incident, wondering if he should just be grateful that he was still alive. Suitman 1 continued his phone call. He told the person on the other end that he was on his way and instructed them to keep their team at the warehouse and not let them scatter. Suitman 1 asked why they were holding on to the second squad. The person on the other end responded that they would do night guard duty and run some errands, also telling him to stock up on plenty of food as they couldn't leave until tomorrow morning. The driver stated that the main office was sending someone, which showed just how important this mission was. He told Suitman 1 to get his head straight, because if they messed up this time, they were dead. Suitman 1's subordinate asked if it was really that serious, remembering that he almost died last year because they didn't handle the last body properly, and that if they screwed up again, they wouldn't be forgiven. Suitman 1 asked if that wasn't why they built a crematorium in the hospital. The driver told Suitman 1 that cleanup was easier now, so what was there to worry about? But Suitman 1 told him to shut up. Inside the transport, the guard reiterated the stakes. Even the slightest mistake would mean their deaths. The woman acknowledged the gravity of the situation. She knew the job's payout was 1 million yuan. The guard informed her that she could go wherever she wanted after tomorrow afternoon, emphasizing the importance of the mission and the need to do it right. Meanwhile, in a control room, technicians monitored various screens. The chairman stood before them, observing the activity. An operator reported to the chairman that the flight originated from China. The chairman was then informed that the plane was landing at Beijing Capital Airport. On another screen, a doctor reported that she was in better condition than expected and that there shouldn't be any issues with her undergoing surgery. The woman lay in a hospital bed, connected to medical equipment. The screen showed the woman in the hospital bed. It was reported that both takeoff and landing were smooth, and the flight was so steady that they wouldn't know they were in the air. The chairman affirmed that they would do their best. The chairman was asked if he was sure it was safe, expressing unease about China. It was explained that the facilities were top-notch because they catered to elite individuals and foreigners. Furthermore, Dr. Wu and his team were exceptionally skilled. The doctor stated that he would personally assist. As much as he hated to admit it, Dr. Wu was better than him due to the difference in surgical experience. The doctor added that Dr. Wu would lead the young Mrs. surgery, and he would assist. He then thought that if Barbara didn't have the Bombay blood type, they wouldn't have needed to rely on China. The chairman acknowledged this and said he was counting on him. Inside a vehicle, Dr. Wu sat beside a patient lying on a medical bed. The doctor wished he could handle everything himself, but he acknowledged that his team was overwhelmingly large. Dr. Wu confirmed over the phone that his wide-eye team was fully prepared for the surgery. He told the person on the other end of the line that they would arrive soon and that they should discuss the details in person, adding that Master Young was on standby to teach the miss after the surgery. Dr. Wu thought that in just 2 days, he would be able to sleep peacefully. Elsewhere, a car approached a secluded building. A figure emerged from the vehicle, standing before the building. The figure, revealed to be the dominant figure in the red vest, smirked as he looked up at the building. He then opened the trunk of the car. The dominant figure, now wearing a hood, reached into the trunk. He pulled out a box from the trunk. The sound of metal caps clinking together filled the air. With a sharp click, the car door slammed shut. He walked away from the vehicle, disappearing into the surrounding area. His face was partially obscured, but his expression was clear. He vowed to kill them all. The building stood isolated, a silent witness to the events unfolding around it. Another car door slammed, echoing through the compound. The headlights of an approaching vehicle cut through the darkness. The hooded man wondered how many vehicles were present, noting that they kept coming. He realized that if he counted the GSU Bing Bing's gang and those who had arrived so far, there would be at least 10. He thought that if there were too many missing, even one would be troublesome. He counted 16 faint breaths, wondering if that was the man from earlier. A woman in uniform spoke into a radio, confirming that they had just arrived with 4 men. She thought that the elder had never shown such continuous interest in something like this before. She knew she must be cautious, realizing that if anything went wrong, she would surely be done for. She was asked if she was Captain Sue, and then if she was with the people sent by the elder, and how she should be addressed. The man in the brown suit assured his companion that they need not worry about their presence, as their chains of command were separate. They would not interfere with the other group's work. He added that they would remain quiet and disappear as soon as the delivery was completed the next day. The man with the slick-back hair acknowledged that they were sent by higher-ups, so he didn't need to know the details, stating that it was better that way. The companion acknowledged the statement with a simple, understood. Meanwhile, Captain Sue told the others to wait in the car. Inside the car, one of the men questioned why so many people were present, feeling as though they were wasting time. The squad leader admitted he didn't know either, stating that they were simply following orders. One of the men in the car expressed that thinking about cutting open such a beautiful woman's belly was a sin. Another man remarked that just by looking at her, one could tell she deserved to be loved, questioning why anyone would kill a woman like her. He wondered if her organs were prettier and cleaner because she was so beautiful. The first man agreed, asking if they should save her. Inside the car with her captors, Dong Dong wondered what was going on and if she was being targeted for ransom, questioning how they knew about her. She recalled hearing that women who go missing while traveling alone are sold as sex slaves. Tears streamed down Dong Dong's face as she sobbed, calling out for her dad. Meanwhile, the hooded figure wondered if they didn't know Su Bingbing. He thought to himself that the chains of command were different, so this might be a larger organization than he thought. The hooded figure realized that the problem was that he needed to stay calm and controlled, and not let anger get the best of him, as it would ruin everything. He reminded himself to take steady steps, with low and controlled breathing, noting that they were quite skilled. He realized that each one of them was better than the leaders of those Blue Blade factions, and wondered what he should do. The hooded figure jumped from the rooftop. Landing on the rooftop, the hooded figure looked down at the scene below. Below, a man sat on a chair, carefully examining eggs. The hooded figure watched from above. A steaming bowl of noodles sits ready to be eaten. Nearby, another bowl of noodles is presented, and a voice calls out to Choyoung to eat. The woman exclaims that the food looks delicious, while the man wonders why they are eating bean noodle soup. The woman insists that the bean noodle soup is really delicious, but the man retorts that it is too hot to eat it today. He would rather eat ribs. The man asks what she usually eats first, the boiled egg or if she saves it for last. She responds that there is no order and to just eat whatever he craves. She tells him that he has to pick one, calling it a kind of personality test. She admits that she does not really like boiled eggs and soybean soup noodles, but she eats them because it would be a waste otherwise, asking if he's assuming that the boiled egg is the highlight of the soybean soup noodles. The man states that if the boiled egg symbolizes the tastiest or most important thing, then he would eat it first. If it is the tastiest, he would eat it before someone else takes it. And if it is the most important, he would take care of it first so he can relax for the rest of the meal. The man reiterates that he wants to eat ribs today, stating that he cannot tell how lucky he is that their tastes are different. The woman asks if he is only asking because he wants her egg, as she handed it over to him. She confirms his suspicion with a yep. Meanwhile, the hooded figure contemplates what he should do, thinking that if it is rotten soybean soup, rotten noodles, and a rotten egg, then there is no need for him to decide on the order. He wonders which one he should kill first, deciding that if they are all worthless and inedible, it does not matter which one dies first, but he should at least save Su Bingbing for the last. Above the scene, the camera looks down at the roof. From the rooftop, a hooded figure surveys the scene below. The figure remains perched on the rooftop, observing the activity below. The hooded figure notes that there are 3 people inside the car and 8 outside, before adding that 4 people are near the entrance, which is a lot. Inside the car, Dong Dong is bound and gagged. Back on the rooftop, the hooded figure recognizes Dong Dong as the woman who was kidnapped earlier and tells Choyoung to hang in there just a little longer. The hooded figure prepares to jump. He declares that rotten things should go in the trash. The hooded figure leaps from the rooftop. Below, the manager looks up, a question mark appearing above his head. The hooded figure falls, feet first, toward the car. The words 1,000-pound drop appear as the figure plummets. The hooded figure crashes down on the car, the force of the impact obliterating the vehicle. The force of the impact sent debris flying in all directions, scattering the crowd. Emerging from the dust cloud, the hooded figure landed gracefully. Inside the wrecked car, one of the men exclaimed in disbelief, demanding to know what was happening. The hooded figure hurled 2 objects towards the car's occupants. The objects struck their targets, impacting the men's faces. One of the men cried out as he was struck. The hooded figure stood over the wreckage, ready to strike again. Meanwhile, the crowd of thugs began to advance on the hooded figure. The figure slid across the hood of the car. They then launched themselves forward. The figure struck one of the thugs with a powerful blow. The hooded figure continued their assault, leaping towards another group of thugs. Landing with force, the figure prepared for another attack. The figure recalled that they needed to make their enemies feel pain, that they needed to feel agony down to their bones, and that they must die in suffering. Raising a knife, The hooded figure prepared to strike. The hooded figure continued their assault, their movements a blur of lethal precision. The thugs, caught completely off guard, were sent flying through the air. One of the thugs attempted to retaliate, but the hooded figure was too quick. The thug cried out as he was struck. Another thug, his face contorted in pain and shock, could only manage a strangled gasp. The hooded figure's relentless attacks continued, each blow delivered with brutal efficiency. The thugs were sent spiraling through the air, their bodies twisting unnaturally. The hooded figure, with a swift motion, brought their knife down on another target. From above, the scene resembled a chaotic dance of bodies and shadows. Nearby, a policewoman watched in horror, unable to intervene. The policewoman screamed as the hooded figure continued their merciless assault on the remaining thugs. The hooded figure paused, their gaze intense and unwavering. Another thug cried out in pain. The knife pierced through the thug's clothing. The thug collapsed to the ground. The policewoman struggled to rise, but the hooded figure stood over her, unfazed by her efforts. He had clearly anticipated her movements. Meanwhile, the group of thugs watched from a distance, seemingly impressed by the hooded figure's display of power. The hooded figure seemed aware of their presence, remarking that they must be quite confident in their martial arts, considering how long they had been watching. Elsewhere, a man with slick-back hair smirked, wondering aloud how long a bit truly was. The hooded figure glanced back at the policewoman, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He mused that the hidden weapon she had used earlier should be shown to him, and he would wait. The hooded figure remained still, his intentions unclear as he waited for the policewoman to make her next move. A bottle cap skittered across the ground, drawing the hooded figure's attention. He wondered what it meant. The policewoman, struggling to her feet, demanded to know if he was satisfied, questioning why the others were not helping her. She cursed, preparing to attack again. The policewoman lunged, but the hooded figure swiftly countered her attack. The policewoman cried out as the hooded figure struck her. The hooded figure stood over the fallen policewoman, seemingly unfazed by the fight. He told her to wait there, as he would deal with her last. The hooded figure then turned his attention to the thugs, remarking on the bottle cap and calling it incredibly ingenious before greeting them. One of the thugs declared that he was ready. Meanwhile, the dominant figure in the red vest, hooded and cloaked, asked if they should begin. Nearby, a group of men observed the hooded figure, one commenting on the ingenuity of using a bottle cap. Elsewhere, another man declared that he was ready. Meanwhile, the hooded figure asked if they should begin. The man who had declared himself ready earlier was asked to wait before they tore each other apart, and was asked if he could answer one question. He was then asked if the bottle cap had to be in that shape, and it was explained that the shape was the most effective for creating a pie chart, allowing him to bend it at a specific point by controlling the amount of force and the way the object bounces. The man stated that he understood. The hooded figure then launched the bottle cap. The bottle cap spun rapidly through the air. It struck its target. The hooded figure remarked that it flew in a straight line and that he would have to make one himself when he got back. He then told the group of men that with a few days of practice, they could probably throw it just like him. The hooded figure stated that was if they could make it back. The man who had been asked the question admitted that he had to give the hooded figure credit, saying he even got chills back there. He added that it was almost enough to make him take this seriously, and that they shouldn't call them cowardly if they took him on together. The hooded figure responded that between people fighting to the death, who cares about fairness, and told him to do whatever he needed to do. The man in the red vest declared that his opponents were generous. The hooded figure responded that he would gladly carve them up. He considered that 8 blades might be a bit of a hassle, but there was one thing he needed to confirm. With a shout, the hooded figure's opponents charged. The hooded figure and his opponents clashed in midair. The fight intensified as the hooded figure met the attackers head-on. The hooded figure moved with precision, blades flashing. The hooded figure remained calm amidst the chaos. The hooded figure was surrounded by a flurry of attacks. The hooded figure continued to evade and counter the attacks. One of the men agreed that the hooded figure was right, but there was one thing he needed to confirm. One of the men questioned what the hooded figure was trying to do, suggesting he would be dead before he could accomplish it. The hooded figure and his opponents continued to fall through the air. The hooded figure wondered if they would be coming from both sides first. The hooded figure was ambushed by one of the men. The hooded figure continued to fall, still surrounded by his adversaries. One of the attackers lunged forward, blades extended. Another assailant joined the fray, their movements precise and deadly. The hooded figure deflected a series of strikes. The attacks intensified, a whirlwind of blades. The hooded figure recognized the technique, realizing it was the illusory transformation sword technique with the 4-directional killing formation. He declared that there was nothing more he needed to see. He landed on a surface. Suddenly, the hooded figure was struck from behind. The distressed gang leader watched the fight with a look of terror. One of the attackers was struck and sent flying backwards. The hooded figure continued to fight. Another attacker swung their blades. The hooded figure blocked the attack. One of the attackers cried out as they were struck. The dominant figure in the red vest watched as the hooded figure fought against his men. The hooded figure lunges forward, blade extended. The attack is met with a swift counter. The hooded figure's opponent grunts as the blow lands. The force of the impact sends the hooded figure flying backwards. The hooded figure's expression is grim. Another attacker rushes in, blade raised. The hooded figure prepares to meet the next assault, a slight smile playing on their lips. Steel clashes against steel. The hooded figure's blade shatters under the force of the blow. The attacker's face is contorted with rage. The hooded figure's eyes narrow behind their mask. They grip the broken hilt of their sword. The attacker prepares to strike a final blow. The hooded figure is struck down. The hooded figure, now on the ground, coughs violently as dust and debris swirl around him. He realizes that he couldn't handle someone at that level, even with the illusory transformation sword technique and the four-directional killing formation. Above him, one of his attackers stands silently. The hooded figure wonders how they knew his technique, which wasn't exactly low-level, but not supreme either. He thinks that if he hadn't recognized it, it could have been tricky, and, for a first-timer, it'd definitely make their head spin, but once you know how it's applied, it's not that much of a threat. He wonders if the outsiders know their martial arts. The hooded figure thinks that it survived 500 years, even to this day. He curses his enemies for crossing his path again, even in this life. He reflects that no one knows those scum better than his Seoman clan, and wonders what they are calling themselves nowadays. The hooded figure states that his heavenly martial clan uses the Seoman name, but they know it as Mingchen. He asks why the man is willing to tell him all this. The man with the bloodied face replies that he's not part of Broadwood and doesn't pull that kind of stunt. He adds that his ferocious tiger's core never imagined getting completely wrecked anywhere they went. The man says that's life, and at first he was just like everyone else, knowing nothing but Mingchen, but after wandering around a bit, he realized the world isn't all that. He adds that from the way the hooded figure is talking, he'd probably be great at business, and asks if he can ask a few more questions. The man asks if he will let him go comfortably if he tells him everything. He adds that it'd be heartless of him to make things worse for someone being this cooperative. The hooded figure says of course, they don't actually stay there. It's just where the commander is, so they call it their base. He apologizes, saying he really doesn't know much, and that the Eastern Pavilion on Shanghai's Bund is their headquarters. The man coughs, stating that he had too many people above him to care about that stuff. He says that at some point, he just gave up and decided to live simply. The hooded figure's hand reaches up to the man's neck, and he wonders if that's far up enough. The man thanks him, saying he can breathe a little easier now. The hooded figure thinks that there are around 120 of them in the ferocious Black Tiger Corps, and someone like him is probably somewhere in the middle. He also heard that their ferocious Tiger Corps is under the command of Heavenly Marshal Hall. He reflects that there are 4 organizations similar to theirs under him. So there are the leaders and deputy leaders of each organization, and the top 10 warriors of the whole forces, not to mention the commander and vice commander. There's too many of it. The Gag Gang leader watched as the hooded figure stood over him, contemplating the information he had just extracted. He could see why the man felt overwhelmed. The task ahead was daunting. But the hooded figure admitted that there were still so many unknowns, and that was what truly frightened him. He acknowledged the gang leader's concern, but insisted he couldn't stop now. The gang leader, coughing up blood, reminded him that his organization had taken his only daughter, leaving him utterly alone. He asked if the hooded figure would stop if he were in his place. The hooded figure, however, was resolute. He didn't understand family, but accepted that this had to end in death, leaving him no choice. Meanwhile, the hooded figure kneeled beside the dying man, inquiring if there was any more information he could provide. The gang leader, with his last breath, asked if the hooded figure was saying he had to keep hunting them down one by one like this. The hooded figure thanked him for the information he had learned and apologized for being so rough and unable to let him go faster. He stated that there was nothing they could do now that Mingchen had become his enemy. The gang leader, barely conscious, managed to utter that the situation was quite something. He thanked the hooded figure before succumbing to his wounds. With a swift motion, the hooded figure released the gang leader's body, letting it fall to the ground. The hooded figure stood over the body, his thoughts turning to Mingchen and the Seoman clan. He reflected that the prank of fate was going too far. The man in the hooded sweatshirt stood near a pair of black SUVs, the words Seoman clan echoing in his mind. The vehicle sat parked in a lot, the scene quiet and still. Inside one of the SUVs, the woman with long brown hair remained bound and gagged. She hoped she was all right. From outside the vehicle, the hooded man thought to himself that she had seen it all. He reached for the car door handle. He opened the door, looking down at the bound woman. The hooded man removed the gag from her mouth. He told her that she could come out. The man in the hoodie realized she didn't understand Mandarin. He hadn't used English in ages and admitted he was a bit rusty. He assured her that he wasn't her enemy and wouldn't hurt her, explaining that he was there to help. He asked her to wait there for a moment and to understand. The woman thanked him, and the hooded man explained that he knew she was scared, but there was no other way. He told her that those people who kidnapped her were the real danger, adding that he couldn't explain too much now because the Chinese mafia might return and that he still had things to do. The hooded man stated that if he wanted to do something bad to her, he wouldn't bother to talk. He told her not to look outside, explaining that he needed to check if they kidnapped anyone else. He added that once he was finished, he'd take her wherever she wanted and told her to cover her ears if she saw anything that might scare her. Inside the car, the man in the hooded sweatshirt stands over the woman he rescued, contemplating his next move. The man exits the vehicle, stepping out into the alley. He surveys the scene, finding a man lying unconscious on the ground. Nearby, a wallet and identification lay discarded on the ground. The hooded man approaches the unconscious figure, who is dressed in a police uniform. He leans in close to the officer. The hooded man forces the officer's mouth open, examining his teeth. He retrieves a small, white capsule from the officer's mouth, realizing it is poison. The man in the hood smiles, deciding it is time to wake the officer up. He wipes the officer's face with a cloth. The officer coughs, his eyes widening in shock. The hooded man smiles down at the officer, who is still struggling to regain consciousness, and tells him to sleep. The officer's eyes widen in alarm. The officer grits his teeth, asking if that is what the hooded man is looking for. The officer collapses to the ground, unconscious once more. A small, white object lies on the ground. The police officer's face contorts in anger. The officer, now terrified, begs for his life, explaining that the one who came to die is now begging to be spared. The hooded man states that he won't waste words, declaring that the officer is going to die. He adds that the only choice the officer has is whether it will be painful or easy, demanding that he only answer the questions asked. The officer, kneeling on the ground, pleads to just be killed. The hooded man demands to know where Guang Mokdang is, realizing that the officer knows something. The hooded man says that he knows more than the officer would expect. He reveals his plan to go up against Guang Mokdang, and every time he does, he'll make sure they know it was Su Bingbing who told him. The hooded man continues, stating that Su Bingbing from Dragon Gate Sect is an organ donor supplier for Xiamen General Hospital. The officer cries out in pain. The hooded man, frustrated, says that he's not getting anywhere and guesses he'll have to help the officer remember. The officer relents, saying he'll tell him, but then claims he doesn't know. The officer explains that the exact location of the main base is something he only got close to once. He adds that the place he met the elder was at a restaurant called Hakaku Scene in the Hatong district. The officer continues, saying that their phone numbers are also around there, implying they must be in that area, swearing that's all he knows. He then asks what the hooded man knows about Idol, again claiming he doesn't know. The officer, his face contorted in pain, insists he knows nothing. The hooded man continues his brutal interrogation. Desperate, the officer pleads that he only makes deliveries and knows nothing else. The hooded man asks what he knows about Xiamen Hospital, but the officer claims ignorance, stating his job is only to make deliveries. The hooded man then presses him about a foreign woman, but the officer insists he doesn't know anything about her either, only that he must make the deliveries safely. Growing impatient, the hooded man remarks that the officer doesn't seem to know much and decides to ask about something he is sure to know. He then asks if the officer knows who he is. The officer's eyes widen in fear as he seems to recognize his torturer. The hooded man asks if he now understands. The officer, realizing who he is dealing with, exclaims his name in shock. The hooded man, remembering, demands to know where the ones who kidnapped his daughter are and to tell him everything remotely connected to the kidnapping. The officer, kneeling on the ground, claims he has told him everything and begs to be killed. The hooded man asks if he wants him to kill him already. The officer thinks that if he knew this would happen, he would have found a way to take his own life by any means necessary. The hooded man continued his torment, suggesting he could try bones splitting and muscle twisting, or perhaps slice off flesh and sprinkle it with salt. His victim could only manage a pained, drawn-out cry. The officer's broken body lay slumped against a wall, blood pooling around him. Elsewhere, the hooded man wiped the blood from his hands with a cloth. He lamented that if he only had more time, he could have made the torture more painful. The man walked away from the scene. 2 black cars parked nearby. In the distance, a building erupted in flames. A white car sped away from the inferno. Meanwhile, inside another car, the woman from the restaurant sat with the man in the turtleneck. The man asked if she was afraid, stating that he had killed people and that it was natural for her to feel scared, but she was safe now. She responded that she had a question, asking if he was someone special, and then asked him to pardon her. He asked her what she meant, wondering if she had something unusual about her. The woman exclaimed that she was a Badabadiba, a rare blood type. Peace considered the woman's rare blood type. He realized the Chinese mafia wanted her because someone needed that blood. Peace's words prompted the woman to ask how he knew about her blood. He explained that they had also kidnapped his daughter. Peace continued, recalling that when he found his daughter, there was nothing left inside. He thought he had taken his revenge, but it wasn't over yet. He muttered to himself, hoping that what happened to his daughter wouldn't happen to anyone else's. Peace revealed that he had saved the woman because she reminded him of his daughter. Peace warned her that a big and powerful organization was after her, and they would keep chasing her because people like her were hard to find. He then asked for her name and where she was from. The woman introduced herself as Monanast, saying she lived in Hawaii. She then asked Peace for his name. Peace told her to just call him Peace, reflecting on how he had gone through a lot and seen many horrible things. He added that what happened shouldn't have, but luck wasn't on his side. Peace urged Mona to consider every possibility, warning that she was still in great danger. He explained that the organization after her had many men and strong influence, and they could search all over China, with even the police on their side. He reminded her that the woman who kidnapped her was a police officer. Peace continued, explaining that whoever wanted her must be rich and powerful. He emphasized that the most important thing was that they knew she was Rh negative. He urged her to think very carefully if she wanted to survive. The woman who had kidnapped Dong Dong was a police officer, and the organization that wanted her was powerful and had many men with strong influence. The man in the hoodie reminded her that she was still in great danger. Dong Dong wondered what she should do, suggesting she go to the American embassy. The man responded that it would take a lot of money to hire those kinds of people, so whoever wanted her must be rich and powerful. He added that they knew she was Rh negative, and if she wanted to survive, she needed to think very carefully about who could be after her. Dong Dong wondered if she should go to the embassy, the American office. The man warned her that even if she went back to Hawaii, it would still be dangerous. They would try to kidnap her again, and her family would be in danger too. He advised her to hide. He then asked if they wanted her because of her blood, and that the person who needed her might not live long, but if they died, she would be safe. Dong Dong realized they wanted her blood. She then remembered that she had colleagues at the hotel and wondered if she could contact them. The man told her that contacting her friends was not a good idea, as they could end up in danger too, or worse, they might even be involved. Dong Dong considered her next steps. She agreed with the man. The man showed Dong Dong a picture of his daughter. He clarified that he was Korean, not Chinese, and that there were still many people left who were involved in kidnapping his daughter. He would not go back until he found them all, so he could only hide her for a few days. Dong Dong apologized, but the man told her she had nothing to be sorry for, as he showed her his daughter because she seemed very anxious. He told her not to be, and that she needed to stay calm and think things through to find a way out. The man gave Dong Dong a phone, telling her that they didn't know she had escaped yet. He warned her that they tapped into phones, and that by tomorrow, it would be too late to call home now. The man helping Dong Dong explained that they tap phones, or rather, in Korea, they simply steal calls. He urged her to call now, while they were still unaware of her escape and not yet listening. He continued, emphasizing that she needed to find out who was after her and that she couldn't return to her family until she knew. Dong Dong acknowledged that she understood. Moments later, the man helping Dong Dong exited the car. Under the crescent moon, he paused, lost in thought. He wondered what he was thinking. He thought to himself that his Cho Young must be happy wherever she was. He then stated that it was good. He demanded that someone hand him the phone. The phone shattered into pieces. The car sped away. The man with slick back hair tells the other man that he must have been frustrated not knowing what he does. The man thanks him for following instructions without questioning them. He expresses his gratitude that the other man understands a little English and informs him that from now on, he will be living with Mona. The man with light brown hair thinks that he doesn't know for how long he will be living with her, but he will help each other out and live like siblings. The man with slick back hair tells him that Dong Jiam is good at kung fu and that he should learn from him. He also tells him to teach Dong Jiam some English and spend his time thinking and learning. He adds that he will come by from time to time to see if he's received a call. The man with slick back hair acknowledges that the other man has heard a bit and must have been frustrated not knowing what he does. He thanks him for following instructions. The man with light brown hair thinks that he is glad he understands a little English and that from now on, he will be living with Mona. He thinks about how long he will be living with her, but they will help each other out and live like siblings. The man with slick back hair announces that he is leaving. The man with light brown hair asks if this isn't his home. The man with slick back hair thinks that if he stays here, it will put others in danger and that he can't come often. The man with light brown hair thinks that he should be careful, always, and not be sad, and not let it eat away at him, and rest easy and not be afraid. The man with light brown hair remains silent. An aerial view shows a burned-down building surrounded by vehicles. A group of men stand outside the burned building. One of the men asks if there is anything left. The other man responds that everything has been completely burned down. One of the men tells another that he has been handling their matters out here, and thanks him for his efforts. The other man responds that he doesn't want to mention it, but they lost quite a few people. He is identified as the Haitian-chief of the Public Security Bureau. The elder confirmed that he had heard and instructed the man to leave a few men behind to take care of the cleanup. He also reminded him not to forget today's incident and suggested they have a meal together sometime. The man agreed to come whenever invited and said he would be heading back now. He then ordered Sergeant Seo to withdraw. Another man approached, asking if the elder had called for him. The man with white hair stated that there was only a single corpse of small woman. He questioned if all 15 of them could have died in the fire and asked what the cause of death was. The man holding a bag of items stated that the fire didn't appear to be the cause. However, the bodies were so badly burned that determining the cause was difficult. The elder responded that what was most surprising was that the skulls had clean puncture marks. He added that it would be difficult to make such precise holes. even with an all. The elder noted that making a bottle cap like this resembled the Arhut coin. He wondered about throwing it with that much power. Another man stated that it was something even the young master would admire. The man with white hair commented that this must be a skilled expert and that it was interesting. The man with white hair stated that it was not a gunshot or stab wound, but killing people with a weapon like this. The man holding the bottle cap noted that they used a bottle cap, even though there was something like the Arhut coin, which must mean it had a different purpose. He wondered what bending it at a slight angle could be used for. Another man exclaimed that it was impressive and wondered who would think to create something like this. He added that making such an efficient weapon without spending much, he'd like to meet whoever did this. Seomun Yangrak told the man to take this to the weapons lab and tell them to make a stronger version of it. He added that if they made it a bit heavier, even someone with lower strength could kill an opponent hidden in their blind spot. Following Seomun Yangrak's orders, a man in a black suit stands near a wrecked car, while another man in a red robe approaches. Suddenly, a figure leaps from the top of the vehicle. Seomun Yangrak observes the scene with a critical eye. He remarks that the damage appears to be the work of a single, exceptionally skilled individual. The man in the red robe wonders if it was the 1,000-weight gene technique. The man in the black suit lands gracefully, kicking up dust as he descends. Seomun Yangrak considers the implications, realizing that the attacker could easily overpower even advanced techniques. The man in the red robe wonders if the attackers went all out, acknowledging the opponent as terrifying. He notes that even an old man wouldn't stand a chance if they let their guard down. Seomun Yangrak judges that the strength is immense and likely from one person, making them hard to track. Seomun Yangrak states that they will say the target had a skilled bodyguard. He believes finding them is their best option, though it won't be easy. The man in the red robe considers that the weapon used suggests the attacker is clever and may have already left Beijing. Seomun Yangrak reveals that they've alerted the National Embassy and Consulate, as well as all airports and ports, though he believes it's unlikely the attacker will use an official route. He muses that this situation could turn an ally into an enemy. He suggests putting on a show of looking busy to demonstrate effort. Another man addresses Seomun Yangrak as uncle, urging him not to worry. He explains that sending the Soto Joe means he was willing to lower his head to the heavenly martial hall, despite not getting along well with them. Seomun Yangrak insists that this isn't a failure due to negligence. Seomun Yangrak acknowledges that they were prepared, but the opponent exceeded their expectations. He emphasizes the need to keep their own people, like Mingchen, sharp and alert. He admits that he thought they had no equals, but enemies seem to be appearing from every corner. Seomun Yangrak is reminded that they were ambushed in Korea and now even on their home ground. He reflects that their claim of being the Murim world feels hollow now. Seomun Yangrak wonders who on earth their attacker is, vowing to catch him no matter what. Far away, a hooded figure stands among trees, looking through binoculars. The hooded figure observes a building in the distance through their binoculars. Seomun Yangrak sits with a cup, wondering if the hooded figure is the one they call the elder. Through the lens of binoculars, two men are seen in conversation. The hooded figure lowered his binoculars, remarking that the man he was observing was the one they called elder. He knew he needed to get a closer look. The man continued his trek through the forest. From his vantage point, he could see a building in the distance. Just as he was about to approach, he paused, peering through his binoculars once more. Through the binoculars, a chaotic scene unfolded, figures running amidst parked cars and a damaged van. The view shifted, now focusing on the elder and another man in a black suit walking away from the chaos. The hooded man realized they had completely blocked his trail. Being alone made things difficult. He missed the comrades he could rely on back then. He decided to let it go cleanly for today, reasoning that he had gained something at least. Knowing his face made a world of difference. The title card read, The Peerless. The work was written by Jun Wook, illustrated by No Kyung-chan, and the 55th episode. A fist slams down on a table. Across the room, the man with slicked back hair sat at his desk, considering how they planned to handle the situation. The man considered the docks and airports. Meanwhile, the organization was conducting precise screenings for donors, matching the specific physical and blood type requirements. It was clear, however, that they were doing this as a courtesy to the Segan family, not seeing it as their responsibility. He wondered what they meant by that. They were claiming the information provided was incorrect. They argued that they hadn't been informed about someone capable of killing 15 martial arts experts and extracting the donor from a site. He realized they were trying to shift the blame. Now wasn't the time to focus on that, as they had also proposed an alternative. They suggested securing a second donor from Israel and continuing the search on their side. If they managed to find the first donor, they could cancel the rest, and if not, they would proceed with the substitute and conduct a second surgery if a better match was found. Israel's option was a fallback, but it was far from ideal, as the age and compatibility couldn't compare to the Hawaiian donor. He wondered if a second surgery would be possible. There was plenty of precedent for it. Wide-Eye had over 30,000 donors in its database. They were currently searching among them for the rare Rh-negative blood type. With a bit of luck, they might even find someone better than the Tel Aviv donor. All right, for now, He wouldn't press the blame issue. He would also personally handle the Israel situation. He told them that as long as he could see his daughter smile, nothing else mattered. Ramiel was called. The man in the suit confirmed he had heard from the outside and was told to send Tornado to Israel. He confirmed. The man with slick back hair instructed them to get in touch with Germain and have him check if any trace of Manhwa Nass showed up at embassies in neighboring countries around China. He also ordered them to send an investigation team to Hawaii to track her down at any cost and to reach out to Robert Gordon to arrange dinner. He was asked if he should ask his Israeli friends for cleanup help. He responded that if he was the one who covered it up, it might just cause more issues. He wondered who dared interfere with his work, and if he found them, they would pay dearly. A steaming plate of food sits ready to be served. The food is then brought to the table. Those gathered around the table express their delight. One of the diners asks about the server's meal, but the server admits that the aroma alone is overwhelming. The server encourages them to eat well. The server reflects on how he only wished for this happiness during his remaining time. He then wonders how Soen and the kids are doing. Elsewhere, a man with slick back hair rides in the back of a car. He muses on having to drive over 2 hours just to make a call. The man is then seen walking through a building. He approaches a public telephone. The man picks up the phone and identifies himself as Manana's father, instructing her to listen. He explains that a friend from China is helping her escape the country via a secret route to South Korea. He urges her to prepare for his help once she arrives, warning her of the danger and declaring his love before ending the call. The phone call ends. The suit man adjusts his tie, a calculating look in his eyes as he stands in front of the outlet. Moments later, he is seen entering the outlet. Elsewhere, a woman with short brown hair and glasses stands in front of the Sarin outlet, studying a map. Her expression is one of intense focus. The clock above the entrance shows the time ticking by. Suddenly, the woman's eyes widen as she witnesses a group of men running past her. She answers her phone, confirming to the elder that the public security and men are involved. The scene shows a flurry of activity as people run in various directions. Meanwhile, a voice from inside a car says, "All right, take your time coming back." Inside the car, the suit man is informed that their call has already been intercepted and they must know in advance which number to monitor. It wasn't intercepted from the China side, but from Hawaii instead, meaning it was likely an American who's after them. The man in the suit is told that just like his daughter fell victim to someone in Korea, the police and mafia are all in on it. Calling will be difficult, as they'll trace any calls between China and Hawaii, so they can't let their guard down. A hand is placed reassuringly on the hooded figure's shoulder. The suit man tells Manhwa that there's no solution for now, but even if there was, they can't act yet. Over time, he'll find a way to get her out. He acknowledges that she has to be alive until then, but he doesn't need to say anything more. Right now, what she needs is hope. The scene shifts to a shot of a Hakka restaurant. Inside a building, several people are seated at tables, while a woman in a red dress stands in the center of the room. Elsewhere, a man in a brown jacket and cap sits at a table, eating. It was already the third day, but there was still no real progress. The man in the cap didn't think Su Bingbing lied under those circumstances. He considered that she was just a minor pawn. Although he knew the ferocious Tiger Corps main base, they had no direct connection to Choyang. He wondered if the hospital was his only lead left and considered shaking things up there. The man in the cap decided to start with the hospital, stating that Broad would take priority. The scene shifts to a view of Tel Aviv, Israel. In Tel Aviv, several people walk along a stone-paved area near buildings. A woman in a brown jacket approaches a man, excusing herself and asking for directions. The woman looks confused. Her eyes glow. The man declares that the target is secured. The man is seen holding the woman. Another man stands nearby. Inside a traditional building, Seoman Yangrak stood overlooking the grounds. He inquired about any progress in their search. The man in the black suit reported that they had checked every small inn that foreigners couldn't access, but they hadn't found anything. The man in the suit continued, explaining that they were definitely in Tianjin, but since a Chinese person was with them, they might not be staying in an inn. Seoman acknowledged the report. He then stated that just having numbers didn't mean they'd catch them, calling it a headache. Seoman added that even with Wusang's skills, it would be tough without a donor. Seoman's men were reminded that the Saigon name still carried weight, and they had to find them at all costs. Meanwhile, Matthew Saigon sat at a table with others. Matthew apologized, stating that he just didn't feel like eating. Robert Gordon asked if something was wrong and if it was related to the previous incident. Matthew questioned if, for someone who claimed to know everything under the sky, Robert was really asking because he didn't know. Robert confirmed that Barbara went to China and that the mission ran into some issues. He added that he didn't know the details, having blocked any information on purpose. Robert thanked Matthew for being considerate and asked for one more favor. Robert Gordon stood before Matthew Saigon, explaining that if it was within his power, he would ask for his help. Robert gestured toward a document. Robert asked Matthew to find her in China, but Matthew reminded him that it would be difficult, even for him. Robert presented a document with a woman's photo, urging him to find her. Robert asked Saigon to look at the 5th page, reiterating his request to find her in China. Matthew questioned what Robert was asking, clarifying that it wasn't in China, but rather on the Hawaii side. Robert explained that he already had surveillance on the target's family, but the rest hadn't been easy, so he needed Matthew's help. He added that when he heard they'd escaped, he thought it would be a hassle to be looking for them, expecting them to reach out to the embassy. But there's been no contact, which isn't a problem in itself, as they'll eventually reach out to their home or friends. With their resources, they can limit the number of suspects. Robert asked if Matthew was aware of how serious this favor was, stating that it wasn't like last time and would mean he'd have to leave a record. Even if he deleted it, the deletion record would remain, and they'd be dragging him to hearings even after retirement. Robert told him not to worry about it. Robert thought to himself that the reason he kept Matthew Saigon close wasn't just for his astronomical wealth, but because he's someone who keeps his promises. The two men sat at the table. A pair of eyes opened. The eyes blinked. A woman stared ahead. The woman wondered where she was and why she couldn't move her body. The woman, still unable to move, was surrounded by medical personnel. Her mind raced, trying to make sense of her surroundings. One of the surgeons moved to examine her. Panic began to set in as she wondered where she was and what had happened to her. The surgeon remarked that the anesthesia hadn't fully taken effect. Her thoughts were racing as she tried to understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the hospital stood as a silent sentinel. Elsewhere, a car drove along a quiet street. Inside, a man watched with binoculars. He noted the high level of security and wondered if there was another way. He knew he couldn't risk using the woman or dragging her into danger. The man gripped the steering wheel, his resolve hardening. He reached into a bag and pulled out a bottle of alcohol. The man tilted the bottle back and began to drink. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come. A white car idles on the street. Inside the Xiamen General Hospital security room, it was 3 a.m. as security personnel monitored the banks of screens. One of the security guards stretched, his hands behind his head. He thought to himself that he was bored and should have tried harder at Dragon Gate Sect. All his friends were doing well, but he was stuck staring at monitors all day. Another guard stretched, complaining about his back. His colleague joked that he would need his back. The first guard told him to forget it, saying that look in his eyes was worse than an insult. The second guard chuckled, apologizing. He thought to himself that if he could, he would. The first guard called him a bastard for rubbing it in. Another guard asked what was up with that car. Outside, the car screeched as it made a sharp turn. The guard watching the monitors remarked that it was some crazy drunkard, stumbling in there for no reason, and wondered what his deal was. Another guard, seeing the car on the monitors, contacted the patrol team, telling them there was a suspicious vehicle by the entrance and to check it out immediately. The car crashed through a pedestrian crosswalk. The driver, revealed to be Businessman 1, exited the vehicle with a bottle in hand. He cursed at someone. The businessman demanded that they open the door. The businessman took a swig from a bottle. Outside, he continued to demand that the doors be opened, calling those inside pieces of trash. From within the hospital, someone shouted, demanding to know who he was. The doors began to creak open. The businessman urged them to hurry up and open the door. He gripped a weapon tightly in his hand. Someone lamented that if he was going to drink, he should at least do it responsibly, questioning if he even knew where he was making a scene. The businessman thought that if he couldn't find a way in, he would make them bring him inside. The sounds of a beating echoed through the night. The aggressors continued their assault. One of the guards placed his foot on the victim's chest, pinning him to the ground. Another guard knelt, examining the victim's face. One of the guards closed a notebook, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The guard relayed information about the victim. He was 33 years old and claimed to be from Tianjin. The other guard wondered why he looked so old. The guard with the notebook leaned in close to the victim, his expression unreadable. The guard ordered his partner to throw the victim in the car, suggesting they take him to the special ward to check him out. He hoped the man would be good for a few months' worth of extra cash. The guard recalled the victim's earlier words, his demand to bring his wife back. He mused that if his wife had died in their hospital, the victim might know something. The guard noted the victim's car didn't look like it belonged there, suggesting he'd heard rumors, came looking, and got kicked out. He decided the victim was someone they needed to silence, and they would check him out anyway. If he had connections, they'd handle it from above for now. The guard walked away from the scene. The guard continued walking. A man sat slumped in a wheelchair, his head bowed. The guard pushed the man in the wheelchair down a hallway. A guard stands by the door as another pushes the man in the wheelchair. The guard pushing the wheelchair explains that the man was making a scene at the back gate and even smashed the cameras, so they had to grab him. The guard by the door asks what's going on, saying he didn't hear they'd be stopping by today. The other guard replies that it's about the man in the wheelchair. The guard pushing the wheelchair explains that the man is drunk, but from what he's been babbling about, he seems to know something about the hospital. He adds that they had no choice but to bring him in, as they can't have him talking to everyone. The guard by the door wonders what will happen if this backfires. He notes that the man is wasted and that his address and car both have Tianjin plates. The guard pushing the wheelchair calls the other a useless idiot, saying that's what happens when you don't put an effort back at the Dragon Gate sect. He adds that he gets what the other is saying, but no one's allowed in the ward until tonight. The guard by the door asks if there's really no way to make an exception. The other guard says there's an operation scheduled soon, so for now, they'll just stash him in the machine room. He'll talk to the boss and get his permission, and after the operation, he'll let the security office know. The guard by the door asks if he could do that, thanking him and saying he owes him a drink. The other guard says he'll lock him in the machine room and contact him later. The guards continue to wheel the man down the hallway. The sounds of machinery fill the air as they approach the machine room. The guard pushing the wheelchair remarks that the man is heavy. The other guard responds that if he's normal, he could be more valuable. The guard pushing the wheelchair says that considering how wasted he was, his liver is probably shot. The other guard adds that if they can at least get his eyes. The guard by the door looks menacingly at the man in the wheelchair. Suddenly, the man in the wheelchair grabs the guard by the throat, asking when he did that. The man in the wheelchair, despite his apparent weakness, manages to grab the guard. The guard reels from the unexpected attack. The aggressor presses his fingers into the guard's neck. The guard is shocked that he was caught off guard. He wonders how the man knew about pressure points. The man in the wheelchair demands that the guard answer his questions simply, starting with whether this building is where organ surgeries are performed. The guard's face is contorted with fear. The man presses harder, asking if the guard wants to talk. The guard's eyes widen in terror as he struggles to breathe. The man repeats his question, demanding to know if this is where they perform organ surgeries. He then asks how many people like the one the guard called Yang Yang are here. The guard explains that there are quite a few today. Normally, one team of 10 guards is on duty, but today there are 2 teams, including some foreigners. The man deduces that they appear occasionally when there's an important operation, mostly as bodyguard for the patients receiving the surgery. He then asks about the layout of the building. The guard is now kneeling on the floor, answering the man's questions. The man asks one last question, if the guard knows someone called Wu Sang. The guard replies that he has seen him before. The man presses him to say when, and the guard begs for his life to be spared. The man begged for his life, pleading to be spared. His attacker coldly stated that he was dying an easy death. Elsewhere, the man in the white shirt noted that he hadn't brought anything for a disguise, wondering if there was anything useful nearby. He continued his search. He walked through the facility. The man in the white shirt smirked, musing that even the heavens must be getting tired of the situation. He continued to look around the room. The room contained drawers full of tools. There were also containers of various liquids. The man in the white shirt realized it was impossible to search the entire ward alone. He thought he should make them panic and come out on their own, but he shouldn't get too attached to playing with fire. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the hospital building. Alarms blared. Inside, 2 men wondered what was going on. The tension in the hospital corridor was palpable as 2 figures confronted a lone man carrying a red container, demanding answers. One of the figures questioned the man's identity and purpose. The man with the red container was questioned about his actions. Elsewhere, a hand gripped several sharp metal spikes. The spikes were hurled with deadly accuracy. The spikes found their mark. The victim cried out as the spikes pierced him. The attacker, his expression grim, watched his target fall. The man in the white shirt and black pants ran down the hallway, leaving 2 bodies behind him. He continued his escape. Another man, this one with reddish-brown hair, was struck by the same metal spikes. The man with reddish-brown hair wondered what was happening. The man in the lab coat struck the man with reddish-brown hair. Another man screamed. The man in the lab coat looked back, his expression one of shock and pain. Dr. Wu's eyes widened in disbelief, a silent scream building in his throat as the realization of his predicament crashed over him. The man in the white shirt, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, continued his escape down the hospital corridor, leaving Dr. Wu behind. Further down the corridor, the man passed the body of another victim, a stark reminder of the violence that had just transpired. A voice echoed, stating that the area was only for certain people. The man in the white shirt paused, a flicker of recognition in his eyes as he seemed to acknowledge the statement. Elsewhere, a hospital stands tall. Inside, Ma Yulim sits looking out the window. He is known as the Heavenly Martial Hall Top 10 Master. Yulim reflects on how good it feels to be out after so long, now that everything has been taken care of below. He muses that he was being treated like an old man in the back room, even though he is not even 50 yet. Yulim thinks to himself that even now that he is out, there is still nothing much to do. He wonders why he was asked to step in, considering this place is supposed to have 20 armed guards on standby at all times. Another man assures Yulim that it is nothing serious, just in case. He asks who exactly this person is. The man explains that if Yulim knew, he would have already dealt with it. He adds that they just thought it best to call him in, just in case something goes wrong. Yulim walks away from the window. He approaches a table where a teapot and cups sit. Yulim reaches for the teapot. He pauses, realizing something. Yulim realizes that it is really happening. Several long, thin spikes lay on a white surface. The spikes were put to use as several men fell from a great height. Suitman 1's face contorted in rage. Below, the man in the white shirt walked through the hallway, passing the bodies of his enemies. One of the men lunged at the man in the white shirt with a knife, yelling for him to die. The man in the white shirt retaliated with a swift kick. More bodies littered the hallway. Meanwhile, on the stairs, Suitman 1 aimed his gun at a woman in a blue dress. The man in the white shirt noticed the situation and reacted. Suitman 1 fired his weapon. The man in the white shirt kicked the gun out of Suitman 1's hand. The man in the white shirt then kicked Suitman 1, who yelled out in pain. The man in the white shirt walked down the stairs, passing Suitman 1's body. He knelt down next to Suitman 1. The man in the white shirt stated that there was no room for pity, as this was a ward where only specific nurses were allowed to enter. Having declared his intent, the waiter in the white shirt delivers a final blow to his downed opponent. Meanwhile, the man in the suit, observing the scene remotely, thinks to himself that no one in this ward will be left alive. Elsewhere, a group of men in suits rush down a hallway, determined to stop the aggressor. One of the men in suits reflects on the situation, thinking that after everything it took to get here, getting disciplined would be the worst. The group continues their pursuit, passing by the body of another fallen man in a suit. Down the hall, a man screams in terror. The man in the suit continues to run, trying to escape, but he's struck down. The remaining men in suits arrive to find their comrade fallen, and they shout in alarm. The hallway is now littered with bodies. Elsewhere, the waiter in the white shirt subdues another person. He continues his rampage, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. A man in a lab coat pleads for peace. His face is contorted with fear. The waiter in the white shirt stands victorious, covered in blood. Darkness seemed to emanate from the waiter in the white shirt, a familiar feeling washing over him. The intent to kill was palpable. He wondered how many more there were, estimating 16 guards in total. Meanwhile, a hand reached for a makeshift weapon. The weapon was thrown. It struck its target. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the ward. The waiter in the white shirt realized that the guns were a problem, and he could get hit by a stray bullet. He dove for cover. Elsewhere, a man in a suit shouted for them to shoot. The bullets flew. The men in suits fired their weapons. But their target was already moving. The waiter in the white shirt dodged the gunfire. He continued his advance. The man in the suit continued to demand the whereabouts of his target. Below, the suit man's face contorted in anger. Meanwhile, the waiter in the white shirt continued to fight his way through the ward. Having defeated his attackers, he stood over their bodies. His expression was grim. He continued down the hallway, passing a staircase. A light flickered overhead. The waiter in the white shirt continued his advance. Further down the hall, a group of people begged for help. He approached the door, hearing sounds from within. Through a window in the door, he could see several people huddled together, looking distressed. The waiter in the white shirt wondered how many victims these monsters had claimed. The rain continued to fall as the man in the white shirt walked forward, his expression unreadable. He muttered to himself that he needed to capture Wu Sang and that he must be somewhere nearby. The man reflected on how so many people had almost died without knowing why. He couldn't let there be more victims like Cho Young now that he'd seen this himself. He knew there would be another chance, and that there had to be. The man thought that was as far as they could make it, you rats. The rain continued to fall. Elsewhere, a man with glasses stood in a hallway. The title card read, "The Unaffiliated." The man in the purple outfit stood in the rain. The man in the white shirt told the others to go back inside for now. A blade flew through the air. The man in the white shirt was struck. The man in the white shirt surveys the scene, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, a hand clenches into a fist, ready to strike. Meanwhile, the man in the purple outfit smirks, his eyes glinting behind his round glasses. The man in the purple outfit is suddenly struck from behind. The force of the blow sends him flying forward, his glasses askew. He recalls someone telling him that he is skilled enough to cause this chaos on his own, and that they never thought there'd be someone like him in this world aside from Ancient. Adjusting his glasses, the man in the purple outfit declares that it is time to do this for real. The man in the white shirt throws a punch. The man in the purple outfit is sent crashing through the air. The man in the white shirt continues his assault. The man in the purple outfit is struck again. Enraged, the man in the purple outfit curses his attacker. He prepares to retaliate, gathering energy in his palm. The man in the purple outfit prepares his heaven-defying palm technique. The man in the purple outfit strikes the man in the white shirt. Ma Yulin prepared to unleash a palm technique. His opponent was determined to crush it. The man in the white shirt moved to strike. He prepared his fist. The two fighters collided. Ma Yulin realized that, even with a heaven-defying palm, he couldn't gain the upper hand. The man in the white shirt continued his assault. He moved with incredible speed. Ma Yulim kursid. The man in the white shirt's fist was coming in fast. Ma Yulim realized it was too late to dodge. He cried out as the blow landed. The man in the white shirt struck Ma Yulim. The force of the blow sent Ma Yulim flying. The attack connected, and Ma Yulim was defeated. The force of the blow reverberated through the air. With a burst of speed, the man in the white shirt launched himself forward. His arm extended, ready to strike. He declared that it was over. The shadowless thunderhand technique proved useless against the relentless assault. Ma Yulim's face contorted in disbelief and pain. He clutched his chest, blood seeping through his fingers. As Ma Yulim fell, He thought to himself that he was dying in a place like this. The man in the white shirt stood over him, unfazed. The martial artist collapsed to the ground. Rain began to fall as the man in the white shirt stood over Ma Yulim's body. The man in the white shirt reflected that Ma Yulim was the most skilled opponent he had faced so far, and that it was a shame, as he might have held a significant position in Mingchen. He admitted that he had no time to subdue him, so he had to kill him, but it wasn't a total loss. The man in the white shirt mused that though Ma Yulim was skilled, he was like a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse. He added that Ma Yulim might feel this was unfair, but he had encountered many like him, arrogant fools who panic the moment they step out of their standard technique. He remarked that Ma Yulim was dying without even using half of his techniques. The man in the white shirt smirked, stating that if all the so-called experts of Mingchen were like Ma Yulim, then it was an organization that he could handle on his own. The hospital loomed in the distance, its structure partially obscured by a light haze. Meanwhile, outside the hospital, vehicles were parked haphazardly, and people hurried towards the entrance. A man in a green sweater was being pushed in a wheelchair. Inside the hospital, Dr. Wu peered through the window of a patient's room. The doctor muttered to himself, overwhelmed by the situation. Dr. Wu knew that if they didn't perform the surgery today, everything would fall apart. Suddenly, a man in a suit burst through the door, demanding to know what was happening. The man in the suit reported that he wasn't entirely sure yet, but he knew there was an explosion near the operating room. He would check it out and report back. Dr. Wu urged him to hurry and secure the foreign woman, no matter what. The doctor, holding a tablet, exclaimed yes as the man in the suit left the room. Wu Sang from Xiamen Hospital called, urgently requesting to be connected with the elder, stating there was an issue in the special ward. His hands clenched tightly. Dr. Wu was determined. Back in the patient's room, Dr. Wu wondered why they weren't here yet, as long as they secured the donor. He realized they could use the operating room here. Startled, Dr. Wu asked what was going on. The man in the suit assured Dr. Wu that it was nothing serious, but Dr. Wu questioned if he was sure. Dr. Wu was asked if he was absolutely certain that they must perform the surgery today. He responded that it might take a bit longer to prepare, but they could proceed with the surgery. Wu was then asked to not worry too much. As the man spoke, another man in a suit entered the room. The man in the suit approached Dr. Wu. The man whispered something in Dr. Wu's ear, startling him. Wu demanded to know what was missing and ordered them to find them. Someone was in disbelief. The scene shifted to a hospital room where a man knelt beside a hospital bed, exclaiming that this couldn't be happening. Elsewhere, a group of people walked down a hallway. The perspective changed to a man with slick-back black hair standing in a room. He thought to himself that he never would have thought the temporary shelter he arranged would come in handy like this. The camera focused on a table with crumpled paper and a red pouch. The scene changed to a group of people sitting on the floor, seemingly in distress. The man with slick-back hair asked a woman if she had a rare blood type by any chance. She asked how he knew, stating that she had the Rh-negative blood. He thought to himself that it was as expected. He wondered what he should do now, as he went out of his way to save her, but the situation was barely manageable as it was. He also thought that if he just left her as she was, the whole purpose of saving her would go to waste. The man was on the phone, telling Dong Jiam to grab his bag and gather all his clothes from his room. He instructed them to bring all the shoes, too, and come to the Beijing West Station right away. The man with slick-back hair explained that the place they had been held was an organ farm, where young and healthy individuals were isolated. He told them they had barely escaped with their lives, and asked if they understood the situation. The man being addressed simply thanked him. The man with slick-back hair responded that he didn't do it for their gratitude. He warned that once they returned home, they would likely be taken again, emphasizing that they couldn't trust anyone. He admitted he didn't have much left to offer, but he would give them some clothes and enough money to get by for a few days, advising them to hide in an inn. He instructed them to buy less suspicious-looking clothes after a couple of days. He also suggested they cut their hair, grow a beard, or wear glasses to disguise themselves. He urged them to keep their clothes clean so they wouldn't stand out and to act confident around the authorities. The group of people sat quietly, listening to his instructions. The man with slick-back hair told them not to return to their hometown. He advised that if they had any connections in a foreign country, like Hong Kong, they should consider using that to escape. He added that if they were curious about their family, they should use a public phone for a quick call and then leave immediately, stating that there was nothing more he could do for them. He thought about how far they went, even to Israel, to find a woman with a completely different physical profile from Manhwa. He wondered if moving her to a special ward meant the surgery was imminent and questioned if this woman was really the one for today's surgery. The woman with dark hair wondered if they had already given up on Manhwa. She didn't know what kind of surgery it was, but if she was only his second choice after Manhwa, it meant they were desperate to go through with it. The man with slick-back hair thought that this woman was not in her right mind. If she kept wandering around in a daze like this, she would get caught again or fall into the hands of dangerous people. He decided that for now, he needed to handle these young men first. The man with slick-back hair told someone to wait their moment. Seo Munyangrak sat in his office, thinking to himself that it was a damn shame. Seo Munyangrak thought that they might still salvage the situation. Seo Munyangrak thought that if she died here, they would be in conflict with Saigon. If they clashed with him, the path to international expansion would be blocked, and that would derail the celestial transformation project that they had invested so much effort into, stating that it couldn't happen. With doctors like Wu Sang refining their skills and advancements in plastic surgery, they were finally entering the stage of developing skin masks. Additionally, the soul-capturing technique research was almost complete, a martial art similar to hypnosis, used to control, break, or imprint a person's mind, turning them into a puppet. They had reached a stage where they could extract what one might call a soul. They had begun raising key personnel for the Celestial Transformation Project from orphanages around the world. Soon, they would be able to expand their target reach into the West. However, Seo Munyangrak knew that if they clashed with the Saigon family now, they had underestimated the protectiveness of the special ward and let their guard down. Still, wasn't that why they brought in Ma Yulim as a backup just in case? And now, even he. Of course, before that, Seo Munyangrak knew he'd need to take responsibility and step down himself. Elsewhere, a man in a suit asked if there were any updates. He was told to look at the file being handed to him. Seo Munyangrak began to read the file. The contents of the file caused him to react with shock. The file contained information about Gong Garyong from the Blue Blade faction, one of those guys who got injured while in Korea on his orders. In the end, everything went wrong because of Cha Soo-kyong. Seo Munyangrak thought he might be useful, having a leverage on a Korean assemblyman, but the man in the suit asked Seo Munyangrak why that assassin saved people. Seo Munyangrak realized that the person who took Manhwa that day could also be this guy. He ordered them to check the hotel's CCTV from that day and review the autopsy records of the dead to see if there were any consistent methods used. Seo Munyangrak said he would send some skilled people with him, and once things calmed down, they should go to Korea. He ordered them to investigate everything related to Cha Soo-kyong, find whoever they suspect to be the contractor, and bring them back here. The man in the suit confirmed that he would prepare, and Seo Munyangrak ordered them to put their U.S. branch on standby for now. The news spread quickly, reaching even the highest echelons. An elder was informed that the American woman had died, causing him to react in shock. The elder, visibly shaken, wondered how they were supposed to recover from this blow. The man in the white shirt asked if everything was ready. He received confirmation. One of the men handed over a stack of money, stating that this was all he could offer. The man in the white shirt admitted that he didn't know how long it would take, possibly years, and that it couldn't be solved just by being frugal with the money. He hoped they would survive, as this was all he could do to help. The man in the purple suit thanked him, hoping to repay his kindness someday. He was told to get in a taxi as soon as he left and to go somewhere with lots of tourists, taking his time to think things through. The man in the white shirt advised him to always think about how the Public Security Bureau would try to catch him, and then act in ways that would escape their attention. He was told to never act on emotion and to go now. The man in the purple suit bowed his head and left. The man in the white shirt watched him leave. Meanwhile, the woman was told that he wanted to take her to the Israeli embassy, but not now, as it was too dangerous. He admitted he wasn't good at English, so explaining it would be difficult. She understood. She was told that someone would come and that she should wait patiently until they gave her the signal, and to thank him for helping them. The man in the white shirt smirked. Elsewhere, the woman with long brown hair sat on the floor, her head bowed. The man in the white shirt wondered what he should do with her. Footsteps approached. The woman remained on the floor, head bowed, as the man in the white shirt approached. The man in the white shirt listens intently to the woman in front of him. Suddenly, the woman reacts to something outside the room. The man, his expression troubled, wonders if she has no reason to live. She retorts that he has no reason to help her, to which he replies that he is just trying to take care of himself. His face is etched with concern. A tear streaks down his cheek. He kneels beside the woman, who is huddled on the floor. She pleads with him to save her, insisting that she has a reason to live. The man assures her that he will try to find a way, but she needs to stay sharp. He admits that he is not exactly in a peaceful state of mind either, warning that if she messes up, the consequences will affect him and those around him too. He states that he cannot take that risk just to help her, so she must stay vigilant. He tells her to get some sleep, since she didn't sleep at all last night, adding that he will rest too. The man is surprised that the woman can speak English too. He reflects that the more people he has to look after, the harder it is to stay focused. Lying on the floor, he thinks that maybe he shouldn't have taken Dong Dong in from the start. The man in the white shirt reflected on his past, realizing that all he had cared about was revenge. He now resolved to face whatever came next without overthinking. Elsewhere, individuals sat in a meditative posture. The man with slicked back hair reminded himself not to be alarmed, even if his face changed, as this face was not his own. He realized he could no longer use his current face. He knew the people in Mingxin would be in an uproar, searching for him. The sounds of pursuit grew closer. Footsteps echoed through the night as figures moved through the city streets. Having arrived at their destination, a man in a suit inquired about the situation near the Israeli embassy. The woman with glasses confirmed that there were many young men around the embassy, as expected. The man in the suit repeated Dong Jim's name, questioning if it was really her. A woman, identified as Dong Jim, was embraced, with someone exclaiming that she was alive. The man holding her stated that he had Yong and Guansong with him. The man in the suit, reflecting on the situation, wondered how something like this could happen and if it was fate after all. Medical equipment beeped steadily as a patient lay in a hospital bed. Doctors and medical staff surrounded the patient in the hospital bed. The monitor flatlined as medical personnel desperately tried to revive Dong Jim. One of the doctors pleaded, stating that there was nothing he could do. Elsewhere, Matthew Saigon walked down a hospital corridor, his expression unreadable. He continued his march down the hallway. The sound of the door opening echoed as Matthew Saigon entered a room, still on a call. Matthew Saigon listened intently to the person on the other end of the line. He hung up the phone and approached the door. The click of a gun being cocked echoed in the hallway as Matthew Saigon prepared to enter the room. The door creaked open. Gunshots rang out. The doctor who had been trying to save Dong Jim lay dead on the floor, riddled with bullets. Dr. Wu, slumped against the cabinet, coughed up blood as he clutched his chest. Wu wondered if he was targeted as well. Dr. Wu's head snapped back as another bullet struck him. Matthew Saigon, standing over the bodies, instructed someone to lock down the area, stating that he would return shortly. The aftermath of Matthew Saigon's actions left a scene of carnage. A man in a suit sat amidst the chaos, a pool of blood spreading around him. The silence was broken by a sharp, echoing sound. Elsewhere, Seo Mun Yongrak stood rigidly, his expression unreadable as he listened intently. Suddenly, Seo Mun heard his name being called out. Ramiel. Seo Mun remained still, his arms crossed as he listened. The voice continued, the sound of a door opening accompanying it. Meanwhile, another man stood amidst a scene of disarray, the room around him in shambles. He wondered aloud if it was really a problem to wipe those Chinese monkeys off the face of the earth. The man with blonde hair, presumably the same one, stated that China is not Africa or the Middle East, and the Chinese are a well-trained workforce. He continued to speak, his hand raised his head. His face contorted in anger and frustration. The man's expression was one of intense fury, his eyes narrowed and his brow furrowed. Elsewhere, a man in a white shirt and black pants stood silently. He considered the situation. It was no easy matter, even for him. The man in the suit thought to himself that it wouldn't hurt to send a few dozen missiles their way. China was a major power, and if he insisted, it was doable, but he'd have to deal with a lot of unpleasant consequences for a long time afterward. Above all, they had to uncover the true identity of Wide-Eye. The man in the white shirt knew that the suited man was just venting his anger, and he just needed to play along. He asked Ramiel what he should do to show his fury to those monkeys, stating that he would uncover the truth. The suited man told him not to take too long. The man in the white shirt nodded in acknowledgement. His body trembled with barely contained rage. He took a step forward. The man remembered Barbara, his poor daughter. He swore he'd do whatever it took to see her smiling brightly in her wedding dress, but he couldn't keep that promise. The man swore that he would kill every last one of those bastards who caused his failure and incompetence. Outside, two figures walked along a stone path. One of them sighed. A foot slams down onto the ground. Suddenly, the man with the ponytail is sent flying through the air. The aggressor's face is revealed, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he prepares to strike again. He delivers a devastating blow. The ponytail man's face contorts in pain as he is struck. Another blow lands with tremendous force. The aggressor continues his relentless assault. He kicks his opponent with brutal efficiency. The ponytail man's face is filled with shock and pain. He is sent crashing to the ground. The ponytail man struggles to regain his composure. The aggressor tells him to first discard the showy and ineffective moves ingrained in his body, acknowledging that he is not in a position to teach him everything in detail. The ponytail man is told not to worry about appearances as long as it feels natural to him. It doesn't matter if it looks unconventional or awkward to others. The aggressor advises him, especially not to fear being underhanded, and to use whatever method he can think of to defeat his opponent and make it his own. The aggressor states that right now, he's not a martial artist, he's a brawler, and that this isn't about winning or losing, it's about survival, and to develop strategies to protect himself while tricking his opponent into underestimating him. The ponytail man says he'll keep that in mind. Ma Yulam advised the man with the ponytail that with consistent practice, a time would come when he felt it was possible to rescue his parents. When that time came, he should seek him out for guidance. The man affirmed that he would make it happen, no matter what. The man with the ponytail acknowledged that it was an impossible demand at his current level, but at his age, he had achieved a remarkable depth in Bagua. He hoped that he would find the organ farm on his own and rescue his parents, especially since it was tied to Phelan practice, and that it wasn't something he could give up on. Elsewhere, a man was instructed to clean up and get ready to go out. He questioned why they couldn't just stay there, since everyone stayed indoors anyway. The man was told that it wasn't about the house, but that he didn't trust the guy who got them this place, saying that he was the type to stab you in the back if it benefited him. He was reminded that they needed to make sure everyone was safe before they could act freely, and asked if he understood. He confirmed that he did. A suitcase was being wheeled. A man in a tan coat looked around. The man in the tan coat greeted someone named Hyung and asked Seek how he had been, commenting that it must have been tough traveling such a long way. A taxi pulled up. One of the men suggested that they head to Founding Restaurant. A car pulled up. One of the men commented that the water there must be better than he thought, as the other man's face was glowing, which was a relief. He apologized for making him come all the way there. The other man replied that he was grateful and thanked him. The man continued, saying that his wife went ballistic, asking why he had to go to China, and asked if he could believe her. He added that she was the owner of a nightclub, so it wasn't like she couldn't do bad things back home either, and that he didn't get how much he struggled to shake off that crazy woman and come there. The other man responded, right. The businessman held out a stack of photos, remarking that he thought the other man would be curious, so he brought them along. Meanwhile, the man in the suit asked if Soen was speaking properly now, implying she was not before. The man in the hat replied that he was pretty good at reading her expression, so he could tell just by that. The businessman stated that there was something he needed permission for. The man in the suit revealed that he wanted to adopt Soen and asked if that was okay. The man in the hat asked if his wife agreed to this. The man in the suit confirmed that it was her idea and that she absolutely adored Soen, adding that the only thing they lacked now was a child. The man in the hat promised to raise her like she was the most precious thing in the world and asked for his blessing. The man in the suit asked why he needed his permission. The man in the hat explained that the director had mentioned that he might have been considering adopting her himself. The man in the suit thought back to a time when he would have considered it, but now his hands were stained with blood. He then stated that if his wife decided on this, he was sure she would raise her well and asked him to please take care of her. The man in the hat thanked him, saying that he honestly used that as an excuse to come there. He added that she told him he should talk to him in person to sort it out, but just telling the director he gave him permission wouldn't cut it. The man in the hat stated that was why he'd like him to write a letter. The man in the suit told him not to worry. He would write the letter and make a phone call too. He then asked why he gave it back, stating that he kept it because that's why he brought it. The man in the hat thought that was not possible. Later, the man in the suit and the man in the hat sat together at a restaurant. The post office stood tall against the sky. An envelope was carefully placed down. The man in the hat explained that this was the reason he had called them all there. The man in the white shirt asked what it was all about. He was told it was a matter of life and death, and that it couldn't be sent from China, so they would need to send them from different cities. The man in the hat clarified that the items needed to be sent at different times through the post office. He added that if anyone came looking for the man in the white shirt, he should be careful. The man in the white shirt acknowledged the instructions, and the man in the hat told him that would do, and to take care of himself. The man in the white shirt stood silently. He thought to himself that he had relocated everyone except Dong Jiam, so now he could focus solely on Mingchen. Looking out the window, he wondered what kind of schemes they'd been up to in the meantime, and told Mingchen to wait for him. The man eating the fried food wondered if the sudden closing of the branch meant that someone higher up was involved. The man across from him replied that he had no idea, and judging by their reactions, even the higher-ups didn't seem to know. The first man realized that the order must have come from even higher up, and maybe the entire branch was being shut down. Nearby, another man listened intently to the conversation. He looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. His eyes widened in alarm. Suddenly, a masked figure appeared, pointing a gun. A shot rang out. The bullet struck its target. Chaos erupted as the diners were attacked. The aftermath of the attack left bodies strewn across the tables. A newspaper headline declared the man invincible. Two men sat across from each other at a table, a newspaper lying between them. Some Asian Chinese language newspapers, the man with white hair explained, were even speculating conspiracy theories. They believed someone was trying to isolate the Chinese from the rest of the world. The man in the red robe added that it was safe to say that Broadwood Hall overseas branches have been wiped out, with only a few smaller, meaningless branches remaining hidden. The man in the suit wondered if the security had always been so weak, questioning why this was all happening so quickly. The man in the red robe responded that, according to the intelligence team, the trail seemed to have been picked up during customer recruitment efforts at Seaman General Hospital, but the biggest blunder was the abduction of the New York branch head. The man in the suit stated that with that, 10 years of work had collapsed, and the power of the Saigon family was truly terrifying. Considering they could mobilize intelligence agencies worldwide, perhaps this was inevitable. The man in the red robe was asked what he planned to do now. He responded that there were only two options: withdraw from all overseas activities and solidify their base, or fight back. The man in the suit declared that they would fight back. The man in the suit explained that things had gone awry, but initially, it was Saigon who proposed the arrangement, and they merely accepted out of goodwill. Unless this escalated into a war between the US and China, the amount of force they could deploy was limited. The man in the red robe stated that their arsenal likely didn't extend far beyond firearms, and at most, they could add explosives used for terrorism or squad-level weaponry. As for manpower, most of it would consist of mercenaries and contractors bought with money. In that case, he believed they wouldn't lose. The man in the suit wondered if it wouldn't be simpler to just eliminate Matthew Saigon and his immediate family, but the man in the red robe didn't believe Broadwood alone would be capable of that, and that could determine the outcome. The man in the suit thought that it was about time he stopped wandering around aimlessly. The man in the red robe stated that the young lord was a worthy candidate to become the head of Mingchen. However, to dilute the criminal underworld influence within Mingchen, he focused on establishing legitimate businesses and expanding them into a corporate group, neglecting the organization's affairs. That was a source of concern, fearing it would lead to a decline in power later on. The man in the suit's personality embodied both cold calculation and magnanimity. He was strict in rewarding and punishing, yet showed empathy for subordinates' mistakes, granting leniency when the reasoning was sound. The man in the red robe thought that now was the right time to step back, and with the young master returning, he could finally step away with peace of mind. The man in the suit asked if he was stepping away now that he had returned, questioning if his uncle had some grievance against him. The man in the red robe responded that now that events had escalated, someone must take responsibility. With Yulim dead as well, brushing this under the rug would only stir more rumors. Moreover, he had already passed 70 years of age, and an outdated relic like him was best suited for staying in the background, offering only occasional advice. Even if it was just as an interim measure, someone as old as him should not be surrounding the young lord, as that wouldn't make sense. The man in the red vest considered the implications of the elders stepping back to the sanctuary of enlightenment. He mused that this was a generational shift, and if someone as prominent as him withdrew, other elders would have no choice but to follow suit. That would allow him to monopolize Mingchen's power without worrying about the elders' opinions. In that case, the successors to those positions would naturally come from the younger generation, the 10 great masters. But he wondered who else he could rely on without the elder support. Suddenly, a voice called out, "It's been a while, Appa." It was Xiaoman Wenyang. Wenyang expressed her disappointment, questioning if she was no longer allowed to visit. She told her uncle that it had been a long time and asked how he could not visit her even once, despite her having a mountain of work. The old man admitted he felt ashamed to even show his face. He apologized, explaining that he had been planning to come down soon to discuss something with her, but here she was first. He poured her a cup of tea. Wenyang took a sip and exclaimed that it was still tea Guanyin. The man in the red vest remarked that she was still acting cute, even at 36. Wenyang playfully asked if she wasn't cute anymore. The old man wondered how many people in the world would dare call Wenyang cute. He noted that she was not only Mingchen's treasurer, but also the head of the Hangzhou Broadwood Hall branch, which served as Mingchen's headquarters, and above all, the most reliable porter of the young lord. He then asked what the two of them were talking about so seriously. The man in the red vest revealed that he was planning to return, but his uncle said he was stepping down. Wenyang mused that if he was coming back, it was only natural for his uncle to step down. The man in the red vest called out Wenyang's name, seemingly troubled. Wenyang asked her uncle if it wasn't time he enjoyed his remaining years. She inquired about the Sanctuary of Enlightenment, noting that they were the advisors to Myanqian. She added that he could always call on them for guidance whenever needed. She stated that her uncle wasn't the type to cling to his position, so she wondered what the issue was. The old man responded that joining the Sanctuary of Enlightenment would only further solidify Appa's authority. He agreed that he should step down, but he couldn't just leave like that. He was planning to handle the restoration of the Beijing Seaman Hospital before stepping down, as he had left in shambles and didn't want to leave it for her to clean up. The woman with white hair instructed her uncle to deal with the one responsible for causing all the chaos, stating that even my Yulim had fallen victim. The man in the red vest considered the information. Meanwhile, the woman wondered aloud what the man in the red vest's exact intention was, questioning if they should tame or eliminate the targets. The man in the red vest responded, asking if it mattered either way, suggesting they would all be wiped out by a single assassin and asking if his uncle agreed. The uncle mused that the elders' loyalty wasn't in question, but their successors were a different matter, as they had grown up sheltered, knowing neither hardship nor fear, basking in privilege, and needed to experience the harsh realities of the world at least once. The man in the red vest agreed that it was a good point and wouldn't hurt to make them sweat a little. He continued, stating that if they specifically moved them into action, even those higher-ups might realize it was time for a change. He added that if that was what both of them thought, then so be it, but the real issue right now was the Americans, wondering what they should do, as retaliation seemed necessary, but it didn't feel like the right time just yet. On the other hand, the woman stated that backing down quietly left a bad taste in her mouth, asking for his opinion, to which the uncle responded that he thought she was right and now was not the time. The woman stated that the damage they suffered was minor, and as long as they repaired the special copper, the losses wouldn't be significant. She added that with him returning and focusing on the heavenly transformation, that was going to be fully activated on Heavenly's level, wasn't it? The man in the red vest stated that the heavenly transformation was a grand project and it must be accomplished, thinking of this as bowing their heads while sharpening the blade. The uncle stated that her judgment was as clear as ever, and it was truly a relief she was born a woman, implying what would happen if she weren't. The woman stated that she felt the same, but if they bowed too much, they might mistake it for weakness. The man in the red vest instructed to investigate the mercenary groups involved in this incident, and once they thought it was all over, to deploy the Dark Lightning Unit, leaving no one standing and wiping them all out, to which the woman responded, naturally. The man with blonde hair sat at his desk, listening intently. He questioned if that was all that had been accomplished. The man with white hair responded that it was still ongoing, but the organization was larger and more complicated than expected. He was then asked if all that had been done was trim some branches. The man with white hair held up a device, showing an image of a building with the name Westgate on it. He confirmed that tracing their funds led back to the Westgate Group, which appeared to be supplying goods through legal trade and using the profits to fund illegal activities. The man with white hair explained that they had opened orphanages worldwide, which bolstered their reputation. He was then asked if he was telling him to let the ones who killed his daughter roam free. The man with blonde hair was told that they couldn't touch them recklessly. Since they were backed by Chinese capital, it was not easy to shake them. He then inquired about Xiamen Hospital and was informed that most of its patients were high-ranking Chinese officials, their families, and the wealthy. If they made a move, they couldn't avoid a conflict with the Chinese government. The man with blonde hair, visibly frustrated, asked what the verdict was. He questioned if he was being told that Matthew Saigon should just sit quietly. Someone took a remote control. The man with white hair was informed that the Westgate Group was Xiaomun Yangrak. He was told that he was the grandson of Xiaomun Chong, the former vice chairman of the Central Military Commission in China. It was stated that considering Westgate Group had been funding Wide-Eye branches globally, Xiaomun Yangrak could be a patron or even a central figure in Wide-Eye. The image on the screen was revealed to be a satellite image. The satellite image showed traditional houses in Beijing. It was noted that many individuals who frequently visit Xiamen Hospital reside there. According to the analysis team, it could be Wide-Eye's headquarters or at least an important stronghold. The man with white hair stated that it was only 5 kilometers from the Forbidden City, essentially right in the heart of Beijing. He was told that they were not easy targets, and securing a retreat would be difficult, so no one would readily take the job. He was instructed to verify everything on the ground, ensuring that Xiaomun Yangrak's connections were thoroughly investigated, along with any other organizations linked to him. The man listening was reminded that everything mentioned so far was speculation, and that they would strike only when they had definitive evidence, regardless of the cost. The investigation would also extend to their ties with other Chinese organizations. If there was rivalry among them, they could use that to their advantage. They couldn't be left alone either, so their staff would also be investigated. The plan was to take them down one by one, starting with someone like the director or chairman, as they were likely to know more about the organization's true nature. The man acknowledged the instructions, but cautioned that it would take some time. He was assured that he could use as much time or money as needed. He was told not to bring any uncertain reports like the ones he had delivered today. He was then instructed to try recruiting some of the traders handling stocks or futures for Westgate Group. Specialists would be assigned, and every method possible, blackmail, bribery, anything, would be used to destroy them. He confirmed that he understood. Realizing that this was not a mid-sized force, he wondered if he should meet with Sorrel. It was June 21st, 2001, and rain poured down. The man stood in the rain. They silenced their footsteps and disappeared completely. If there's a target, the rainy season is an opportunity. But for now, there was no one to pursue, no clear objective. Su Bingbing was dead, and Wu Sang was untraceable. The only lead left was the old man he saw in that warehouse. He wondered if it was the rain or the idleness that was affecting him. Emotions were rising, and when emotions rise, mistakes were bound to happen, but without knowing his identity. Rain continued to fall, each drop a cold reminder of the task ahead. The downpour intensified, mirroring the growing unease within him. The rain stung his skin, a physical manifestation of the turmoil he felt. Each drop seemed to magnify, reflecting the weight of his decisions. The rain cascaded down, blurring the already indistinct lines of the city. The water clung to his skin, a constant, chilling presence. Elsewhere, a man pondered his next move, wondering what he should do. In another location, a woman stood with a somber expression. July 2nd, 2001, a plane soared through the sky. A man with red hair stood flanked by 2 subordinates. The redhead noted that it had rained the entire time he was heading to Korea, while he was in Korea, and even after he'd returned. He had gathered as much information as he could, wondering if it would be enough to satisfy the elder. A voice declared that someone had done well. Elsewhere, a man with red hair stood before an older man. The older man stated that unlike the others, Su Bingbing was tortured severely, and burning the corpse was likely intended to conceal those traces. The man with red hair was told that the Hawaiian girl just happened to be there and was taken away. He wondered if the other man had mastered the art of disguise, noting that if Lin Sichong was catching everyone, this should make things much easier. A man in a brown jacket walks toward a traditional-style building. Reaching the door, he notices a note attached to it. He removes the note from the door. The note reads, "Contact you? Please get in touch. Huang Yun-gil." Huang Yun-gil takes out his phone. It had been a while, he thought, wondering how the other party had been. He himself had been all right. His work, he mused, was about halfway done, but things were a bit uncertain at the moment. Huang Yun-gil receives a call. He asks if they found him and tells them to wait a second. He pulls out a pen and notepad. The call connects. Huang Yun-gil asks if they were talking to the legal advisor and transferring assets to Switzerland. He then remarks that eavesdropping had become second nature to the caller, but as long as it wasn't him they were spying on, he didn't care. Hwang Yoon-gil acknowledges that he got it, promising to keep his promise, but he couldn't guarantee when he'd handle it. He needed to verify things on-site himself and make preparations accordingly. He tells them that he'll get in touch once it's done and to stop sending letters like this. Hwang Yoon-gil wonders if it could be more than just 4 guards. He states that he'll finally get to see their face again, calling out Cha Su-kang. In the distance, targets stand ready. Bullets strike the targets. Gunfire erupted as a group of armed figures advanced through a training ground, their movements coordinated and swift. The scene unfolded with calculated precision, each figure moving with purpose amidst the simulated chaos. The training exercise was being projected onto a screen, the figures appearing small against the bright light. In a darkened room, 2 men observed the projection, their backs to the viewer as they watched the unfolding events. Stony Sorrel stated that these were the mercenaries they used. The other man questioned if he would approve of their use, adding that he didn't understand why he needed to ask for permission to hire mercenaries. Stony replied that most of them might be wiped out. Stony realized that this was about needing more mercenaries, which was why he had been approached, and wondered if the man was planning a war. Hwang Yoon-gil acknowledged that the military was constantly training replacement forces, so there was no issue. He assured the man that he would ensure they didn't accept any new requests except for him, though ongoing contracts would be an exception, for which Hwang Yoon-gil received thanks. The man told Hwang Yoon-gil not to mention it, saying he would send the contracts separately, assuming Hwang Yoon-gil owed him one. Hwang Yoon-gil confirmed that he knew him better than anyone. Stony stated that he would take his leave, telling Hwang Yoon-gil to finish his business quickly and get some rest, as he looked exhausted. Hwang Yoon-gil thanked him. Stony thought that the man's mind was entirely consumed by one thing and that he had lost his balance. He mused that people like them were best at pulling strings and making others fire shots when needed, and that taking shots themselves was foolish. Stony wondered if Hwang Yoon-gil understood that if you fire a gun, you need to be prepared to get shot too. He thought that Hwang Yoon-gil gathered a bunch of clowns, called them S-Force or whatever, and put his faith in them. Stony mused that it wasn't his problem, and if anything, he should think about ways to shake things up. He smiled, thinking that until now, they had been partners and friendly competitors, but if Saigon collapsed, he could monopolize the U.S. market. Inside a secluded residence, a figure stood by the window, seemingly lost in thought. Her frustration mounted as she exclaimed how frustrating this was. She considered the qualities she desired in a companion: a decent cook, a housekeeper who speaks Korean, and even bodyguards. She reflected on her current situation, acknowledging that while she had no inconveniences in daily life, being unable to go out felt no different from being in prison. She knew that if this was the karma for devouring her daughter, she supposed she must endure it. She also knew that as long as her son-in-law didn't return alive, Yu Tae-seon wouldn't leave her alone. She dismissed the idea of returning to a glamorous life, deciding that the best alternative was a life of freedom, where no one could threaten her. Thankfully, Broadwood Hall was uncharacteristically trustworthy for Chinese people. Otherwise, she'd just be a kite with its string cut. Still, she had liquidated her properties in Korea and transferred the money to a Swiss bank. Broadwood Hall had also agreed to create a new identity for her, so she just needed to live happily in Switzerland. She mused that a few more months would pass, and she could even remarry. After getting some surgery, she could pass for being in her early 40s. She just needed to find a suitable man there. Meanwhile, Jay lay in bed, asleep. She wondered if she should take Jay with her. She decided that she couldn't live with someone who knew her secrets. If someone realized she was a rich woman with no heir, they might get greedy. That's too dangerous. She would live freely instead. She admitted that she missed Korea. There, regaining firm, youthful skin in her 30s wouldn't be a problem. Under the light of the moon, a car traveled along a bridge. A man instructed someone to go, and if he didn't return by 5 p.m., he told them to just hide the bag at the place they discussed. Inside the car, the man instructed the other to abandon the vehicle in a public parking lot and stay hidden if he didn't hear from him by 7 p.m. He also warned him not to return to his residence for a few days, adding that he wanted to help him. The man acknowledged the instructions. The first man then told him not to forget that the old man was far more skilled than he thought, telling him to just leave and not worry. The man exited the car and walked away. Learning that his parents were imprisoned in the Phelan practice organ farm, the man thought that ignorance would have been a blessing. He also considered rescuing his aunt from the hospital as a good deed. Suddenly realizing that he needed to focus, Wapiyoung concentrated on what he needed to do right now. He began to run. The destination was a modern-looking house. A backpack lay on the ground. The man, wearing a hooded jacket, crouched down. He checked his watch. The man looked up, his expression determined. He looked to the side, his expression still determined. The man stood in front of the house, looking up at it. He jumped. The man landed in front of the house. He landed silently on the balcony, his movements precise and practiced. Peering into the building, he assessed the situation. He crouched low, his senses on high alert. He muttered that it was like watching a porn. Inside, the room appeared undisturbed, with chairs neatly arranged around a table. Reaching out, he prepared to test the door. His fingers pressed against the cool surface. With a burst of energy, he forced the lock. The door clicked open. He steeled himself, ready to face whatever lay beyond. He noted that there wasn't a single surveillance camera in sight, wondering if they were relying solely on the outer guards. He acknowledged that nothing had ever been easy, realizing this could be a trap disguised as carelessness. He thought about how it had been over 3 months since Cha Su-kyung came here, and that the only ones who would target her were Hyun-sung and himself, deciding there was no reason to drag anyone else into this. He admitted that his instincts were telling him to back off, but he declared that he had waited so long for this moment with Cha Su-kyung, having imagined tearing her apart with his own hands thousands, no, tens of thousands of times. Fueled by a rage that surpassed even his assassin's instincts, Im Wapyeong stalked through the house. In the living room, a television blared with noise. The source of the noise was a man with a toothpick in his mouth. The man watched the television, unaware of the danger lurking nearby. Wapyeong thought that they didn't even have the slightest sense of danger. He gripped a weapon. Wapyeong wondered if these were the kind of people she trusted. The man from before was now accompanied by another figure. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened in shock as something struck him. The hooded figure continued their attack. The figure struck again. The hooded figure stood over the bodies. The figure then pulled out a gun. Wapyeong thought that everyone and their dog seemed to have a pistol these days. The hooded figure continued to walk through the house. The hooded figure's face remains obscured, a silent observer in the shadows. Below, the hooded figure continues their silent approach, descending the stairs towards an unknown destination. Meanwhile, a man lies in bed, seemingly asleep and unaware of the danger lurking nearby. Suddenly, the man's eyes snap open, a flicker of awareness breaking through his slumber. He is startled awake, a thin trail of saliva escaping his lips as he tries to focus. Abruptly, the hooded figure looms over him, a menacing presence that sends a jolt of fear through the room. The man recognizes the voice, a chilling realization washing over him. The hooded figure speaks, offering a grim choice. He will be allowed to speak, but any loud sound will be his last. He is instructed to blink once for yes, twice for no. Tears well up in the man's eyes as he contemplates his dire situation, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. The title card proclaims this chapter to be number 66 of The Invincible Man. The hooded figure informed the man that he would be allowed to speak, but any loud sounds would be his last. He then instructed him to blink once for yes, twice for no. Sweat beaded on the man's brow as he listened to the hooded figure. The hooded figure stated that he had already subdued the 3 people on the first floor, including the man. He then asked how many people were left in the house. The hooded figure then asked if he knew a doctor called Wu Sang, and the man replied that he had heard of a doctor named Wu Dash. The hooded figure mused that being a masseur wasn't exactly a reason to kill, but being with Broad would haul complicated things. The man was then struck. Footsteps echoed as the hooded figure entered a room where a man lay in bed. The hooded figure continued to walk. The hooded figure walked through the building. Having extracted the information he needed, the hooded figure continued his search of the building, descending the stairs. He approached a closed door, his intentions unknown. The man reached for the door, his hand gripping the handle. With a sudden, violent shove, the door burst open, splintering the frame. The hooded figure stepped through the shattered doorway. He continued deeper into the room. The man paused, his voice a low growl as he spoke, declaring that only he and his target remained alive in the house. A sinister smile crept across his face. The hooded figure continued his advance. He reached for another door handle. He scoffed, thinking that even a fool wouldn't leave a door unlocked like that, implying that his target had grown complacent. The man pushed the door open, a flood of light spilling into the hallway as he entered. He found himself in a bedroom, where a figure lay sleeping in the bed. A dark, ominous presence loomed over the sleeping figure. The dark presence extended towards the bed, its intentions unclear as the sleeping figure remained unaware. The hooded figure stood over the sleeping woman, an unsettling calm about him. He thought she was a wretch worse than a dog, sleeping so peacefully. Unlike last time, it was clear she wasn't using a skin mask. He believed she didn't even deserve the right to scream. He grabbed the blanket. The hooded figure yanked the blanket away from the woman. The woman asked who he was. The hooded figure revealed himself to be Cha Su-kyung, stating it was a pleasure to finally meet her. Cha Su-kyung asked if she was curious about who he was. He grabbed her by the hair and dragged her from the bed. The woman was in shock. Cha Su-kyung continued to drag her out of the room. The woman's feet dragged against the floor. He continued to drag her by the hair. Cha Su-kyung dragged the woman to the top of the stairs. He pushed her down the stairs. The woman's face contorted in agony as she screamed, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, the hooded figure stood over her fallen form at the bottom of the stairs. She lay motionless on the floor. The hooded figure began preparing restraints. The woman was soon bound and seated. Her hands were tied tightly behind her back. The hooded figure approached her. The woman's eyes widened in terror as she screamed. Her body convulsed against the restraints. Tears continued to stream down her face as she experienced what the hooded figure called bones-splitting muscle twisting. The woman remained bound, her tormentor looming over her. The hooded figure assured her that the pain she was about to experience would be worse than any torture method known to man. The woman begged for her life. The hooded figure remained unmoved. The hooded figure stood over her, an ominous presence. The hooded figure presses down on the woman's head, his touch a prelude to the promised torment. The hooded figure explained that the human body, when faced with unbearable pain, shuts down all senses to help the mind escape by passing out. He continued, stating that if she were to pass out, he would feel terribly disappointed. The woman collapsed to the floor. The hooded figure sat in a chair, watching the woman on the floor. Suddenly, the woman moved. Again, the woman begged to be killed. She screamed, begging to be spared. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded to be killed. The woman continued to beg. She writhed in pain. The hooded figure watched as the woman kneeled on the floor. Her face contorted in agony. She continued to cry. The hooded figure held a ring over her head. He grabbed the woman by the hair. Tears streamed down the woman's face as she endured the torment. Desperate, she begged for death, pleading with her tormentor to end her suffering. Above her, the hooded figure responded, promising to grant her wish, but only if she answered his questions. He demanded she tell him anything he wanted to know. She agreed to do whatever he wanted, begging him to just kill her. The hooded figure stood in stark contrast to the warning plastered above, a promise of quality updates juxtaposed with the grim reality of his presence. He demanded answers, offering a wish in return for information. Meanwhile, the woman, desperate, offered anything in her power. She pleaded, willing to do whatever he wanted. The hooded man pressed her, wanting to know where Wu Sang was and who had provided the facility for the organ transplant. She claimed ignorance, stating that after coming to China, she only knew that the H hospital had caught fire and that Wu Sang was dead. The hooded man loomed over her. Tearfully, she insisted that Wu Sang was the only person she knew aside from the hospital. The hooded man inquired about Broadwood Hall, demanding to know what she knew. Sobbing, Cha Su-kyung, a member of the National Assembly, accused him of being Korean and begged for her life, offering whatever he wanted. He reminded her that sparing her life would already be an extraordinary act of mercy, yet she continued to beg for more, something she forgot too easily. The hooded man remained unmoved as the woman kneeled before him, bound and desperate. He grabbed her by the hair, demanding to know if she truly knew nothing. The hooded man stated that she remained undignified, unlike the woman at her death, and questioned if he was dealing with the assassin from Korea. The woman offered him billions, promising to pay him 10 times more than whatever the restaurant owner had given him. The hooded man declared that this woman was truly less than an animal. He revealed that when he kidnapped her daughter and son-in-law, his only concern was whether she might still have some semblance of maternal instinct, and he wondered what she would do if she turned herself into the police and acted quickly to find him. The hooded man continued his interrogation, asking what the woman would have done if she had gone on television, begged for her daughter's life, or even harmed herself for her sake. He further pressed, questioning if she would shed a single tear for her daughter's death. But thankfully, he stated, she had not disappointed him. Tears streamed down the woman's face. An unseen hand reached into a bag, rummaging through its contents. The woman thought to herself that she had only wanted to survive, that was all it ever was. The hooded man called her a crocodile of a woman, saying that even her tears reeked of filth. She wondered what she had done wrong, stating that all she did was fight to survive, questioning what else she was supposed to do in that situation. As a human, she could have had such thoughts, he mused, knowing there were people who actually acted on such thoughts. When a human was obsessed with survival, they would do anything. Knowing that, she asked why. The hooded man roared that it was because she was his daughter. It dawned on her that this man was not just a hired assassin, but her father. He asked if she had taken his daughter and son-in-law too. She pleaded with him. The hooded man demanded she be quiet. The hooded man, now partially visible, stated that Cho Young had waited a long time and that he would return to her what was rightfully hers. The man's face contorted in a mask of rage and grief, tears mixing with the blood that streamed from his mouth. He recalled his promise. This woman would feel every moment as her stomach was torn open, and until the very moment she died, she would feel it all, fully conscious. His eye, bloodshot and filled with sorrow, reflected the depth of his pain. Below, the floorboards creaked under the weight of his grief. Blood dripped onto the floor, each drop a testament to his suffering. He held a heart in his bloodied hands. Carefully, he placed the heart into a small container. The heart rested in the container, surrounded by droplets of water. The hooded man stared at the container, thinking that the heart that could not go with them had finally been reclaimed. He vowed that once they returned to Korea, they could rest in peace. The hooded man, carrying the container in a sling bag, walked through a modern kitchen. He washed his hands at the sink, the water running red with blood. Below, his eyes narrowed. Outside, the window was covered in frost. Below, The hooded man wondered if it had really been a trap, and if Cha Su Kyong had been the bait all along. He realized it had been too easy. He should have known that now he was completely surrounded. The air crackled with energy as Seo Munyangrak began to raise his chi. Seo Munyangrak continued to focus, drawing upon his inner strength. The heaven-opening divine skill began to manifest. Seo Munyangrak's power intensified, his eyes narrowed with determination. He continued to channel his energy, preparing to unleash his full potential. The force surrounding Seo Munyangrak grew stronger with each passing moment. Seo Munyangrak finally understood the origins of his power. Seo Munyangrak recalled that 10 years ago, the retainers opposed him, saying he couldn't get any stronger. He realized that he was nearly destroyed, but he knew he could become even stronger. Meanwhile, in a separate location, the man in the red coat and his subordinate stood before a bank of monitors. The man in the red coat scoffed, believing they were doomed from the start. The subordinate reported that it seemed he entered through the first-floor kitchen. He continued, noting there were hidden cameras in 5 rooms, 2 living rooms, the stairs leading to the 2nd floor, and even Cha Su Kyon's bathroom, but he used the kitchen. The subordinate exclaimed that he was here. The man in the red coat observed that his mental state was completely rotten. Seo Munyangrak expressed surprise that they had disappeared and wondered what had happened. He then apologized, stating that he hadn't anticipated Wapiyoung dragging her into the kitchen. Meanwhile, someone else remarked that the guy doesn't act predictably. He recalled that his name was Hwang Yoon-gil, and he lamented that he wouldn't be able to keep the promise he made to him. Elsewhere, Hwang Yoon-gil's subordinate stood with his arms crossed as he was told that there was no helping Cha Su Kyong now, as she was supposed to be handed over to him alive. It was true that Hwang Yoon-gil's paranoia about that assassin was so severe that he never revealed his exact hideout. The man in the red vest considered that it didn't matter now. He wondered if Cha Su Kyong was being handled roughly, and if there was a reason to go to such extremes if he was just a hired assassin. It seemed Hwang Yoon-gil's suspicion was correct. The assassin might be the father of that woman, Su Bingbing, who was captured. Someone else stated that they were not obligated to keep any promises to Hyun-sung, adding that trust is only worth preserving when it benefits them or when there's a compelling reason to honor it. Seo Munyangrak agreed, wondering what Hyun-sung had to do with them anyway. He then instructed them to send the others ahead, stating that he would follow shortly. Elsewhere, a young lord sat in a chair, surrounded by subordinates. One of them asked if the young lord would accompany them, but he replied that it was unbecoming for him to step out in his current state, preferring to watch through the monitors. The young lord instructed them that if the target proved useful, they should ensure he was brought in alive. Another man considered that with their soul-capturing technique, they might gain themselves a capable assassin. He added that if the target could escape the Iron Lions, he would make sure to bring him in alive. The man further mused that just from the target's past feats, it was clear he could significantly bolster the Dark Lightning unit's strength. He resolved to capture him first and decide later. Elsewhere, Hwang Gichang was confronted by another man, who questioned what he was doing there. Hwang Gichang wondered if he really needed to get involved for a mere assassin. The other man asked if Hwang Gichang was pretending not to notice him, to which Hwang Gichang replied that he was on his way. The man remarked that the young lady was right, and that these kids lacked proper discipline. Hwang Gichang wondered what he was even doing there with these brats, and why he was needed in a situation like this. Hwang Gichang considered the situation. It was just one assassin, cornered and trapped. More than 20 Iron Lions had been mobilized, along with 30 members of the Hidden Dragon Corps. With 6 of the Iron Lions present, even he would feel tense. If Hwang Gichang were alone, he could at least comfort himself by thinking he was acting as a nanny for the Hidden Dragon unit. But with So Bayok, another of the 10 great experts, present, So Bayok, one of the 10 great masters, stood silently. So Bayok thought to himself that this ridiculous situation only happened because that fool Ma Yulim, an old geezer who only had his age to show for it, had kicked the bucket. So Bayok wondered how Ma Yulim could lose to an assassin of all people, calling him an idiot. He thought that if only that guy would die here, that would be perfect, but such a delightful incident wouldn't happen, would it? Another figure stood nearby, listening intently. Elsewhere, the order was given to capture him alive. The group moved towards the building. They believed he was either in the living room or the kitchen. If possible, they were to move now. Inside the building, the assassin observed that there were many enemies on this side, at least 40 or 50, maybe even more. He realized that outside the house, there was nothing to use as cover, and if he stepped out now, he'd be riddled with bullets. He wondered if he could use what he had as a shield. He considered if he could use it as a shield. The assassin stood in the room, contemplating his next move. The assassin continued to move through the building, his expression unreadable beneath the mask. He examined a small device in his hand, acknowledging that it was meant to erase evidence, but he knew the outcome would not be different regardless. The assassin's gaze remained sharp and focused. He mused on the saying that life and death are decided by heaven, hoping the refrigerator was as sturdy as they made it look in movies. The assassin glanced around, assessing his surroundings. His eyes narrowed, a plan forming. He realized that the refrigerator was his target. With a swift motion, He slammed the refrigerator door shut. Below, the men guarding the building were taken by surprise as the assassin dropped from above. The assassin recalled the saying about man proposes, but heaven disposes. He thought to himself that he was turning to heaven a lot today, hoping heaven wouldn't be stingy and would at least let him finish his revenge before he died. He landed with a thud. Outside, the armed men advanced on the building. The assassin mused that his opponent must be worthy. He recognized this as an opportunity to leave a lasting impression on his superiors, knowing that not just the guards, but 2 of the 10 great masters, and even an elder were present. He resolved to seize this opportunity and climb higher, no matter what. The masked men advanced through the doorway, weapons raised, their movements precise and coordinated. Meanwhile, outside, the man in the red coat instructed his subordinates to capture Amwapiang alive, if possible, suggesting he might be in the living room or the kitchen. One of the masked men declared that he would get there first, moving with haste. He kicked open a door, his movements swift and forceful. Inside, more masked men moved through the interior, weapons at the ready. Suddenly, one of the masked men noticed something. He realized he was holding a shotgun and planned to fire it nearby to startle Amwapiang, then capture him while he was distracted. He cocked the shotgun. He questioned what was happening. The shotgun fired. The masked man held the shotgun, smoke rising from the barrel. A large explosion érupted. The masked man wondered how this was happening, remarking that it wasn't like he was holding an RPG launcher or anything. His eyes widened in disbelief. Outside, the man in the red coat stood on the balcony, observing the scene with a calm demeanor. The man in the red coat declared that he would finally see the assassin's face. The shotgun exploded, leaving the man in the red coat questioning what had just happened. Amidst the chaos, the man in the red coat wondered what was happening. Debris flew through the air. The man in the red coat clenched his fist. The force of the explosion sent the assassin flying backwards. The man in the red coat watched the assassin fly through the air. The scene was filled with smoke and debris. The man in the red coat surveyed the damage. He noted that none of the Iron Lions who entered first were unscathed, and he realized that the real problem was the hidden Dragon Corps, who were only there to get disciplined. The man in the red coat cursed, realizing that the old guys were going to make a fuss about this. The explosion left a gaping hole in the wall. The air crackled with energy. An assassin emerged from the smoke. Amidst the chaos, a figure in a hooded cloak advanced, a blade held ready in their hand. The hooded figure considered that not all of their enemies could have died, so it was clear they would have to fight. They thought that there was no need to confront them head-on. They would dash straight to the river and escape that way. The figure moved with purpose. They continued to advance, their movements swift and silent. The hooded figure paused, their expression unreadable in the shadows. Below, an older man with a bald head watched with a slight smile. The older man seemed surprised by something. The hooded figure continued their advance. The older man watched as the hooded figure approached, their blade glinting in the light. With a burst of speed, the hooded figure lunged forward, blade extended. The hooded figure lunged, a hidden blade flashing in their hand as they aimed for Robert Gordon. The attack was swift and precise. It was said that a master who knew how to throw hidden weapons properly was more dangerous than a gun. The hooded figure's feet pounded against the ground as they closed the distance. Meanwhile, Huang Gicheng leaped into action, moving to intercept the hooded figure. Huang Gicheng's expression was one of intense focus as he prepared to defend himself. He swung his weapon, a blur of motion aimed at the attacker. The hooded figure smirked, unfazed by the incoming attack. The weapons clashed with a resounding impact. Huang Gicheng gripped his weapon tightly, preparing for the next exchange. He swung the weapon again, the sound echoing through the air. The hooded figure scoffed, seemingly confident in their ability to withstand the assault. Huang Gicheng, with a menacing grin, threatened to cut off their arm. Huang Gicheng's eyes narrowed with determination. He continued to swing his weapon, each strike carrying immense force. Huang Gicheng cursed under his breath, realizing the difficulty of his task. Huang Gicheng found himself in a precarious position, suspended upside down as the hooded figure descended with the blade. The hooded figure, with a swift motion, swung a rope-like weapon. The hooded figure assessed Huang Gicheng's abilities, remarking that while he was skilled, they would see how well he adapted on the fly. Huang Gicheng, struck by the attack, cursed his earlier arrogance, regretting that he had been so quick to mock Ma Yulim. The hooded figure pressed their advantage, descending further. The hooded figure noted that Huang Gicheng's response was not on par with his skills, adding that if he had let go of the whip and blocked with both hands, the damage would have been far less. The hooded figure declared that Huang Gicheng would have to die. Huang Gicheng's eyes widened in alarm. The hooded figure continued their descent. Robert Gordon, witnessing the scene, questioned what was happening. The hooded figure moved in for the kill. Huang Gicheng, injured and bleeding, looked on in disbelief. Another man, with long blonde hair, smiled knowingly. The blonde-haired man revealed that Huang Gicheng was being used as bait, and he questioned if the other man would have tried to deal with him as well, given the chance. The hooded figure stood their ground, ready for the next move. The hooded figure's attack landed with devastating force, sending shockwaves through the immediate area. The figure then lunged forward, blade in hand, ready to continue the assault. Huang Gicheng, despite the pain, refused to yield. He steeled himself, determined not to let go. Blood streamed down Huang Gicheng's arm, evidence of the severity of the blow. Huang Gicheng, teeth gritted, cursed his attacker, declaring that he would not die alone. The hooded figure continued their relentless assault, striking Huang Gicheng with a flurry of blows. Each strike from the hooded figure was delivered with precision and power, pushing Huang Gicheng further and further back. The force of the attacks focused on Huang Gicheng's chest, a clear indication of the hooded figure's intent to kill. The final blow sent Huang Gicheng flying, the impact echoing through the area. The sword protruded from Huang Gicheng's back, a testament to the hooded figure's brutal efficiency. The hooded figure stood over Huang Gicheng, their expression obscured by the shadows of their hood, but their intent was clear. Huang Gicheng, barely conscious, could only manage a whispered, "H how?" The hooded figure responded, explaining that Huang Gicheng didn't even know the principle of striking the mountain to hit the ox. The principle, striking the mountain to hit the ox, was a martial arts technique where force was delivered through an obstacle to hit the target on the other side. The hooded figure looked down at Huang Gicheng, their eyes filled with disdain. With a final, swift motion, the hooded figure prepared to deliver the killing blow. Huang Gicheng, reeling from the hooded figure's relentless assault, struggles to maintain his footing. Nearby, the man in the beanie cursed, realizing that Huang Gicheng was facing a descendant of the Bloodfinger Lord, who once served the Siomun family. The man in the beanie watched as the hooded figure continued their assault. The hooded figure pressed their advantage, striking with precision. The man in the beanie grimaced, witnessing the brutal exchange. The hooded figure's strikes landed with devastating force. Each blow from the hooded figure carried immense power. Huang Gicheng's weapon began to splinter under the relentless assault. With a final, decisive strike, the hooded figure shattered Huang Gicheng's weapon. The force of the blow reverberated through the air. The hooded figure prepared for their next move. Huang Gicheng realized that his opponent had even mastered fist techniques. The intensity of the battle was etched on both their faces. Huang Gicheng's broken weapon lay useless at his feet as the hooded figure advanced. Leaves scattered as the battle continued. The clash of power sent shockwaves outward. One of the fighters expressed his surprise, realizing that there were martial arts masters outside of Mingchen. He wondered where such a martial arts master could have come from. The hooded figure struck with incredible speed. The force of the blow caused his opponent to gasp in pain. The hooded figure landed, preparing for the next attack. He knew that time was not on his side. The hooded figure charged forward, surrounded by crackling energy. Huang Gicheng was shocked by the display of power. Huang Gicheng focused his energy. Huang Gicheng unleashed a blast of energy against the hooded figure. The energy unleashed by Huang Gicheng crackled through the air. Meanwhile, the hooded figure expressed that Huang's attacks were making their organs tremble. The hooded figure mused that at this rate, they might risk internal injuries. Another blast of energy erupted. As the energy dissipated, the hooded figure launched themselves forward. The figure's hand reached out. Huang Gicheng, seeing the hooded figure's advance, yelled for them to stop. Behind Huang, his subordinates moved to intercept. The hooded figure prepared their blade, calling it the Chain Lightning Killing Sword. The figure then unleashed their Heavenly Thunder's 10,000 weights attack. The hooded figure's attack connected. The force of the blow sent Huang Gicheng flying. The hooded figure approached the downed Huang. The figure raised their foot, preparing to strike. The hooded figure brought their foot down on Huang Gicheng's head as his subordinates looked on. The hooded figure's eyes glowed menacingly as Huang Gicheng stared up at them, defeated. With a burst of speed, Huang Gicheng launched himself forward, attempting to escape the hooded figure's grasp. Channeling his energy, Huang Gicheng unleashed a flurry of attacks, each strike aimed at creating an opening for his escape. Elsewhere, a figure walked down a long corridor, their destination unknown. The figure's eyes burned with an eerie intensity, their gaze unwavering. Back in the fray, Huang Gicheng continued his assault, wielding his weapon with precision and speed. Huang Gicheng, invoking the Soaring Dragon Walk, identified himself as a direct descendant of the Siomun clan, someone he should tear apart, but today was not the day. With a powerful leap, Huang Gicheng propelled himself away from his opponent. He continued his escape, a blur of motion against the backdrop of the forest. His eyes narrowed. Huang Gicheng focused on his escape, determined to survive. Huang Gicheng's pursuer remained close behind, their eyes glowing with relentless intent. As Huang Gicheng fled, a spectral hand reached out towards him, its purpose unclear. Huang Gicheng considered blocking his pursuer, but realized they would completely seize the advantage. The spectral hand continued its descent, closing in on Huang Gicheng. His pursuer exclaimed that they had him, But Huang Gicheng was confused. He plummeted through the air, a trail of displaced air marking his descent. The man who shot him watched, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The shooter remarked that Huang Gicheng had been set up on purpose. He crashed into the water with a resounding splash. The impact sent him spiraling deeper into the dark depths. He continued to sink, the surface growing more distant. Elsewhere, the man with white hair expressed disbelief, wondering if he had been played for a fool, and ordered his men to spread out. He insisted that Huang Gicheng was not normal and ordered his capture. The man in the red robe commanded his subordinates to search every inch of the riverbed. He stated that it was not too late. The man with white hair was told that Huang Gicheng's internal injuries would be severe. He was also reminded that Huang Gicheng had confirmed his face before diving away, and that as an assassin he must be skilled in underwater combat. The man with white hair wondered who Huang Gicheng could be, questioning if he was Korean. He admitted that if he had faced him alone, he couldn't guarantee the outcome, and questioned if it was even possible for someone in Korea to cultivate such profound martial arts. The man in the red robe confessed that he was completely lost, noting that Huang Gicheng spoke fluent Beijing dialect and had mastered martial arts on par with it. He found it hard to believe that Huang Gicheng had lived his whole life in Korea as just a chef. He apologized, stating that he couldn't make sense of it either. He was told that they absolutely had to capture him. The man with white hair was warned that if Huang Gicheng ambushed them, even he couldn't guarantee he could handle it, and that they needed to catch him before things escalated further. He was reminded that Hyungsung didn't reveal the address of his Beijing residence out of fear of Huang Gicheng, and that they must capture him without fail. He resolved to uncover the truth at any cost. The wind howled through the trees, a mournful sound echoing through the night. Nearby, footsteps splashed through the mud, each step heavy and deliberate. The pursuer coughed, his breath ragged as he continued his pursuit. He gasped for air, his face contorted in pain and exertion.